वरदे 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 वीणावादिनी वरदे वीणावादिनी वरदे प्रिय स्वतंत्र नवमीय मंत्र नव प्रिय स्वतंत्र नव अमीय मंत्र नव भारत में भर दे वर दे वर दे वर दे वीणावादिनी वर दे वीणावादिनी वर दे काठंध उड़ के बंधन स्तर काठंध उड़ के बंधन स्तर महाजननी ज्योतिर भय निर्झर कलश भेद तमहर प्रकाश भय कलश भेद तमहर प्रकाश भय जगमग जग कर दे वीणावादिनी वर दे वीणावादिनी वर दे नवगति नवलय ताल छंद नव नवल कंठ नव जलद मंद्र नव नभ नभ के नभ विहंग वृंद को नभ नभ के नभ विहंग वृंद को नभ पर नभ स्वर दे वीणावादिनी वर दे वीणावादिनी वर दे वीणा वादिनी वरदे. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivali. Thank you, everybody. I take the honor of inviting Professor Dr. G.L. Khanna, Pro Vice Chancellor, MRIARS. He is a task force behind all the sport activities at MREI. He has worked in Sports Authority of India as scientist from 1982 to 2006. Sir was a member of Steering Committee of Government of India for Commonwealth Games Preparation 2010. Sir has provided scientific backup to various sports persons and prepared many Indian sports personnel for international competition like Asian Games, Commonwealth, Olympics since 1982. He has been a committee member of the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports for establishing National Institute of Sports Science and Medicine and setting up of sports science in the universities. Sir was an advice president of Asian Council of Exercise and Sports Science, vice president of National Association of Physical Education and Sports Science India, and an active member of Physiological Society of India. There are so many feathers on his name which cannot be counted. Sir has been the driving force for us all at Manav Rachana for all the activities we undertake. I invite him on the board to present a welcome address.
Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for introducing me. And our patrons, Dr. Prashant Ballaji, Dr. Amit Ballaji, Vice President, Manav Rachana Educational Institution, Professor Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Manav Rachana International Institute of Research and Studies, Dr. M.P. Ganesh, Padam Shri Awardee, Chief Guest of the Day, Mr. Ahmad, Chief Executive Officer, National Sports Institute, Malaysia, the keynote speaker of the day, Professor Dato Shamla, Dr. Rajesh, Professor Dr. Imam, Dr. Mohita Raja Rizvi, the Dean Faculty of Applied Health Sciences, and Dr. Gurjeet, Dr. Lakwinder, Dr. Divya, my senior colleague, Dr. Pratibha, and other colleagues from our Faculty of Applied Health Sciences, those who have contributed a lot in this organizing this particular event. The team of media, release and promotion, Manav Rachana, they have really done wonderful work for us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen and the participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome you all to this pre-Olympic International Dialogue Series 2021 on sports, science and society, instilling Olympic spirit, organized under the aegis of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. I would like to extend a warm appreciation to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India for giving us an opportunity to drive this event. I wish all the Olympic qualifiers a great performance and come with flying colors. I would like to acknowledge our patron, Dr. Prashant Balaji, Dr. Amit Balaji, for giving unconditional support for graciously organizing this mega event, which is being around 1,000, more than 1,000 participants have registered for this event, and from 12 countries, our speakers have joined us here. Welcome to Sir Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sanjay Srivastava for all his guidance, always support, encouragement, and his guidance is always with us. His blessings are always with us, and we keep doing certain activity under his visionary approach that we have to do certain things for the students' benefit, for the community benefit. Padma Shri Awardee Dr. MP Ganesh ji, the hockey legendary, actually the hockey Olympian and pride of our nation. Sir, I am really thankful to you for accepting our request to be the chief guest and bless all of us and the participant, and wish the Indian continent to play safe and bring glories to the countries. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. I know that there are a lot of difficulties in joining to this this platform, but sir, you are with us always. Our keynote speaker, Mr. Ahmed sir, Mr. Ahmed Ramli sir, Chief Executive Officer, National Sports Institute, Malaysia. He is really an experienced visionary person who is working at the top and taking a leading role in the development of sports and creating a culture of sports in Malaysia, and very, very actively involved in the sports development of Olympic level. I welcome you, sir, and they wish you that you will give us a lot of inspiration and guidance for our future scope of work also. Professor Dato Shamla Subramaniam, a hockey legendary player, academician, sports technology expert, and overall she is at the helm of affair in the Malaysian sports, and she's very kind and humble and supportive always for us, and she has recommended a lot of speakers also in this conference. And welcome to this conference, Dr. Shamla Subramaniam. My dear colleagues, Professor Dr. Alexander, leading training method expert, Professor Dr. Imam Walio from Indonesia, Professor Igor from Brazil, Dr. Rajesh, President Indian Hockey Federation of Physical Education, and Dr. Rajpal also has joined us now today. And the Professor Rashita, Professor Henry Limbon from Malaysia, Professor Arshad from UAE, Dr. Sanjana, sports psychologist from Singapore, and other, of course, speakers from Iran, Turkey, Dr. Hario, Dr. Lordinos, and Professor Arnold from Austria. All of us, I welcome all of you to this conference and hope you will contribute a lot in this particular conference. And most important personality here today is Miss Daphne, sports consultant and head coach of Duospars, a big Malaysian badminton player, well-renowned Malaysian player in the badminton. She has achieved a lot, and now she is contributing in the scientific development of sports in University of Malaya. Welcome, Dr. Daphne, not only in university, but otherwise in the federation also, overall sports development. And the untiring effort of organizers like Dr. Prinka, who is the organizing secretary. She has done a lot of work single-handed. Sometime I saw her, but she is very, very team worker and can take the support of all the people, including our the management system also. At this Olympic Dialogue series, what we are trying is we are bringing together world-renowned professionals of coaches, sports administrators, medical experts, scientists, physical educationists, health sciences experts, physios, supporting personnel, and of course the admirers at one platform to exchange views, ideas, thoughts, and concept of enhanced performance during Olympics, and also to create culture of Olympism in the various organizational structure, universities and other places also, and in the community structure also. The value of Olympism has to be introduced at the community level also, and also to support our Indian and of course all the Olympian to have a safe Olympics in 2021 at Tokyo. And I'm happy to say that more than 1,000 delegates from all over the globe, from more than 12 countries, will participate and deliberate over the theme with the renowned international speaker to enlighten the audience with their research, sports experience, and specialization. The series of e-dialogue will help combat the global problems of the increasing lack of physical activities, which is really a big problem amongst the people, and in line with the Olympic movement mission to promote Olympic values and Olympic education and development through sports. The aim is to help create a positive change in society by creating culture of sports in the country and to establish India on top of global sports craft. The conference we are hosting focuses on sharing with participants the most updated research findings in these domains, as well as realizing and promoting the contribution of sports and health in bringing a more harmonious, healthy, and enjoyable life to human beings. And I'm looking forward, all the participants even are looking forward to have an interactive series with all your support. We will be having next series on 23rd of July 2021. Thank you for your presence here and contribution. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Vandana, over to you. Oh,
Thank you for the warm welcome, sir. It's already a pleasure to work under your guidance. I now take the pleasure of inviting Professor Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, MRIRS. He is also a Managing Director of MREI. He has got PhD from University of Delhi. Sir has been awarded Honorary Research Fellowship of Lahti University of Applied Sciences, Finland. He is the first Asian to receive this prestigious Honorary Research Fellowship. He is amongst the first 3 research fellows of LAMK UAS Health Scheme and is the first Asian Honorary Research Fellow. Apart from academics and research, Sir has a special interest towards sports. I take the opportunity to invite him on board to present our address for the conference.
Thank you, Shivraji, for your kind invite, and it is my immense pleasure to welcome all the honorable speakers, participants to the portals of Manav Rachna. A very warm and happy morning to all the participants present in this virtual conference. Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Dr. M.P. Ganesh Ji, a legend in his own humble way, an Arjuna awardee, captain and coach of Indian hockey team, Padma awardee, and a nation's pride, I must say, that he represented our country in Hockey World Cup, at Olympics. And I also remember during my young adulthood days playing him with Ashok Kumar ji and Ajit Pal Singh ji, and then his aura as a person is absolutely impeccable and I would say infectious. I take this opportunity to congratulate our Professor Dr. G.L. Khanna ji for getting such a person to our Manav Rachna and to this conference. Is a true spirit to what I would say the topic called instilling Olympic spirit, because these are the true legends by their mere presence, and when they breathe and speak out in a conference like this where more than 1,000 participants are there, will instill lot many things in all of us. Our keynote speaker of the inaugural, Dr. Ahmed Ramli, Chief Executive Officer, National Sports Institute, Malaysia. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And I can see all the eminent speakers. Professor Khanna has taken their names, so due to time I will not repeat their names, but a very warm and hearty welcome to all the honorable speakers to this conference. Back home in the university, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor G.L. Khanna, as I often say, that he is a magnet and he gets so many top persons of the world for the cause of sports, for the cause of applied health sciences, for the cause of institution building. Our Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Muattar Raza Rizvi, our HOD, Dr. Divya Sanghi, our senior colleague, Dr. Gurjeet ji, Dr. Lakhvinder ji, and I can see many of my colleagues of the department. It is your hard work which has seen the light of the day, and all of you in the department under the guidance of Professor Khanna, you are doing wonderful work. And as a Vice Chancellor, I feel absolutely great when you get so many luminaries on board and ensure that the true spirit of Manav Rachna reaches to the people. But to the honorable guests and speakers, I must share with you all in few words that Manav Rachna Educational Institution, which has 2 universities at higher education level and 12 K-12 schools pan India, we also instill our own values, and by and large, if you look at the canvas of the Olympic spirit, you will find that Manav Rachna is also preparing their students on certain similar lines. We try to instill character and competence in all our graduates, and when they join the portals of Manav Rachna, we try to ensure that when they go out, they should become rich with communication skills. They must learn collaboration, they must learn commitment, calmness and compassion. So these are the 5 C's through which we try to instill the Manav Rachna spirit in all the graduates of Manav Rachna. If we look at the core Olympic values, which talks about excellence, friendship and respect, we also try to teach all this in our own graduates. Because if an individual is growing, university is growing. If a university is growing, nation is growing. So it is a bidirectional symbiotic relationship which ensures the good health of individual to the country. I was also looking at the Olympic medal tally, and I was wondering that if you look at the top 5 medallions like United States, UK, Germany, France, Italy, Sweden, we have a joint venture collaboration with Swedish partner in India, Kunskapsskolan schools in our country. So we also try to take lot many things from them, and Manav Rachna in their own humble way is doing a lot of work in the area of sports sciences under the leadership of Dr. Khanna. I am sure that deliberations of the day will give us a lot of insight and ensure that how we can instill this Olympic spirit in each and every Indian, in each and every citizen of our country, so that they can bring laurels to their family, to their country, and make world what we call Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. With this brief note, once again a very warm welcome to all the speakers, all the participants, and I am sure that in times to come it will add immense value in each one of us. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Faculty of Allied Sciences, I thank you for providing your gracious presence to join us today and enhance our joy. Now, I feel profoundly elated in inviting the chief guest for today's conference, Dr. M.P. Ganesh, the hockey Olympian. I request your pardon, sir, if I pronounce your name wrong. Mr. Mulera Pobaya Ganesh, born 8 July 1946, is a former Indian professional field hockey player. He was also captain and coach of the Indian team. He was awarded the Arjuna Award in 1973. He has represented the services in the National Hockey Championship from 1965 to 1973 and played for Bombay in 1974 National Championship. He found a place in the Indian team in 1970. He played for India at the 1972 Olympic Games in Munich, finishing third. He was one of the coaches of the Indian team that won a gold medal at the 1980 Olympic Games in Moscow. He is also an official coach to the Indian team that participated in 1988 Olympic Games in Seoul, 1989 Champions Trophy in Berlin, 1990 Indira Gandhi International Hockey Tournament in Lucknow, and 1990 World Cup in Karachi. He was the chairman, coaching committee, Indian Hockey Federation for the 1998 Commonwealth Games at Kuala Lumpur and in 1998 Asian Games at Bangkok. Sir has been awarded with the most prestigious Padma Shri Award in 2020. Then on, Sir has been playing the role of an administrator for various sports organizations. I take the opportunity to invite him on board to present his message.
Can I speak? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all and warm greetings from India. It's my pleasure to be here with you at the Pre-Olympic International Dialogue Series 2021 being organized Manav Rachana International University under the aegis of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. The theme of this conference is Sports Science and Society. Instilling Olympic spirit. The objective of this conference is to instill Olympic spirit with the youth, long-term athletic development, high performance policies and program, and to promote sportsmanship, sports education, and the spirit of playing in the youth. This event will focus on sports for youth, the views being that of the educators and students' perspective too. Sports offer our youth opportunities for not only character development but also physical and mental conditioning as well as fun and enjoyment. Sports should therefore be an integral part of the lives of our next generation. An understanding of global nature of sports during this period would underpin the future structure of Olympic movement, thereby positioning it to integrate successful development strategies and educational initiatives within its core activities and increase the medal prospect in the upcoming Tokyo Olympics 2021. Sports and education are connected very closely with physical education and sports having a crucial role in holistic education of our youth. Physical education and sports is an essential dimension of education and culture which would develop the abilities, willpower, and self-discipline of every human being as well as fully integrated member of the society. The continuity of physical education and the practice of sports must be ensured throughout life by means of global, lifelong, and democratized sports education. Sports and Special Olympic movement help youth to pick up positive life values and also teach us about the human spirit and how to give our best. But we should never pursue victory at the expense of breaking the rules or injuring other players. Embedding physical education as part of the curriculum here in India will foster understanding of sports science in a better way. The Delhi Sports University is such an example. The Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports realizes the importance of physical education and sports for physical, cognitive, social, emotional, and character development every student, not just for our top athletes. Skills such as self-management, responsible decision making, and social awareness can be picked by youth, which will not only help them in sports but also be utilized in their daily life. The ministry has developed a physical education and sports development framework which articulates our philosophy and leads to a common goal, which is for the enhancement of qualities such as responsibility for self, positive help, self-esteem, and sportsmanship, and highlight the importance of respecting others, fair play, teamwork, the essence of Olympic spirit. Beside hearing about the benefits that sports can provide, I am sure that the sports conference will also expose the participants to the myriad of career possibility that sports has to offer beyond becoming professional athletes or educators like your teachers seated here to here to careers in fields such as sports medicine, sports science, health, nutrition, and even sports journalism. India has always worked for peace and understanding between nations, treating the whole world as one family. True to this ancient tradition, education has to strengthen this worldview and motivate the younger generation for international cooperation and peaceful coexistence. Platform of Pre-Olympic International Dialogue Series is a multidisciplinary congress which will provide the world's leading sports academicians, practitioners, the opportunity to present their work to an international audience as well as and interact with the professionals who examine sports through variety of perspective and disciplines. It is indeed an honor to address leaders in sports education field and to learn from their experiences. Over the subsequent days, you will hear from sports experts and the renowned key speakers who will be enlightening the audience with their in-depth research and specialization. You will also have opportunities to pick up a new sports and have knowledge interactions with the people with their passion. I have a personal request with all the dignitaries and the teachers attending this seminar. Uh, Teachers should try to go to the level of the students. Maybe classroom education or in the lab or in the field of sports. A teacher must bring down his standard, his or her standard to the level of the students and teach them, enable them to grasp faster. I myself personally experienced that teachers teaching will go above our heads and children will not from there. This is one aspect we all have to learn to educate the youth. The second one, the most important thing, the science and sports should go hand in hand. Scientists must visit the field where coaches are teaching the children and try to become the assistant coach to the senior coach. The professional coach should be assisted by the scientists as junior coaches. And when coaches go to the lab, coach should become the assistant scientist to the scientist whoever is trying to educate or trying to test the motor qualities of the sportsman. With this, I believe this conference will raise your enthusiasm and awareness of the possibility in physical education, sports science, and medicine and Olympic movement. I wish all the fruitful time during this conference and extend our visitors a warm welcome and have the best interaction so that we can go back and see that the children playing sports, they must educate properly and they should be taught well at their level so that they can groom and come up in life. Thank you very much, Dr. Khanna and Rachana, Mano Rachana International University, situated in Delhi. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you for the wonderful inaugural speech, sir. Despite all the technical and network glitches, you ensured your presence in our series. We thank you for that, sir. Now, next we have our keynote speaker of the series, Mr. Ahmed Fazal Mohammad Ramli. He is the Chief Executive Officer, National Sports Institute, Malaysia. Sir is currently working as the Chief Executive Officer in Malaysia, and he's also a member of Association of Sports Institute in Asia. He's a chairman, Malaysian Talent Plan, Blueprint Committee 2020. He is a deputy chef de mission, Malaysian contingent to SEA Games 2019 Philippines. He's a selection panel for the athletes representing Malaysia to SEA Games 2019 Philippines. He's also a selection panel for the National Sports Awards 2019. He's a chairman, Malaysian Badminton Sports Development Task Force Committee 2019. Also secretary, the first Asian Civil Service Games Organizing Committee 2015. Many more to go. The line is really long. The list is really long to give the introduction of Mr. Ahmed Fazal Mohammad Ramli. He has so many things to his cadre. I invite him to present the session on knowledge with us. By providing his words with us, he will be really obliged. So I request him to join the portal and share the session of knowledge with us.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Professor Dr. J.L. Khanna, the Pro Vice Chancellor of the Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies for inviting me to the Pre-Olympic E-Dialogue Series 2021. It is a great honor to be here amongst you, all the speakers and participants, and it is indeed a privilege to represent the National Sports Institute of Malaysia. As we are living in unprecedented and difficult times, yet our love and passion for sports never end. Nevertheless, it has allowed us to be here through digital platform in line with the new norms due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I would also like to express my sincerest gratitude to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Government of India, for the outpouring of strong support and cooperation towards this event. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, when the International Olympic Committee decided to postpone the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 because of the global coronavirus pandemic, it became the first ever in Olympics modern history. While this task represents a big challenge, the IOC and the Tokyo Olympic Organizing Committee have worked relentlessly to make these games a beacon of hope for all humankind to overcome this pandemic. This postponement gaining support from sponsors as well for prioritizing the health of everyone involved. Though the COVID-19 pandemic is still impacting the world, the Olympic spirit sheds a light. As the eyes of the world are on the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games, with less than 23 days to go, Olympic Games aims to deliver an event where every athlete can realize their best performance and achieve their personal best. This year, at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, athletes will compete in 33 sports alongside 5 new sports: surfing, climbing, skateboarding, karate, and baseball. With the team discovered tomorrow, the host city Tokyo will be transformed for the opening ceremony on July 23rd, 2021. The health and safety of everyone at the Tokyo Olympic is of paramount importance. Hence, the IOC and the organizing committee have come out with the Tokyo 2020 playbooks that outline the responsibilities and the rules that must be followed by those involved in Tokyo 2020. These are all done to ensure a safe and a successful games. Ladies and gentlemen, many athletes believe that Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games will be one of the most meaningful Olympics in the history and the most prolific Olympics of all time, as a pandemic and tumult surrounding social justice spur athletes to rethink their roles in the society. Some athletes are unable to train properly, compete as usual, or knowing someone who died. We all had to sacrifice in many ways. And under normal circumstances, athletes will be training and compete abroad, but due to the strict traveling practice and quarantine period instead, they are coming off what may be the most bizarre preparation in Olympic history. Now, as they peel themselves off the quarantine-based training camp and bubble competition environment, many are doing so with heightened purpose, perseverance, and a global sense of camaraderie that they hope will inspire individuals and nations emerging from COVID-19 lockdowns. Although athletes across the world are more than happy to be sharing some quality time with their families while staying at home during the coronavirus pandemic, they lose out on practice matches and training sessions ahead of such big tournaments is too much of a loss. Some Olympians have come out with unique ways of adapting to the new norms in training to stay informed and keeping their Olympic spirits up. Sharing a story of Sebastian Rossi, an Argentine canoeist who has devised a novel way to train in a swimming pool while isolation to prepare for the postponed Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. For 3 months, instead of working out in a whitewater stadium with his rapid and cascading pools, he headed out to the pool for 25-minute sessions, paddling vigorously to maintain his strength and balance as fall turned into winter in the southern hemisphere. How did he do that? By mixing a creative workout in his practice routine, he tethered the back of his boat to the palm tree trunks using a long rubber strap made from the tubes of bicycle tires and then paddled in the pool against the resistance. Yes, it is a crazy idea and like mental training mostly, it makes him tough. He shared his workouts on social media as a way of showing the possibility of getting something good out of the quarantine. Now, such esprit de corps is being heightened thanks to COVID-19, and pandemic has brought all the athletes together like one team, like a world team. These are among many stories of athletes as fantastic role models for society, as they continue to inspire us all through their actions and resilience. Despite all the challenges, athletes continue to train and preparing to perform at their best due to the Olympic spirit instilled in them. In our unprecedented times, these games will take on even greater significance as a celebration of solidarity, diversity, inclusion, integrity, as well as athlete sporting achievements. In the spirit of the Olympics, the most important thing is to have taken part fairly and to have done one's best. The essential thing is not to have conquered, but to have fought well. This is what the Olympic Games are all about, and some might say it is what life is all about as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are part of global community because of sport. The more I learn and observe about the Olympic Games, the more I realize that sport is so much more than just another sporting event. They are a celebration of competition, perseverance, patriotism on a worldwide scale, sports serve as a blueprint for a better life in many ways indeed. Today, the Olympic spirit is meant to build a peaceful and better world that requires mutual understanding with a spirit of friendship, solidarity, and fair play is inspiring the world with strong power. Athletes from across the world will gather under the Olympic flag and firmly join hands to jointly fight for their dreams. In the past more than 100 years, the modern Olympic Games forged ahead despite turbulences. When the world today is facing common challenges, sports are serving as a bond among countries. It is expected that more people can join hands and face up challenges and hold high the torch, symbolizing solidarity and hope in the spirit of the Olympics. More than ever, it feels like our world would benefit from keeping the Olympic spirit alive even after the Olympic flame is extinguished. Ladies and gentlemen, although we are not living in the same situation like before the pandemic, the Olympic Games give us a chance to celebrate our shared humanity, and the objective of the competitors should be to express this humanity by performing fairly and honestly to the best of their natural ability. Last but not least, let's take this opportunity to instill the Olympic spirit in our communities. The modern Olympic Games represent the best of what humanity was in the 20th century and the best of what it can be in the 21st century. Higher, faster, stronger indeed, but also unity, cooperation, and respect. The Olympic Games are not only the greatest sporting event in the world. In these unprecedented times we are living in, the Olympic Games will be a symbol of hope and inspiration for the entire world. Together with our Japanese partners and friends, let's make the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 an unforgettable celebration of whole humankind, united in all our diversity. Thank you. Now I'd like to move to the second part of my presentation. On Malaysian first track bicycle. Right. So slightly. Thank you for waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, on March 9, 2020, marks another milestone for the National Sports Institute of Malaysia, because for the first time ever, ISN has produced our own equipment on high-performance cycling sports, jointly developed with Total Sim Limited, a UK-based company. The WSR Vortec bike was developed in collaboration with Vortec, a research and development company based in Silverstone, UK, and specializing in sports aerodynamics. As you are all aware, the UK has leads the way in many aspects of cycling technology. So I would like to share one of the videos on what has happened during the R&D stage of this bicycle now. As you are all aware, that the UK has led the way in many aspects of cycling technology in the areas of research and development, and is currently scattered all over the UK and often adapted from other sectors as well. In this regard, ISN has commissioned Total Sim Limited to work with us on rolling the latest and the best Olympic package possible in the field of R&D on cycling sports equipment. The 3-year cooperation started from 2018, and since then, it has shown positive improvement in the sports of track cycling in Malaysia. It all started in 2016 when our pocket rocket man, the one and only Azizul Hasni Awang, won the first medal in the cycling event at the Rio 2016 Olympics. Since then, cycling has definitely become a much bigger part in the Malaysian high-performance sports. Cycling continues to accumulate medals, and based on the potential and success at the Olympic Games and international competitions, the government of Malaysia, through the podium program, is taking a proactive steps in applying the latest technology available in the sport of cycling to help support the preparation of Olympic Games Tokyo 2020 assault. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the advancement of sports technology has contributed to making sports performance better. It has entirely revolutionized the manner in which we are able to design and create sporting equipment, becoming more high-tech and better functional properties, and we want our Malaysian athletes to be able to use and have access to this experience. We are aware that R&D field becomes a focal point in enhancing high quality and competitive production. This was our major focus in our effort to provide the best for our Malaysian athletes, where every R&D faces great competition, both in terms of product design, production methods, and value. After years of working together with the experts from the UK, we learned many things through this project, such as changing position on athletes training to produce power in speed for the same amount of power output. The objective of this project basically include finding other areas where we could potentially find reduction in drag. Research findings are expected to help improve cycling performance to produce maximum power and minimum aerodynamic drag. Aerodynamic drag reduction is one of the major factors that determine victory during a race, and this is what this whole project is all about. We work on the aerodynamically tracked bicycle. It's a bike that has a full carbon saddle and integrated handlebar and stem, which is tailored to each rider's physiology, racing equipment, and apparel. And this will ensure that the Malaysia team is well equipped to perform at the highest level at the Olympic Games Tokyo 2020, as well as further elite cycling competitions. We managed to overcome many challenges by partnering with a tried and trusted group of engineers that have been working with the area of many Olympic cycles with the biggest and most successful teams. This collaboration between Total Sim and ISN has turned into a great partnership of not just producing the best equipment in the world, though more importantly, they have educated us along every step in the process, and that transfer of technical knowledge capture is where we have gained the most value, and they provided good experience to us. Ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration between ISN and Total Sim has given opportunity to open the door for Malaysians to explore and expand the knowledge applying the latest technology in high-performance sports. Through this collaboration, we expected to generate local experts trained in the field of aerodynamic, engineering, high-performance sports applications, and as a result of this research, it can be patented and commercialized for future revenue generation. This partnership is expected to be a catalyst for sports technology in Malaysia within the high-performance sports industry in Malaysia. As ISN own the intellectual property rights to the bike, we hope to create more affordable version for the public in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the R&D process in innovating and producing the Olympic Games track bicycle leads to positive outcomes where both our Malaysian riders, Azizul Hasni and Muhammad Shah Firdaus in the picture, has produced tremendous performance in international competitions. The Olympic Games track bicycle is now ready to be rolled out, where production of prototype equipment developed has been approved by the Union Cyclists International, UCI, in December 2019 for use during Olympic Games Tokyo 2020. In compliance with one of the mandatory requirements set by UCI, each equipment to be used during the Olympic Tokyo 2020 must be on the market so other nations can purchase this equipment by January 1st, 2020, which is last year. I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that through this project, with the new equipment produced through research and innovation, this is what needed to keep pushing technology forwards with cutting-edge range of R&D to bridge the gap in the world of high-performance cycling. High-performance sports is driven by technology and innovation, and in order to support our athletes, we must also think strategically with a wide-angle lens. This project is part of this long view, this ability to reach strategically into the future Olympic podium. It takes more to win at the highest level than just being in the best physical condition. We require high technology, especially in a sport such as cycling. Sports is no longer just fueled by physical performance. Long gone are the days where the best athlete won. No, we are also battling areas of engineering, science, which are just as important. The best athletes in the world can no longer win at the highest level unless we pay details to all areas of performance, as preparing an athlete in top physical condition will not win you a gold medal on its own anymore. And I would like to end my speech and presentation with a quote from Michael Johnson, a 4-time Olympic champion in 200 meter and 400 meter. Olympic champions are not born, they are made. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful session on knowledge, sir. It's a pleasure to have your presence among us. As already mentioned, successful execution of this series is one among many achievements of the faculty of this year. As a remembrance of this event, the scientific committee has come up with a proceeding containing messages from dignitaries, abstracts of speakers and delegates that are to be presented soon. We, the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences, would like to release the proceedings entitled Pre-Olympic International Dialogue Series 2021 on Sports, Science and Society, Instilling Olympic Spirit, under the aegis of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. I request all the members of the organizing committee, Dr. Divya Sanghi, HOD, Nutrition and Dietetics, Dr. M.R. Rizvi, Dean, FHS, Dr. G.L. Khanna, TVC, MRIA-RS, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, BC, MRIA-RS, and Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. M.P. Ganesh, and respected keynote speaker, Mr. Ahmed Fazal Mohammad Ramli, to participate in releasing the proceedings with a round of applause. I request everybody of you to switch on your cameras, please. Thank you for the blessings, sir. Now, moving towards the next session, session 1 of our conference series. With this, we end the inaugural session and move towards the session 1 of today.
Thank you very much, Professor Khanna and all the team. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for your wonderful speech. And with this, I take permission from all the honorable members, and I wish all the country and their participants a very good luck for the Tokyo Olympics. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for joining us, blessing us. Thanks a lot, sir.
It's an honor to have us, Professor Dr. Shyamala Subramanian, Department of Communication Technology and Networks, Faculty of Computer Science and IT, University Putra, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Shyamala has acquired her Doctor of Philosophy in the area of computer science and has specialized in the area of computer networks from University Putra, Malaysia in the year 2003. She has conducted wide spectrum of research which has been funded by multiple of agencies such as Ministry of Education, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Her Science Fund project has been extended into the Prototype Research Grant Project, which will be completed this year. The research involves an off-field wearable sensor, which is aimed to complement the hockey players' preparation for the on-field. In addition, this project has further been complemented by the Fulbright Specialist Program, which is now at its final stage of approval. She has been proposed and started very strategical activities with a key domain on sports technology, sports nutrition, and sports management. Professor Dr. Shamla is actively involved with Olympic Council of Malaysia, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, National Sports Association, State Sports Council, and the various corporate organizations such as Nestle and Telkom Malaysia. Today, she would be sharing her experience with us on leveraging the digital revolution in empowering the Olympic movement. Ma'am would also be chairing the session today during this series. Ma'am, I request you to join us and take the lead, please.
Thank you, Dr. Suba. A very good morning to my very respected and inspiring Prof. Gulshan Khanna, who always makes all of this very possible, sir, and to all the dignitaries present today and all the speakers. Inche Faisal from ISN, mighty proud of you, excellent presentation. And to all the participants today, it is a beautiful session today. I, as a member of the Olympic Council of Malaysia, am in total respect of what you have done today, because I think organizing an event pre-Olympics for everyone is of paramount importance. The Olympics is extremely special. I think in a couple of days, we're going to see something that truly stamps the power of sports. You can imagine when the world is in almost a full lockdown everywhere. And in Malaysia, unfortunately, we are also in full lockdown now again. You cannot imagine a sporting event of this magnitude showcasing the world-class athletes coming on board. And showcasing their what they've trained for so very hard. And if this God willing everything goes very well, this will be extremely a statement for us, the members of the sports, that sports is different and it can make everything possible. When people are very demotivated, and everybody is going through a very tough time, this is a statement that we all can draw a lot of inspiration. I'd just like to share my slides. Okay, when Prof. Gulshan WhatsApped me on this honor of being part of this beautiful session, I was wondering what actually to share of so that it will be of some relevance to the people attending the talk today. And being from a family, I have a mixed strange blend in my profession. Till today, many people still think I'm doing sports science. Actually, I'm doing pure computer science. I work purely on computer networks. I work a lot on wireless, and now with the IR 4.0 and 5G, 6G wireless, and so on, I have a lot of PhD students who have actually engage into a lot of technology at the lowest level of architecture. If you were to look at the 7-layer reference model of a computer network. But sports has always been a very big part of my life. I would really die without hockey, actually. That hockey is definitely in my blood. And the mighty land of India is such a role model in this sport. And Dr. Batra, it was a very proud moment for India then when he won his international hockey elections as president of the World Federation just a few weeks ago. So heartiest congratulations to Dr. Batra and India as well. So I have a blend between sports and computer science, though 80% of my work in computer science purely focuses on computer networks, irrelevant of the application that's being used. Sports has become a very big part of that. because one of the dynamics of sports, when you look at it, is that sports has truly one of the biggest potential to make a world of difference. So a lot of research of mine is now also going into leveraging sports in using IT. So that is why I actually, came up with a title that was actually about leveraging the digital revolution in empowering the Olympic movement. As you know very well, I'm also Vice President of the Olympic Council of Malaysia, and my portfolio in the Olympic Council is actually education and training. And one of the things that, very close to my heart, for about 4 or 5 years of my life, every year I used to go to Olympia, Athens, as a coordinator for the International Olympic Academy for their program. And every time when you go to Olympia, I think anyone who has been there will know the strength and how spectacular the Olympic movement is within the sporting family. If you look at sports now, sports definitely is one of the biggest areas in which it has become professional. I'm so proud to be a member of the sporting family, because whenever you look at the live telecast that's going on now, Hockey Pro League, the tennis, Euro 2020, and golf, and so many other sports that are going on. Can you imagine when people can barely move in this planet of ours now because of such a very serious pandemic? The professional architecture of sports can actually make so many things possible. And high level competitions, these are just not competitions which are of normal magnitude. So if you look at the Olympic committee itself and the Olympic movement, when Baron Pierre de Coubertin actually started this Olympic movement, the moral of it was actually not so much competition, but of course competition is one of the best ways to strike the best in someone. You always see the best or the worst of somebody during a competition. But the Olympic movement actually basically is empowering the people and a human being to actually look at really increasing their level of culture, art, balance of human body, will, and mind. All right. So when you look at the Olympic movement, it's a very beautiful saying that when they say Olympism is a philosophy of life. Many people also say, why do they have the Olympic values? Humans already have values. How can there be something above human values? How can there be something called the Olympic values? Well, that's the power of sports. Just like the Olympic truce, when it can stop a war, you can imagine what sports has transcended. It's no longer just playing a game, but it is basically actually talking about civilization itself. And one of the things which is very important is it is a way of life of showing respect for human dignity and fundamentals of universal ethical principles of joy and effort. That's a beautiful word, no? I will share with you some of the things that are going on now in this digital platform. The joy of effort is the thing that's in question mark now. At one point of time, I don't think all of us ever thought we could do a conference. And I think Prof. Gulshan Khanna should give a special talk on how he has been able to make so many webinars and engage so many people. To get people online now, it's very difficult. Earlier in the pandemic last year, yes, you could get a lot of people to come online. Now, no. But today, you look at it, 1,000 over people have registered for this webinar, making it very possible. So the joy of effort is something that it's very challenged now in this pandemic because of the way that we have to work. Being a sports person, okay, you can imagine education going online. I don't think any of us can imagine sports going online. And in the International Olympic movement, they want practical implementation of Olympic ideas. So you see, imparting and teaching Olympic values. Number one, we need to know and appreciate what's the Olympic movement about. This is about competition, but this is also a lot to do with about learning how to become a better human through sports and teaching people values of to become a better human. So when you look at the Olympic, the IOC has already a very beautiful kit on the Olympic Value Education Program. Now, when you look at that Olympic Value Education Program itself, imparting knowledge of the goodness of sports to various levels of people, meaning that young kids, young kids don't relate to lectures like this. Young kids relate to activities and so on and so forth. And if you look at the architecture of the OWAP activities, you see here you can see it's meeting Olympic athletes. It's create an Olympic ceremony, because the Olympic ceremony, the lighting of the flame, the Olympic flag, the Olympic anthem, all have a precise and defined meaning. And trust me, just as how when we watch a very spectacular football match and we get goosebumps, when you are in an Olympic ceremony, it is really a moving ceremony in which you will understand what is about life itself. All right, and then you have designing an Olympic village. You see the concept of the Olympic village, how athletes stay together, how they interact with each other, how do you stay within a family, Olympic family itself. And then as you look at, these are the activities that are planned, and this is the curriculum choices for implementing the Olympism and Olympic values, meaning that it transcends just sports. You have life skills, you have art, you have literacy, you have mathematics. If you look at the current new paradigm that's moving is the science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. It has become very popular in the education line and also moving towards others. So it's STEM and sports and so on and so forth. We're also looking into a lot of research into that area. You have drama, science. Okay. Then when you go down to the inner circle, you have the teaching of the Olympic values, which means that we will look into pedagogy, knowledge, concepts, behaviors, and so on. And then you have the Olympic educational themes, which is very, very important for us to educate even the most professionals of athletes. But more importantly, I think especially at a time like this, it is very important for us to educate the grassroots athletes in all of these educational themes. For example, fair play, respect for others, pursuit of excellence, balance, joy of effort. Ironically, you would wonder, why do you need to teach this to athletes? They should know it by themselves, because these are things which are inculcated, especially as you go higher in your life. But surprisingly, the power of education, you will never know which nerve or which pulse do you need to touch on to make even the best of athletes become even better, or even understand that they are in an area in which they never thought they could get into. All right. And then the core of the Olympism values is actually friendship. That's the beauty of it. When we are all friends, we get to do a lot of things, and it transcends. You don't discriminate human beings in this jet age of ours. We don't differentiate people based on any properties that we hold. We respect each other. In this digital platform, the way we express respect is even becoming harder and needs to be always redefined and re-engineered. And of course, in whatever we do, we want to do the best. So basically, when you look at the Olympic education, the Olympic value educational program already sees this as a cultivated architecture. Now, what has happened now is we have a great amount of transcending, because the digital platform has become very prominent, and up to, I think, end of last year, it looked like an option. And just yesterday, I had an online session with my final year project students in computer science. And then they asked me, said, Prof, when do you think the campus is going to open again? Do you think in October we can come back to campus? So I smiled and told them, I said, well, we really don't know where this pandemic is heading at the moment. The numbers are very high, but I think sooner or later we'll have to actually adapt to this digital platform as being part of the way we work. To a large extent, I think the digital platform has become a better option for people to work. Many of people I know who own companies have actually already opted to work from home now completely because they don't want to invest into having an office, and people having to travel and so on. So there are many good things that are happening, which means that the digital platform looks like it's here to stay for a considerable amount of time and may become another parallel architecture for life itself. Okay, and that denotes everything else. So coming back to Olympism as a philosophy of life, the idea is for us to build a better world through sports. We look at the values of excellence, respect, and friendship. So basically, how do we use this digital platform to advocate excellence, respect, and friendship? When you're online, sometimes I'm very comfortable with the online platform now. For one reason, I have the Wacom tool. If I didn't have the Wacom tool, I can honestly tell you I will never imagine teaching my class using slides and just scribbling something, because I am a typical professor who likes to use the whiteboard a lot compared to slides. Although I'm in the IT field, but I like to engage with my students. So whenever I'm in class, I will always use the whiteboard to complement the slides. And without that Wacom tool, I will not have that engagement feeling. So just imagine that's narrating and lecturing. You see, if I was in a hall with you right now, I would be able to see all our faces. I will be able to see your body language. One of the things I love most coming and giving a keynote address in India is that even if the hall is filled with 800 people, every one of them will be very engaging. You can see them looking at you confused. You can see them looking at you, laughing at your jokes. You can see them, engaging with you in the physical touch. So you just imagine if we move to the digital platform, and if we want to focus on the Olympic movement itself, how would we actually push this forward for us to do it? Okay. So looking at the digital platform engagement, okay, if we look at the digital platform engagement, of course, Zoom has become, something like wearing a watch now. Everybody knows how Zoom works. Everybody knows how to set up a Zoom account. And the main difference of why you would choose Zoom or Google Meet or WebEx and so many other blue jeans or things is, one, basically the platform convenience and facilities. Second is the costing, of course. Which one is free, which one has a 40-minute time limit, which one has a proprietary account, and so on and so forth. So when you look at digital engagement, the digital engagement now has reached every human, irrelevant of whether you are an expert in computer science or not, but every person on this planet actually already has become very savvy in IT. Recently, I had got a new laptop, and I sent the details of the laptop to a PhD student of mine who's working on Wi-Fi 7. Okay, and I told him, I said, hey, Rajiv, can you imagine when you buy the laptop now, they've already written there it's Wi-Fi 6 enabled, and that means everybody who buys a laptop, doesn't matter who buys it, whether you're a person of biology, chemistry, or whatever it is, you already know what Wi-Fi 6 is. So meaning that technology has grown tremendously, and the options are huge for every person in the world of sports. Okay, so when you look at the IR 4.0 pillars, of course, there are different kind of pillars when you do a Google search. You can see that many entities within them are definitely the IoT. You have cybersecurity, you have cloud computing, big data, something which is very important now for us, that when we go digital on training, is to tap and to get the digital platform to capture data. You see, one of the difficult things when you do things in a physical way, leave alone sports. As a professor of computer science in education itself, teaching, I see that I get to tabulate my students' engagement tremendously more than when I used to meet them physically. See, when I meet them physically and I note it onto their theses and scribble and give it back to them, the next time it comes, they have to give me one hard copy of the old correction and this. Now it's so easy because I just correct it online, and then I can know, hey, last week I gave you this, mark this correction in blue. So the transcending of analytics is very, very clear now. So looking at digital platform engagements for sports is very important for us in embracing this Olympic movement, friendship and excellence and joy of effort and respect will always can and should encompass the IR 4.0. Now, one of the things in sports, there are many things in sports, and there's competition, there's training, there's education, there's engagement, there's soft skills, and so on and so forth. One of the things that I just wanted to share with you today is that is on competitions itself, and looking at it as a pulse of the Olympic movement. Like I told you, when we want to display the Olympic values, one of the things, there are many ways to show the Olympic values. And many a times, if you teach a person, don't be rude, speak well, sometimes they don't understand. Or, especially the current generation, who always needs everything to be substantiated based on a meaning of, substantiated based on evidence base. So when you teach them, it's always good to teach them in action. So one of the areas in looking at the blend between this digitization as well as sports and the Olympic movement, I selected for today just a little bit of a focus on competitions itself and how we leverage on this digital world, which has actually emerged tremendously based on the fact that the pandemic has done it. All right. Okay. So when we look at the cross domain of the IR 4.0 and the world of sports, this is among my favorite photos, both of it. One I was Deputy Chef de Mission of the Southeast Asian Games in 2015 with the current Olympic Council of Malaysia's President, Tan Sri Dato Sri Noza. And that was a fantastic experience walking into the stadium. And when you go as a contingent for a multi-sports game, just as I can imagine as all of them going for Tokyo 2020 Olympics in less than a month, it is a fantastic high-end world of sports experience. Okay, at that time, it is a moment, definitely, I don't know anyone who walks into a stadium with that kind of crowd and you representing your country, you definitely have a kind of joking feeling of inspiration, and it's a very moving moment. And this little boy here is very cute. He is a cute gentleman, and this was one of our hockey programs. I'm Deputy President of the Malaysian Hockey Confederation, and one of my portfolios in the Federation is actually taking care of development itself. So, development is beautiful because you don't work with the the elite athletes, you work with the young ones, the ones you want to pull into sports so that they will become a better human being. I cannot imagine if I was only an academician alone, I would be the person I am. I would never ever want my life to be different. I'm so happy that I'm involved so much in sports, although it has nothing to do with my profession itself, but it has made me into such a person that I'm happy to be who I am. And that's because of sports. It gives me definition, it gives me meaning, and so many things. So this little boy who came, he was very cute. The t-shirt that we got for them had up to XL, and the one he's wearing XL didn't fit him. So, and he didn't want to wear the t-shirt when we kind of put it, my CEO our CEO of MAC put it on him and it was tight. He said, it's very tight, I don't like it. So we, what we did, they told him, I said, no, we have a very famous Malaysian hockey player called Faisal Shari. So we told him in Malay, hey, you look exactly like Faisal Shari now, fitting, fit and all that. And immediately he actually said, okay, I'm wearing the t-shirt. So you see the power of high performance sports relating to the masses to be engaged in that activity is a fabulous and fantastic equation. There is a very high correlation, and bridging this is now very possible with the digital platform. Formerly, it's very difficult for engaging on digital platform because it was never seen as as something very filled with possibilities. Whereas now, It is giving a lot of engagement. Small kids can engage with their role model stars. I love Djokovic, and I just love watching him on social media and seeing how he's resilient. And there's a very beautiful video on Pujo on him, which I think you should watch, which really shows what a resilient person is. So now when you look at this, the power to reflect the Olympic movement using competitions is fantastic. Okay, meaning that a good area to look if you're running sports is definitely to organize a lot of competitions. Okay, and it doesn't have to be high end. But you see, whenever the word comes to competitions, it always appears to be something that's high end. We need to organize, we need to provide transportation, we need to provide a games village, we need to provide food. And that really actually makes life very difficult for any organization or individual, because then nobody wants to compete because it involves a lot of logistics. However, during this pandemic has taught us a lot, because suddenly now people really still want to compete, because it has so much of values in a competition, getting out the best of you and so on, that suddenly the digital platform has now become very prevalent in actually making us a global community in which we will actually compete with each other. All right. Now, when you look at this, I just wanted to share with you a case study on an experience that we have done during the pandemic by the Malaysian Hockey Confederation. Now, you see, this infographic was given by the National Security Council. It has become a very important council now ever since the pandemic, because it is the only sole body that is responsible for monitoring this pandemic recovery, and every possible ruling and sanctioning actually happens by this National Security Council. It's called MKN in Malay. And this infographic is actually a very important infographic and a very meaningful infographic, because it is the infographic that was given out by MKN when the country was going into a phase of recovering from the pandemic into a better phase. But it was a special recognition and permission given by MKN for 3 sports in the country to go on with their competitions, but with very special rulings. One was the National Football League. The other one was ours, hockey, the Tenaga Nasional Berhad. TNB is our National Electricity Board, our main sponsor. So the league is called the Malaysian Hockey League, and the Sepak Takraw League. So the condition of this, when this came out, this is a recognition to sports that you can go on. It is important you carry on, because this is a professional platform. Players and coaches and other entities inside there actually earn an income from that. And this infographic actually tells you that this was one of the pioneering sports, actually, to tell you the truth. Hockey was one of the first to actually organize this. And when we wanted to organize this, there was many questions that were actually came up, was how do we organize the sports during this pandemic? And this COVID is mysteriously so powerful in spreading. So if you do organize an event, the chances of it becoming a national spreader is very high. It's a very big risk. So when we wanted to do this, first thing is, which was of paramount importance to us, was that we did not want to become a national spreader. We wanted to make sure everybody is safe. And the third most important thing, we wanted it to be a possibility so that other events can be organized. You see, if ever we organized it and something went wrong, we would be responsible, and most likely other sports cannot do it as well, including our own sport itself. So our competitions committee, headed by Dato' Anil, did a fantastic job in actually designing this entire competition. and we decided to do it in a bubble form. And the bubble, you can imagine the hockey field is very far away from the hotel. But when we checked about 8 different options of hotels, what we did was we picked the Pullman Hotel located at least about 30 minutes away from the stadium. But that was the sole reason when we checked the hotel, that hotel can actually separate everyone. There's a special entrance for the players, and can you imagine in this bubble, the players, the officials, the bus drivers, the medical people, the technical officials, everybody had to stay in this bubble for almost a month, 20 plus days. Okay, so what we need to do is, and these are all high level teams, because this is our national league, and every team invests nearly about 10 million ringgit into preparing their team. So it's no joke in us preparing the team. We need to provide them what they would have. But the thing is that many people did not understand that, why don't you try staying in your house, locked up, and you cannot go anywhere at all. That's a bubble. Okay, so when you are in this enclosed area, what happens is that the digital platform becomes important, because what on earth is the point in organizing anything if you cannot engage with people, and you cannot engage the feeling or the, how do you get players to actually feel that they matter when they play, or playing in an empty stadium is not an easy thing, and coming in and having a routine kind of, like people say, mental stress and mental health. How do we get this? So one of the things that was very prevalent during this pandemic was that, of course, our broadcasters, which was RTM at that time, and of course Astro has been a keen supporter of hockey. They broadcasted live, but you must imagine, even the broadcasters have to go through swab tests every day if they don't stay in the hotel, in the OB-WAN, and this is for a period of 3+ weeks. All right. And another very interesting thing was that we have one of the teams there, which is called UniKL, which is University Kuala Lumpur, and they're one of our top league teams, and they did something really fantastic in leveraging the digital platform. What they did was they actually had their own team. They wrote to Malaysian Hockey and asked for permission, and they got their own media team, about 4 to 5 of them, using very high powered cameras, and they live stream all of their matches. Okay, and you can imagine their streaming was good, the quality was good. So now, because of this pandemic and the digital world, now there is a possibility created by UniKL to engage with their spectator or their fan base, not having to use high technology like 8 cameras, you need a scaffolding to have the angle. This was from one angle, but it got a fantastic engagement alongside with our live telecast that was given by a professional company. So you see here, this is a gradient of digital platforms engaging within the sports bubble. Okay, I think I've got another 5 minutes more. I will be rounding up soon. So the other one is the concept of online training in sports. Okay, one is competition, and we're still in the competition line. We have our National Hockey Development Program, which involves almost 3,000 kids across the country. We have 94 centers in every of the Malaysian states, and we have nearly 188 coaches. Now, this is talking about grassroots. This is not talking about high end. Our national hockey team during the lockdown train online, and it's fantastic to see our national coaches like Arul, Wallace, Megat, Nasihin engage with the players. You can imagine having to sit in front of your camera, and even the players. This is why people need to respect these athletes a lot, because if you're doing online learning, you just need a stationary laptop. Okay, and the stationary laptop, you just look, okay, and all applications are there. When you do sports, you need to position that so the camera can see you, and that's a video on. You see, this is another reason why I never make my students in class actually switch on their videos, and not for anything. I trust them very much. That's the first element. But the second most important thing, it eats up your bandwidth. so much. So, but now in sports, your camera needs to be on. All right. And when you look at it, so what we did was that our NHDP team came up with this idea that to do a MCO challenge. All right. And this picture is very meaningful because this girl happens to be in her home, and you can see the different kind of videos, which I think throughout the world has happened very miraculously well, that people have been very creative. But you see, this is the driving thing that we need to understand, that the digital platform is making. On a normal day, to tell you the truth, if this pandemic didn't happen, I don't think our national technical director, Paul Revington, would be able to see this video, see this kid do this. Because for us, you have to go there. That was the old dimension of thought. The new paradigm of shift is basically actually engaging with people online. All right. And this is a session with all their parents and the kids, explaining about the program, because the parents need to be involved now because they're all locked up in the house. So the parents need to help with the video, the parents need to help with the data plan, the parents need to understand why their kids need to change their house into a hockey training pitch. So many engagements are also needed. Okay, and the other very important phenomenon that has happened in this digital run is, you can see Daphne here, you're one of our speakers. In the event, a very new phenomenon that has started is the global competition platform. That's a terminology I have just given, because one of the things that happen with digital is it becomes borderless and becomes global completely. So you see now, if you were to take a quick search on Google and you put virtual round, you can see hundreds of things done. And on social media, I'm sure you can see hundreds of people actually posting the medals that have been posted to them. Because, you know, people who do marathons have become a self-achiever itself. So when you move it to the virtual run, you know, like our Malaysian Olympian Association, in conjunction with the 23rd of June Olympic Day, combined with this organization, which is called the Malaysian Olympism in Action, and they organized a run with Olympians for Olympism itself. They did this completely online, and it was truly a very, very meaningful event, and I give them all recognition and credit, because they organized it so well, because they made them run in a team. That's the Olympic movement. That's the digital platform making it possible. Instead of everybody having to physically go to one place, although everybody is in their own house, everybody ran their own race, but they were put together as a team. You see, I had a medical doctor friend of mine who loves running marathons, and she texted me, she said, hey, it's very difficult to get into this run because they need to form a team. And these guys are very close to me, so they asked me to do a small video, just, you know, telling them about this run. So when my friend saw me saying about that run, she wanted to join in the run, and told me, it can't be run alone. So I told her, that's the beautiful thing about the Olympic movement. You got to work together. You got to do it. So you see, the run successfully pushed the Olympic movement using the digital platform. But a thing that we all need to be very careful of now is especially governing bodies like National Sports Association, State Sports Association. You know, our events like World Cup, Olympics, National Championship, we are custodians of it, and we are the ones who give it all value. That means if you become a national Olympic or national record holder, it happens in the national event. But today, without us realizing, because of this digital world, it is moving fantastically fast, and people are enjoying competing themselves with other people from other countries on this virtual platform. And that is gaining momentum far faster than if we were to control the competitions the way we do in order to advocate quality. So if you look at this, quality for us, the national governing body, means the best. Today, the definition of the best is becoming very open. Something like if you look at the American Idol, you know, and then The Voice. In India, I enjoy watching with my mom the Super Singers. It's fantastic because everybody, any corner of the world, will have an opportunity if they can do or sing very well and come. So if you look at the entertainment industry, it is already becoming global. And people are gaining because when the public engage into that event, it doesn't matter who's custodian of that event will be given the greatest of honor. So coming to the Olympic Value Education Program, this is our president, Dato Sri Noza. And
sorry, ma'am, time please, time limit.
Okay, sure. I'm already in my last 2 slides. Thank you, Suraj. Okay, so in the OVAP, the Olympic Value Education Program, we conducted this online, and Daphne was part of our instructors. She was one of the main instructors, in fact. And quite honestly, I'm looking forward to her talk because I was really shocked at how she got 200 over kids who are below 12 years of age to actually engage and move completely on the digital platform. She was fantastic at it, and that's one of the Olympic Value Education Program. So coming to conclusion, what are the open issues when you look at leveraging digital platforms in making the Olympic movement become a reality for us, a stronger reality for us? The first thing which is very important, everybody will have to strike a balance to define what is important. Meaning that if you are still a very regimented person in physical activities, because I myself cannot imagine sports going online, but today you look at the possibilities of sports going online is fantastic. There will be a very clear need of paradigm shift for coaches. There are still some coaches who just do not want to engage online because they just think that this is just because of COVID. So we will need that to happen as well. And we will need to have an ecosystem that needs to be re-engineered, especially taking into account the new costs like data plan, equipment, and things which we can actually partner and customize it so that it becomes more affordable and reachable towards all walks of life. And there must be a strong partnership with sports governing bodies, meaning that when we have global ambassadors and global competitions, they will need to actually become close to the national sports governing body or state or the governing body to give it its respective sanctioning that needs. So someday maybe we won't even, we might have, competitions of high level happening every single day, and we don't have to wait for once a year for that. And that's very possible through the digital platform. So with that, thank you very much for giving me this platform and for sharing this experience with you. Dr. Subra?
Thank you so much, Shamila ma'am. There must be some connectivity issue, Dr. Shubhra.
Okay. Shall I move on to the next one?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, right. Okay, excellent. Okay.
Thank you for giving a wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. So maybe we will take question and answer session at the end.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, definitely.
Okay, so I think we will move on to the next session. Let me just stop my slide. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm very happy to chair the next session number 1. And it's my honor to invite Professor Rosita Ampoyas Hermani from Philippines. Professor, are you there?
Hello.
Hi, Professor. Good to see you.
Good to see you again. We've been together for quite long. I think we started seeing each other in the webinar.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Big honor, Professor, having you here today. Let me quickly just give an introduction for everyone to get to know you. So Professor Rosita Ampoyas has a PhD, is from the faculty of CNU, the former chair of Kinesthetic Department, is also a quality assurance officer of the College of Arts and Science, School of Sciences, director of the Center for Well-Being Certified Wellness Coaches, also a certified yoga instructor and a certified ISO lead auditor. Professor Roshita, my good friend, I would be very honored if you could take the floor now, please.
Thank you, Professor Shamala. Thank you for the kind introduction. I would like just to greet everyone, all the participants. I think we're almost 100 plus right now. And of course, I would like to acknowledge the rest of the organizing committee in this webinar. And I would like also to recognize Professor Rajesh. I think he knew what I'm going through right now, but thank God, I was able to manage it and present it, because yesterday and last Monday I texted him that I'm having a medical condition right now, but I will try, since this is my advocacy, to give a talk and to give also share what I have researched and experienced in this time of pandemic, as far as making our society more active towards a healthy society. I would like also to acknowledge a good friend of mine who's with me right now. He's connected in the PSC and MSU Marawi. Sir, hello, my good friend, Sir Henry Daot. And of course, I would like also to acknowledge Professor Lordinio Vergara of the PNU Philippines. So without further ado, may I present to you how the Philippines right now embracing the Olympic 2020. In fact, this is my way of how I took some, readings and at the same time research regarding the challenges and opportunities when it comes to making our society more healthy and active, particularly in this time of pandemic. Even now, we are still, favoring of the vaccine to make us more healthy, as far as the government, making us pushing us to be more vaccinated. But even until now, I'm waiting for my turn. Now, what I'm be talking to you is about the what we have been through as far as the challenges of the. I know Sir Henry could talk about it later on, as far how the PSC was really struggled, and even I'm into the teaching physical education as far as my university and share right now of my department of making not just my students, but making also at part of my advocacy, my society to be more healthier this time. So the abstract of my study is about the pervasive impact of this COVID-19 has really affected every sports and the PE around the world. So the gaps and challenges in the Philippines sports arena educational system have been exposed, including our poor technological classroom. In fact, Professor Shamala was really a vivid talk to this vividly, how the digital approach right now in sports. And of course, in fact, we even until now, though we're still doing our best to be able to deliver both coaching, digital, yet we are still we are still having experiencing a poor infrastructure and a biases in every person classroom and a gym teaching of physical activity and sports. And, rather than efficient use of the online technology and resources. And in fact, the crisis has brought opportunities for me to reflect about this. Now, there were many lessons have come out of many responses. Okay, the impact of innovations, refinement of the approaches are very effective determinants of the resiliency of the Philippine Sports Commission and the higher education and the rest of the PE teachers and coaches are effective determinants of what we call being a resilience. Okay. Now, this article that I'm going to present to you tackles the emerging opportunities behind the higher education and sports, okay, physical education, embracing our 2021 encountered challenges during towards the health and active society at this height of pandemic. Now, to continue, COVID-19 pandemic has, I think we're aware of this, that billions, okay? With the estimated of 1.57 billions and 90% of the world's student population in more than 119 countries, as far as the report of the UNESCO. So from the primary up to the tertiary education and sectors which really closed down at the height of the pandemic and now utilize different practices and approaches to mitigate to mitigate rather the effect to continue the learning process and even the coaching process in this upcoming Olympic. Now, the lockdown really of the learning institution has been considered as a massive threat in the history of education, even in sports. In fact, according to the Johns Hopkins University and Southeast Asian Health Ministry, COVID tracked last September 20th of 2020 reported that our country, okay, still ranked on the 5th in the Southeast Asian countries in terms of the number of infections. And right now we're dealing with a variant. Despite this report, the education and the sports sector still push for our school reopening of the classes and even the bringing our athletes to this upcoming Olympic. Okay. Now, as far as the issues and the gaps in PN sports, so I think again, the number one issues there is the pandemic really leads us to change a different life dimension. Studying and staying at home, okay, for us and for our students, and the work and home skin force really us or individual to adapt the situation tediously. Though I know that some of us were able to adapt and were able to have a good routine already in dealing this online teaching and even coaching. Now, the changes in the academic routine and the physical education really causes university students and even the faculty. It has been exacerbated pre-existing mental disorder, not just, of course, the physical inactivity, but of course, it was a big fight as far as the mental illness worldwide. And there is a call for urgent courses for the public to help, to take some action regarding on this. Okay, now, in fact, sports, in the 2020, on the height of the pandemic or on the start of the pandemic, it was a top one for the local sports. Okay, so as continued from the field, the impact of the coronavirus, that all sports training were freeze. So from the local, from our school, from the intramurals up to the national games. But despite the challenges, the PSC, okay, and including the higher education has been able to produce results in accordance with its given mandate. Now, sports awareness just to push, the society to fight the physical inactivity. For our sports awareness comprised of the efforts of the social media, okay, the use of technology, the radio, and the print of goings on the country's sporting push amidst the pandemic and holding a various online fora to shore up into the grassroots and the elite up to the elite sports mission vision. And sports accessibility, so the agency, among other things, further highlighting the gender equality was also there. And of course, the women empowerment, okay, were also given, at some point essence through the programs like the ongoing web series of what we call the Rise Up and the Shape Up. Okay, so this is what we're pushing through right now in order to make and to fight sedentary lifestyle. So if you have noticed, the WHO here are giving us what we call the campaign to at least, I hope that some participants are listening with me right now. We started the program. Please take a break, okay, since you're trying to, making your camera off. As far as WHO giving us at least 3 to 4 minutes break to do some walking around and do some, physical activity and do some stretching. So rise up and shape up. All right. Now, in the physical education, because I am more into teaching a physical education, okay, so physical education, the higher education institution have really utilized different forms. In fact, Professor Shamala were deliberately a while ago giving us a very good, how we shift, okay, different forms as to mitigate in addressing different debacles, okay? Now, thus, the varied responses of our higher education institution produce a variety of recommendations. Now, none the use of technology to do the asynchronous delivery framework and recommendation to scaffold the use of synchronous platform, even our coaches, because some of our, students who are, we're also not to stop our sports program in our university. We're also doing some coaching where these students so that they can be able to, pursue, okay, with the sports program that we had. Okay, so we still do this one, the synchronous and asynchronous training for them. So measures like remote learning, okay, are also considered. So mail and courier system, okay, as to our modules were there. And of course, in fact, some of the university are also doing a lot of modules and sending also to our players in the university thought for those who have lack access to the internet connection and even the gadgets. Now, for us as PE teachers, and of course, some of us become coaches. Teachers face coaches different difficulties, and I think we have experienced all of this. In fact, the readiness is a significant factor in integrating into technology and new modality in this digital education. Factors like experience and the use of technology, very simple of the use of the Google Classroom, even up to now, I'm still learning of it. And then other types of, the learning management system in delivering. But yes, even until now, I still have do the bias of traditional approaches. And as far as as I gathered all the data in interview, approaches and teachers' confidence affect their readiness in this type of coaching at the same time teaching physical education. Now, from the adjustment to technology, the new work environment, as noted by the fact that our teachers and coaches would really compete to their family. Yes, I know that some of you now, it's almost noon time. You're about to have, your what we call as your lunch. So I think some of us are mother like me, okay, like listening, you're making now your laptop like a radio, okay, which are trying to, while listening, you're also doing a lot of household chores. So those are, some of the experiences to compete with our taking care also of our children. So the objective of this study is really is that to this paper is the analysis draw upon the emerging opportunities from the drawbacks that we have experienced since the onset of the pandemic even until now. Okay, experience we are government owned, since I am from a university government owned and funded higher education institution, including the Philippine Sports Commission embracing the Olympic 2020 and the new standard of coaching at the same time learning delivery of our physical education to make our society more healthy and become active. So what are the emerging opportunities despite the crisis, despite of all the the difficulties that we have experienced in this current crisis? So the current crisis allow individuals to embrace the multi-dimensional, whether it's why multi-dimensional, it's from the spiritual up to the social, mental, physical, environmental, and up to the financial, okay, approaches that we re-experience and that we really have to debuckle it. So our higher education and the Sports Commission came out with the experiments to test different opportunities. So the crisis allow us to revisit of the approaches and exploration of a certain practices neglected and deemed impossible before. Okay. So as far as our commission higher education system of the countries undergo litmus tests, but even until now that only our medical schools and medical students, particularly the fourth year or into the practicum right now, were given the permission to have the face-to-face classes, but the rest stay on free. So go onto the online classes. Through these educational sector responses are dependent on the government's decision, institution can introduce the idiosyncratic responses. Now, the primary strategies are aimed to protect the health of our educational stakeholders and enhance the capacity to continue to provide education and even sports coaching even to the most remote areas towards a healthy society. All right, as far as the PSC is concerned, last April 29, 2020, the PSC have announced that they will cancel all the sporting events until December of 2020 to comply with the government directives that really prohibit the mass gathering of the events. Okay. Now, if the school stops, also our sports also announced, okay, that there is a, to freeze all of this. Now, the PSC sports opportunities that able to have it in order to, to embrace the Olympic 2020 is that the opportunities, despite the budget limitations given to us, because first and foremost, the priorities is really for the, even until now, the vaccine and the health of, of our society, okay, now to fight this COVID. So the PSA were able to provide allowances for our national team members. And I think the rest of my group, particularly Professor Henry, could also elaborate this one. Now, The PSC broke down into the report of the accomplishments for the 2020 to 6 categories, namely. So from the sports government, sports awareness, sports accessibility, sport linkages, and institutionalizing the sports, the Philippine Sports Institute, or what we call the PSI, and the PSI, the last is the coronavirus calamity efforts. So that's one of the best opportunities that the PSC was able to came out. Okay. Now the pandemic also has made we the Filipinos, PE teachers and coaches, very productive despite of what we're going through. So with this, in fact, you're one of it, and all of us participants here were able to benefit. The increased number of training, the wider coverage of participation in PE and sports certification program. So in fact, there are a lot of the massive online courses, not just only for the sports certification program, but of course it increases us, PE teacher in our profession. So like in other countries, the number of the frequency of the training and instruction on introducing the new pedagogical approaches and coaching and ICT skills up to what we call the intellectual property and even to the data privacy. Because right now, this is one of the biggest issue right now. Now, the online training engagements, such as the webinars that we're having right now and the live telecasts have really increased the number of participation. So most training and conferencing application can accommodate over 100 attendees like this. So unlike before that we have to spend that much in going to India, and Professor Rajesh and in fact Professor Shamala knew this. Okay, going to the Philippines, going somewhere, but right now it's just a text away, it's just an email away that I have to be here. Right, Professor Shamala? Yes. All right. So another opportunities is that we have is the viability of the online learning management system for us PE teachers, while sports awareness was there also. So the poor internet accessibility and adequate technology resources hinder a lot of our students and athletes from taking advantage of this remote learning. And of course, and implied that some of our students, teachers, athletes and coaches still prefer the print materials. Yes, basically, because of the very low internet connection and limiting their knowledge, effectiveness, and resourcefulness of the time. So however, this pandemic compelled the teachers and the coaches, even the athletes and the students to adapt the new learning technologies. Whether you like it or not, you have to like it to be in this digital platform. As noted by the increase of the internet subscription and purchase of the gadgets and tools for the online learning. Okay, so presumably the current crisis gave us the glimpse of the future of the new unusual way of schooling and coaching. All right. Now to continue. So another is that the sports governance of what we call the Philippines Sports Commission. Now the PSC has continued discussion even until now with the Department of Education's. Okay, you know how we're going to help them, okay, with our students, and the budget development as well as the registrator that really led to the enactment of this Republic Act for our National Academy of Sports Law. All right, another opportunities, seeing the benefits community interhab for the PE and sports accessibility. Now, again, let's go back to the digital, okay, world and what we call as a so-called digital approaches. Now, information technology can be a form of community empowerment. In fact, it was mentioned also by Professor Shamala. Okay, empowerment. We're in remote communities in the country have a low zero internet connectivity even until now. Students from the lower income areas decreased their online learning participation as pandemic continued, though we have the module and we have the materials printing. Still, it's a battle for them as far as learning of the physical education is concerned. Now, establishing the internet on the online hub. So some of the universities here were able to establish, internet hub, internet cafe, wherein our teachers, our students, our athletes could be able to download the materials and for them to be able to continue the learning, and of course, our athletes to be able to, be the process of doing a lot of training, okay, using the module. All right. So wherein while others have devices, they have difficulty adapting the new software, okay, and particularly in our sports coaching. Now, another thing is, though it's a crisis, yet it's an opportunity, strengthening the school psychosocial, okay, health PE program and sports mental awareness. Yes, exactly. Okay, the eco-anxiety is looming issue, especially that the country often encounters climate and environment-related disasters. Okay, so aside from the pandemic, the country has really braced the typhoon. Okay, previous a month ago. Okay, that the country is also we're in, just like the other parts of the world, that only the coronavirus crisis exacerbated some of the existing mental disorders. It has also triggered prevalent comorbid symptoms brought about by other countries. Now, the current situation has really led academic institutions to initiate the health reform. So our guidance and counseling services have been looked into the welfare of our teachers and of course supporting staff, that from time to time we have the online call. Okay, if we think you need someone to talk to, so we're open of it. And especially in fact, the same, I think, with what we call as the PSC, they also establish, a psychosocial support for our athletes, as far as Katrina, one of the sports psychologists in the PSC, is concerned. Now, the pandemic serves as an eye-opener to the institutions and pivotal point for organization digitization. Now, beside the lobbying for the increase of the internet connectivity, telehealth was there, as I mentioned a while ago, and must be part of the investment of the package of this, in embracing what we call the pandemic, and embracing also what we call Olympic 2020. Now, there was also intensification of PE and sports cross-sector collaboration. So with this, the COVID crisis opened opportunities for partnership, complementarity, and sharing of the knowledge, resources, and capabilities between the public and the private stakeholders. Reaching out to the new companies based on the emerging needs, create a better partnership that enables expertise. So schools partnership, telecommunication, TV and radio, and local government units to accommodate our students and athletes who live in the remote places. Now, for the sports agency, for one, partner with the Games and Amusement Board and the Department of Health is in creating a guidelines to the conduct of physical and sports activities during the pandemic. So which pave way for the leagues like the Philippine Basketball Association, at the same time Philippine Football League, to what we call stage tournament. All right. Now, another is that pedagogical and practical innovation in PE and sports abound to mitigate the gaps and challenges in order to make our society active and healthy. So in fact, the current research and alternative learning is really filled with essential data and recommendation to address these gaps at the present moment of physical education and sports crisis, the future challenges. Now, needless to say that the current situation is full of learning experiences that can really facilitate physical education and sports innovation and transformation. Okay, now for conclusion, from the crisis emerged different opportunities and worthy of reflection. In my point of view, as far as the higher education institutions, together with the Philippine Sports Commission through PE and sports innovation, by managing existing resources and introducing novel schemes that we can be considered the best practices right now in mitigating alternative learning challenges, just to be with the Olympic 2021. While on the negative side of it, the pandemic has been considered a massive threat in the Philippine education history, society, sedentary lifestyle, and sports arena on the positive note. The various debacles to explore alternative educational institutions and Sports Commission to explore alternative learning system and sports innovation. The PE online learning, an option before the pandemic, is now a dominant learning platform. Okay, sports. It is undeniable that alternative learning platforms are accentuating and promising learning management system that the government higher education institution must adopt a learning system, develop a long-term utilization and traditional learning platforms. So what we have right now, what we're practicing right now is just for a short-term program, but it's a long-term program already. Now, before I'm going to end, let me say to you from the word coming from our sports commissioner, Ramirez, we are ready. We are adding 100 athletes, okay, as was reported this week report, 100 athletes as we are now having foreign training despite the pandemic. So to all the professors who are listening right now and wellness advocate, it's still our big fight to keep our society more physically literate towards an active and healthy society. Best of luck for everyone. And thank you for your time and listening. Good afternoon. Oh, good morning, still in India.
Thank you so much, Prof. Rosita. What a beautiful talk you've given. And it's amazing to see the Philippines' effort to have 100 athletes in foreign countries during the pandemic. That's fantastic. So thank you so much. It was a beautifully elaborated talk, giving many ideas on how, physical education is the direct, what is this point of reference for us to see how sports can actually move towards the dimensions, right? Because it encompasses two. One is actually the sporting activity itself, and second, the teaching of the sports and sports science itself. So I think with that, I'd like to say thank you very much, Prof. Rosita. I don't see any questions on the chat. So maybe if you have any questions, you could write it to in the chat, and we can also forward it to Prof. Rosita shortly, right? Okay, so thank you very much, Prof. Rosita. We'll move on to the next speaker. Ms. Daphne Ng. Daphne, are you there? We just give her 2 minutes. I think she must be there. Oh, can the host please unmute Miss Daphne?
Oliko Center is there. I think it's his talk.
Okay, Daphne, would it be okay if we move to Prof. Oleg first? If Prof. Oleg is okay?
Daphne ma'am, are you there?
She's there. She's written on the chat there, but she said she can't unmute.
Okay, Shobit sir, can you please help her out? Dr. Shobit? Just give us a minute.
Yeah, sure. No problem. I think this one probably is at the admin side, I think.
Yes, hi.
Okay, excellent.
But then now I can't start my video.
Okay, just give a minute. Let's see whether they'll enable it or not. Do you get that message, Daphne, that that the host has unmuted you?
Yes, I can speak now. I think you can hear, but then for the start the video, I can't start my video because the host has stopped it.
Okay. I think they will enable it now.
Just give us a minute.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Dev, do you want to start First, while they are working, can I introduce you?
Yes, sure. I can just start first since I can show my screen.
Okay, what I'll do is I will introduce you first. So,
sure.
a warm welcome, Daphne. So to all the participants and speakers, Daphne Ng happens to be one of the icons of sports in Malaysian sports. She was a former national badminton player and has done very well academically in from the University of Malaya, both having a degree and a master's of sports science. She is also the head coach and co-founder of Duo Sports Badminton Academy. She works a lot with the Olympic Council of Malaysia on our Olympic Value Education program and has plenty to share with all of her programs that she does with people ranging from kids, small kids, right up to celebrities in her badminton academy. So without wasting any more time, I am very excited to hear what Ms. Daphne Ng has to share with us. Daphne?
Right, thanks, Prof. Shamala, for the great introduction, and also thanks for all the opportunities that you have rendered to me and a lot of athletes in Malaysia. You are truly an inspiration to all of us. Secondly, thanks Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies. Thanks for organizing this great platform for all of us to share, and this signifies the value of Olympics. And this is how we all share our ideas together and create champions from there. So everyone out there, happy day to you. I hope you had a great start of your day, and everyone else across the world, thank you for being with us. And I probably think you are a bit lethargic now. So let's have a positive clap first for 5 times so that we are all freshened up for the next session and next few sessions that I believe there are a lot of great ideas from all other experts across the world. So I know you can't see me, but it's okay. Let's all just raise our hand side to side and do 5 times of positive clap. Inhale and exhale as you clap along, just 5 times. And if you can speed up the next 5 times, after that 5 times, you'll feel great. All right, so I'm doing, but you can't see me, but I'm glad that a lot of you are also doing from your video. Fantastic. You see, every time I attend a conference or a talk physically, right? Every time after a presenter presented, we all move around, clap some hands, and even say thank you to people. But through this online platform, everyone is just typing in, thank you, or some don't even bother. And there's no claps or probably there are some cyber claps. So we are all in activity, and which is why Olympic values is more important now than ever. All right, so so a little introduction about myself. I love sports. I love badminton since I was young. I represented Malaysia. I trained with Dato' Lee Chong Wei, and I actually participated in India Open in Hyderabad in 2010. I played against Saina Nehwal, it was really a great experience playing in the stadium with the crowd, with Indian supporters, and all of you are just fantastic towards your support for sports. So after quitting the sport due to injuries, I proceed my journey as a coach. I'm based in Kuala Lumpur, and I also had the opportunity to feature on the Milo packaging as an icon to youths or kids, so that they are inspired to make sports part of their life. And the last picture was actually one of my greatest moments as a coach, where I actually helped the deaf athletes in the Deaflympic Games in Turkey, winning the silver medal in the games. So despite their disability of hearing, they actually fought so hard. And in fact, they are just like all of us, it's just that they communicate in different language. So the last 3 photos below are actually opportunities that I had to participate in Olympic education program. So the first one on the left, I was actually selected by Nifisa International Academy to participate in the Olympic sports program, where they actually shared about the preparation prior to this Tokyo Olympics in 2016. And the next one was actually National Olympic Academy, where I further my knowledge on Olympic values and the significance of it to make it the practice of our daily lives. And the last one, I actually represented Olympic Council of Malaysia to the 7th Youth Chinese Olympic Camp, where 14 different countries representative actually participated together in this program. And we discussed how to bring Olympic values to its highest level and to be practiced in the community today. So today's objective or sharing is actually, I would like to empower you through the Olympic values and also how to apply it into our daily lives as an individual, not necessarily as an athlete or a coach, but as an individual. So have you all come across that, or anyone actually thought that a javelin thrower can stop war? Or have anyone thought that enemies from different nations can actually come together and become friends? I'm pretty sure this have not come about back then, but then back in the ancient Olympics in Olympia, where just now Prof. Dr. Shamala has actually shared, this happened. So that's why from back then, the power of this Olympic truce is to promote peace and international understanding. And until today, despite the pandemic that we are all facing all around the world, we are still sticking to the same objective, the same goal, which is to promote peace and international understanding. So there are 3 core values of Olympism or Olympic values. And I'm pretty sure that if you follow Prof. Shamala's session just now, or even you have heard about it. So excellence, friendship, and respect are 3 main core values. But a lot of us always wonder, hey, I'm not an Olympian. Why should I? There's nothing to do with me. Or I'm not a sports person. There's nothing to do with me. Or if you're a parent, I'm not the one doing the thing. Why should I do it? But the fact is that excellence is something that we all want to achieve in life. It applies to all of us. Throughout my entire journey in sports or even in life, I've never heard any individual that said, I don't want to be successful. I just want to live my life. I just want to sleep as much as I can. I've never heard of this. Every individual wants to achieve the best in life. They enjoy the joy and the satisfaction of achieving something. And that is excellence. This excellence is not only achieved as an athlete, but it is also a goal for any individual, wherever you are in this world. So having a goal-driven, or many of us know about goals, and everyone says, hey, you got to set a goal. Goal setting is important. But goal getting is even more important. Being goal-driven is the most important to achieve one's personal best. And this is what Olympic Games can teach us, can guide us, and make this the philosophy of our life. It all starts from ourselves and also at the start of our day. If you wake up and you have a thought that this entire day is going to be bad, and what do you think your day is going to be? It's going to be not going to be a good day. But if you start the day and you say, I feel good, I feel great, and I can guarantee your day is going to be awesome, right? Secondly, the ability to have self-control. This is what's happening with our athletes today, our students today, our youth today. What is the biggest distraction? So since COVID, I've actually worked with a lot of youth athletes, and there are a lot of athletes that opt to quit the sport. And why? Because distraction. The biggest distraction today is our phone. It's the games. It's not sleeping enough, but playing games, not enough training, and say in the end of the day, I don't like the sport anymore. I just want to quit. I don't want to study anymore because they are so into gaming and they just don't want to do what they are supposed to do anymore. Technology is good, like just now what Prof. Shamala said, like just now what other professors have acknowledged. Technology is good, but if it's used in the wrong way, it's going to be harmful and it's going to be bad. We lose our direction in life. And the third thing about excellence is staying focused and determined to get better each day. So if you have read or heard about this tiny gains aggregation, right? So this was applied by the Brit cycling team. So, you know, in 110 years, this team has only won 1 gold medal until they changed a new performance director, Dave Brailsford. he came in and he actually encouraged to look into improvement 1% a day in the cycling team. So he joined the team in 2003. And remember, for 110 years, the team have only won one medal, to the fact that even the manufacturer of the bicycle, right, they don't want to sell the bike to the team because they say that it can actually make the business bad because the team is just not performing and underperforming. But so when this coach came in, he did a magic to the team. He kind of changed the fate of it by just practicing progress for 1% a day. And they call it the tiny gain aggregation, where you focus on progressing 1% in every area of it. So the details of it, he actually went into it to the extent as the bicycle seat. They modified it so that it is more comfortable to sit. It gives them a better position to ride. And imagine, look at what? In 2008 Beijing Olympics, the team actually dominated 60% of the gold medal. And in 2012 London Olympic, they set and raised the bar to 7 Olympic records and 9 world records. So they actually break the 110 years unachievement in bicycle by just practicing, looking into progress 1% a day. So these 3 goals are something that every individual, whether you're a student, you're a coach, that you want to help inspire your athletes to be the best they can be, or whether you are a parent that wants to keep your motivation high to encourage your kid to continue to pursue what they like, whether it is in music, art, or mathematics, to be the best they can be. So if you have this mindset instilled in them since young, they will grow up to live a more fulfilling life. So the second value that is highlighted in the Olympic values is friendship. So friendship is actually what Dr. Jensen, he is actually a risk expert. So he kind of like study what's next 5 years, what's next 10 years, what's going to happen, and what's something that we can all be prepared better so that we can take precaution of it. And he shared with me what is the most important thing moving forward is collaboration. So collaboration is something that comes from friendship. Why we are all here today, amazing, 1,000 people from various countries, we all gather on this platform today. So this is what we call, it grows from friendship. That means we are all friends first, and then we collaborate and make this pre-Olympic series a great one where everyone can learn together and be better to promote sports and culture and make peace in this world. So the same thing if you rely on sports. At first, we are all rivals. We compete among each other. When I was a badminton player, I'm from a little state called Penang. So all my friends, we are all competing among each other. Under the age group of under 12, under 15, under 18, we all compete among each other. We are rivals. I want to win you. But when it comes to games, if there's team event, we are united as teammates. We help one another. We train with one another. We help each other to improve our weakness and build our strength. The same, how are you going to apply it in university, right? You are all university students. Your future is very, very, very big and very, very bright, right? So how are you going to help your friends who are weaker in studies? You don't look down on them. You help them. You help them. You inspire them to be a better version of themselves. And that's where friendship comes in. So I realized in today's world, a lot of people are in an isolated position. We are all in our own homes. We cannot go out, and we are all keeping a lot of things to ourselves, and which is why mental health is one of the biggest things happening in today's world, because we don't share with our friends, we don't talk to our friends, we are shy to even ask a helping hand with our friends. So these Olympic Games is still happening in Tokyo Olympics, and the meaning of it is to bring different nations closer together and different culture. We get to learn together, and of course, we unite together at the Games Village and in these Olympic Games. So the third thing about friendship, that something that we can all apply through this main value of friendship, is communication. One of the biggest problem of conflicts, why do conflicts happen? Conflicts happen when there is poor communication. Whether you're a student, or an athlete, and a coach, or whether you are a student and your lecturer, whether you are a kid and your parent, whether you are a seller and a buyer, everything, anything, problems happens from poor communication. I have personally come across people asking me for help through WhatsApp without a greeting of hi, without a greeting of good day to you, without a greeting of good morning. It just said, can you give me this? Someone that I'm not close with, okay? There's no hi, there's no thank you, there's no how are you, there's nothing, for example. And I need to highlight that your organizing team is amazing. I can feel your sincereness and your kindness from your emails. You all start with respected ma'am, respected sir. Thank you for having me here today. I am so proud to be part of this because this communication make me feel so proud just from the communication. How many of you as students, when you write to your lecturer, dear sir, I hope you are well. I hope you're staying strong, I hope you're staying positive. Can you help me with this assignment? Write properly, say thank you. How many of you, when you speak to your parents, when they give you a ride to a university or for practice, after coming down from the car, you said, thanks dad, see you later. How many? You just go down. If you didn't end the conversation well, just slam the door. That's the biggest problem with today is don't talk. And what about with friends? The same thing, right? But of course, you can be jovial sometimes and that, but communication is one of the most important things that we would probably sometimes neglect it. And the last thing, the last value is about respect. Okay, so my mom always tell me, if you want the way people treat you, treat people nicely. All right. So if you learn to respect someone, then others will respect you. It's always a two-way respecting each other, right? So, and this begins with you, right? If you don't talk to people nicely, don't respect people, don't respect people's culture, don't respect people's music, don't respect people's dance, don't respect people's architecture, you condemn or you criticize more than that, do you think people will respect you? No. So this is something that we have to plant it in us, learn to respect others, and then you will be respected the way how you respect them. Number two, we talk about sustainability, right? So everyone kind of like probably think that respect comes only in sports, right? So you can be rivals on ground where you actually challenge one another, and then off ground, that means look at these two runners. So after the finishing line, after the race, then they probably be good friends and they could be friends until today after the run, right? But it applies to every one of us. And when I talk about sustainability, I'm talking about respecting the environment. So respect, so I have to praise Japan. So Tokyo Olympics, a lot of the things that they are building is all from recycling. So for example, the medals, right? The medals that you're going to win in the Tokyo Olympics is actually made of used mobile phones. They recycle it and then they make medals. So sustainability is everyone's responsibility. If everybody play your role and your part to recycle things, and then your grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren will have a chance to enjoy what you are enjoying today. So if you learn, if you are responsible to keeping the track clean and well, then your great-grandchildren will also have a chance to run on that track that you are running today at your university. So sustainability, respect the sustainability and the environment, right? So the third one is celebrate cultural differences. So okay, for example, right, in this very difficult pandemic now, so everyone has different views, right, on a lot of things, perception. And if you follow the world news, every nation have their own views, ideas, solution, and we kind of have a different, like we envy why other places can open up. For example, this is my personal view, all right? So I'm from Malaysia. So I see my friend, I'm happy for them, but I kind of like, hey, can we be better, right? So this kind of perception is quite common. But in the Tokyo Games, right, because we are promoting peace and everyone goes there for one mutual understanding, which is sports. We are practicing professionalism. We will quarantine, we will follow the rules, and we respect whatever rules that is set by the Tokyo Olympics organization or the IOC. All right, so these three core values of Olympism can be practiced in so many ways, and it starts from you. All right, next, I'm going into the 5 educational themes of the Olympism, right? So as you can see from just now what Prof. Shamalat has actually shared, 3 core values, and there's underlying 5 educational themes of Olympism. So the first one is joy of effort. So just to simplify joy of effort, I am a coach. When my student was trying to hit a shot, kid 5 years old, right? I cheer for him, not when he successfully hit it. I cheer and I told him, you can do it when he keeps trying to hit it. So because I know that is more important in life, whereby you keep trying, and you have the courage to keep trying to achieve that success. It applies to the same thing where I see some parents only celebrate their kids' achievement when they can ride the bicycle without falling. But why don't you cheer for your kid when they fall and they stand up again, they fall and they stand up again? So, and at the end of the day, whatever the end result, you appreciate the joy of effort, and it's very satisfaction, and it's very satisfactory. So the next thing is fair play. To simplify fair play, back then in the ancient Greek time, fair play is actually strongly highlighted, whereby if back then, if you were to cheat to win and they caught you, you will be fined a large amount of money. And why? So with that money, they will actually engrave your name on one of the statue in Olympia, so that generations can see that, hey, you actually cheat in the game. This is how serious they look into cheating and taking drugs to win games. So in today's society, if you follow the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games, the officials, a coach and a player will actually come out to read the oath. So that's where you will actually participate honestly with highest integrity. And how do you apply this in university? When everyone is going online, don't cheat if you have online exams. Be honest, man. All right. So next one, pursuit of excellence. There's one thing from these Olympic values that will teach kids or teach you is to dream big. One word, dream big, and live at present. All right. And next one, practicing respect. So remember, like I said, you have to practice respect, like how you want others to respect you. And it all starts from yourself. It starts from home. Talk to your sibling properly. Talk to your cousins properly. Talk to your parents properly. I know a lot of some of my kids, in front of coaches, they are, oh, very good, perfect. But in front of parents, then they will start all their very different patterns. Yep. So it starts from you first. Train them from young. Be patient with them. Guide them. Talk nicely. Talk properly. Talk politely. And the last one and the most important thing, especially during this time, is these values teach us to have balance between body, will, and mind. So mental fitness and physical fitness is at its most important now than ever. Why? Because now you probably don't feel it. But after 6 months, after 1 year, so physical pain, we can all feel it, right? You have your body ache after exercising and all this. But the biggest thing now is your mental. You can't see your mental until it sends a signal to you, which is depression. You look very down and isolated, staying at home, and that's already quite serious, really. So prevention is always better than cure. Instead of taking medicine or seeing a psychiatrist or a help, we better do a daily vitamin, which is one of the best way is through exercising, physical activity. So a lot of us are all in front of the screen, 8 hours to 12 hours a day. besides eating, sleeping, you're most of the time in front of your screen, especially on a lockdown mode. Every hour, I just want to share with you, I've been doing this a lot with the corporate companies and even in students and in individuals. So every hour, take 2 minutes to do stretching and exercises. Like just now, one of it that I just shared with you, just do a clap or, stretch your neck, move around right in front of the desk. So if you don't do this, it is very damaging. Even 30 minutes run every day will not undo this damage to your body, right? Okay, so I've shared these 8 values and you have heard earlier Prof. Shamala and Prof. Rosita and Prof. Gushan shared, and I'm pretty sure they are amazing speakers after this. But I just want to share with you one thing. Everyone said, I participated in this series and it's very good, right? So everyone will say that knowledge is power, right? But let me tell you, knowledge is potential power. So if you want to make it happen, I challenge you. And if you are ready for the challenge, I hope you can also put in a group, yes, and say that you are ready for the challenge to make Olympism your way of life, your philosophy of life. And when you have that challenge, when you have competition, when you have exams, you study, right? Same thing. When you want to change your habit, when you change your attitude, you want to change your behavior, you have to challenge yourself to do it. The first 22 days will be tough. The second 22 days will be confusing, but the last 22 days will be satisfying. If you want to make a change in a habit, 66 days is strongly recommended by findings. So challenge comes change. And if you are ready, then I'll share with you the 4A. The first A, action. Action has to be taken and it has to be active. That means you have to have sustainability, keep it going, consistency, and you have to have activation. That means if you keep doing but you don't see result, you don't stay at that. You keep revising and always rate yourself. How are you going to do it better? Activation. And the last one, act now. The time is now, act now. Don't wait for tomorrow, don't wait for later, don't wait for next year, don't wait for next future. All right. So from life to death, right? Birth to death, we have one C, and that C is choice. That choice begins from me. That choice begins from you. You have your hands, that choice is yours. To make this world a better place to live in, this choice is in your hands. Practicing the values of Olympism is your choice. And the Olympic Games, they strongly promote stronger together. This pandemic is tough, but I believe that if we all act together, we are always stronger together to battle this pandemic. Thank you. That's all from me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. In the area of sports psychology, I'm always happy to help people realize their dream and be a best version of themselves. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daphne, for the very inspiring talk. And you've covered the Olympic values so nicely in the best way. As much as we know how the world is revolving, we need to empower, especially the younger athletes, to have a deep character in them and in valuing other people as well. You have tremendous experience as a badminton player as well, and it's nice to know that you actually played a very top player in India itself.
Yes, Prof. Thanks.
Okay. And there's some nice comments coming in the chat. We don't have any questions, Daphne, so I'd like to thank you very much for your wonderful sharing.
Thank you, Nari Manakam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Professor Olex, are we ready to go on? We will just give.
Yeah, thank you for unmuting my mic. I was just trying to send some messages that yes, I'm here and yes, I'm ready. I was just setting my timer. Sorry, I was not really. I was not tweeting. I was not WhatsApping. I was just setting my time. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Olex. It's a great honor meeting you again. And just before you start, I'd just like for our participants to get to know your esteemed credentials. Just give me a very quick moment to share that. So Professor Olex is a professor in the Exercise and Sport Science program at University Science Malaysia. His areas of expertise cover training and exercise methodology, talent performance analysis, and coaching science. He has got fantastic teaching experience in different areas, and he is a professor who has applied his knowledge towards esteemed athletes. And he has been also training methods expert in and as SCI coordinator of scientific support for the more than 10 different sports in preparation of the 1994, 1998, and 2002 Asian and Commonwealth Games, and also the 1996 and 2000 Olympics. He is on the American Council of Exercise, certified personal trainer, lifestyle and weight management consultant, and health coach. He has been a recipient of the Teaching Excellence Award in USM in 2006, Best Paper Awards at the international conferences, numerous of it from 2008 and 2013. He has authored 90 plus journal articles, 5 book chapters, and 3 books on exercise and sports training methodology. And his membership in professional bodies include the European College of Sport Sciences, Asian Council of Exercise and Sport Science, and National Association of Physical Education and Sport Science. He is a PhD thesis external examiner for 12 universities from 4 different countries, and an associate editor, guest editor, and reviewer for many national and international scientific journals. So Professor Olex is a very respected professor in Malaysia and across the world. He is always sourced out in Malaysia by the National Sports Institute, which is one of the most esteemed. I think just a couple of weeks ago, I had the honor of listening to your talk, Professor. So thank you very much, Professor. I'm very excited to listen to your talk. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Professor Shamala. It's really a pleasure. And I first of all have to express extreme gratitude to Manavrashna International Institute and Studies, and particularly VC, Professor Sanjay Srivastava, and Pro Vice Chancellor, Prof. Rushan Khanna, who is really an unstoppable and almost like, you know, like engine, which is like, I forgot the term. Okay, perpetuum mobile, right, that will be the definition of his activities behind organizing the high level and high, really quality seminars and web conferences like the one now. And of course, I was happy to hear from an executive director, MP Ganesh, who was ED teams when I was concluding my tenure in India in 2002, and it was a great experience of working with both of them, Prof. Rushan and MP Ganesh, right back there. And of course, I can see Prof. Rajesh here. Prof, how are you? And good to see all my Indian and Malaysian friends around. All right. It was also a pleasure to listen the Penggara ISN in Chikramli, in Chikamat Fazal that he was actually enlightening the public with his views and some great news from ISN. All right, my timer is now on, and I will proceed to my presentation. And in fact, it was a pleasure to listen to the presentations from the previous speakers, and I do, what shall I say, admire their positive thoughts and positive thinking on the values of Olympism, on the actual kind of Olympic education and many, many other things. However, I will have to not necessarily disappoint you, but I would like to put focus your attention on certain things which are actually not looking that bright to the future of Olympic education and Olympic values. It is not a direct threat. It is not a something which is done intentional. However, I will focus your attention today on certain issues which are actually happening and related to these 3 major kind of stalwarts of Olympic preparation or Olympic participation, that is preparation, qualification, and participation issues in modern Olympics. Why I kind of sound a little bit pessimistic at the beginning, I will of course unveil at the end. Meanwhile, let me share with you some current issues of Olympism from the point of view of high performance sport. So these are actually the areas of concern which I will be kind of talking about today and sharing with you those issues. So 3 were picked as critical ones: preparation, qualification, and participation. And within each one of those, I will try to focus in that whatever time is allotted to me for this sharing talk, certain things which at the end I will summarize and of course bring us to certain conclusions. So we'll be talking about budgeting, preparation issues, and selection of the best performers for the Olympics during Olympic preparation. We will kind of visit and revisit the issues of Olympic qualification, which are actually being modified and getting into the sort of next phase of that particular process development, which is like types of qualification and the evolution of qualifications. And eventually I'll bring you to the Olympic participation issues and particularly implications to planning, periodization, and peaking. Because as it was mentioned, my prime area of interest and expertise is training methodology, performance analysis, and high performance. And I am acting high performance consultant at this point in time as well. So what are the issues I would like you to pay attention to and I would like you to share with? So Olympic preparation, as mentioned in the first one. So as the next, as I was saying, it's kind of a triangular thing. We say preparation, qualification, participation. So I will start with preparation and at the same time kind of link it with qualification. And as you know, that the last Olympics where no qualification or no qualifying standards for the Olympics were in place actually happened in 1992. It was Barcelona Olympics. No qualification was required. Barcelona in Spain hosted it. It was 257 events in 25 sports in 34 disciplines. And the number of athletes was almost reaching 10,000, as it basically used to be before as well. 6,652 men and 2,704 women, costing whopping 9.5 billion US dollars. Okay, not millions, billions. All kind of another classification. It will be kind of milliards. All right. So estimation or the games cost is not mentioned kind of coincidentally. The cost of the Olympics was and is one of the actually moving powers behind the transformation of the Olympic programs, behind the introduction of new sports, behind deletion of some sports, and also behind the renovations or modifications of the Olympic program. So money was always an issue. And even when Baron Pierre de Coubertin, founder of the Olympic movement, estimated the cost of inaugural 1896 games in Athens, he thought that $250,000 of drachmas. Drachmas was a kind of money unit in Greece back then. So the final bill, however, about 10 million in today's terms, was 6 times that. And then the country experienced Athens 2004 was not dissimilar in terms of sticking to the budget, but the comparison ends there. And the final bill for Athens was estimated of about 11 billion. And in fact, I have to tell you that one of the actual economical problems related to a decline of Greece as it becoming the Greece of one of the weak joints in the European Union was right there. Now, there was a huge money borrowed, and in fact, it was not profitable, and economical problems of Greece actually started right from there. Although we cannot, of course, blame Olympics directly. So Rio 2016 has struggled to stick to its budget, And the final cost could easily, by accounting, including infrastructure as well as the actual games, reach 20 billion. So money has always been an issue. And why I'm talking money, not because I actually agree that this is the most important thing, but unfortunately, it actually is an issue which keeps modifying Olympics program, Olympics broadcasting, even the Olympic program in events participating. Here is the kind of figure actually showing the costs of the Olympics in the recent past. And just not to go into each figure, you can see that the bigger circle is about 10 bill. The mid circle is about 5 billion, and kind of the smallest one is about 1 billion. So there are not really very many small ones. However, the number of huge ones is actually getting more and more. And to prove that, this is actually the list of the actually costs of the most expensive Olympics of all times. And the list here includes 20. However, you can see that even the last one was kind of still around 829 million. All right. And the most expensive, Sochi being 55 billion, and Beijing Olympics being 40, and London Olympics at 14. So you can see the difference, which is actually huge. Sochi, you can, of course, discount for a simple reason that Sochi was never prepared to host an Olympics, and it was that expensive because every single kind of facility has to be constructed from the scratch. And that perhaps is one of the reasons why it was that expensive. However, since 1984, all right, and Olympics actually marks the last time the games were profitable was back then, 1984. Every other Olympic Games was typically on dotations. Why is that important again? Because pre-1996, which obviously was the first Olympics run by actually qualification, the Olympics were of absolutely complicated logistics. There was over 10,000 participants altogether, over about 5,000 plus supporting staff, coaches, trainers, journalists, everyone. Huge budgets. I've shown you the examples of that. Commuting issues from the villages to the venues, and the venues were kind of scattered all over kind of the location. It took sometimes about more than an hour to reach. Often lengthy, boring, and unspectacular events, which again, typically was the point of attack towards the Olympics from the point of view of broadcasters and the right distributors. And eventually, and the point which I'm actually going to discuss further and concentrate on it, and eventually heterogeneous competition performance. What did it actually mean? It meant that participants were completely different in their kind of performance level. You could see the best available in the world, the strongest, the fastest. At the same time, they were slower, and they were kind of realistically people who could not finish even in the certain kind of events. And that led to the program being kind of overstretched. So that is how, in the attempts to overcome such situation, the organizers and organizing committees of the Olympics started off doing what? Relooking into Olympic program. How? Deleting the certain number of endurance events, inclusion of sprinting events, which were more spectacular, opening more opportunities for advertisement, because the quick events having more breaks, and the more breaks, more advertisement, more money generation, and the countries or the companies which were actually buying the broadcasting rights, they were using that. Generating more funds, using services of volunteers, and another 2 points, which I will be again reiterating upon in the further talk, is about actually inclusion of rich sports and inclusion of qualifying standards. Something was jumping in here. Can you properly see the presentation? Hello?
No, sir, your presentation is not visible. We can see your video. So if you start sharing again.
All right, let me try doing it again because it somehow stopped sharing. All right, where are we? All right, is it okay now?
Yes,
Back to normality. Thank you so much.
you can make it full screen, sir.
That's what I'm doing. Thank you. All right. So these are the kind of major points which I'm going to concentrate in the remaining time. Now, the attempts of attracting the rich sport were not always effective and not immediately successful. We all know that actually inclusion of tennis, return of tennis, inclusion of golf, for instance, they were always kind of related to certain issues which were related to commercial issues. Particularly, it was a very difficult issue to get top ranked tennis players involved in that tournaments because Olympics was not offering much of financial assistance. They were not really that luxurious as compared to Grand Slam tournaments. If you take golf, and 2016 Olympics in Rio was supposed to be the opening for that, most of the top elite golfers actually refused to participate, although of course they were excusing themselves by that epidemic of that flu which was then in Brazil. However, it was actually tried to be a bit eased by actually offering ranking points to the professional athletes actually to attract them to participate. That is eventually why the Olympic actually qualification appeared as seemingly a miracle tool to actually bring these kind of particular issues to some sort of an end. And then, of course, there were qualification norms, qualification standards, and then tournaments, qualifying tournaments through which actually different sports were supposed to qualify. And then, and specifically alternatives to that were pronounced as using the world ranking, setting a minimum qualifying standard in measured events such as track and field or weightlifting or swimming, and that's whereby countries were running their actually selection trials. And then, of course, the system of wild cards and an Olympic solidarity program was still in place, not to leave those countries which are not that high developed in the performance level, not to leave them completely aside, but still to attract them to be the part of Olympics. And that is now, for instance, an issue like in athletics. This, I'll give you a few examples. In athletics, the system of qualification is rolling towards the world rankings, meaning that, for instance, it'll be a combination, for instance, of timing and placing. And if, for instance, the time was 10:15 in 100-meter dash, it will bring about 1,155 points. Then what else happens? The position, the fourth position in that level of competition will bring another 170. So the participant will earn 1,320 something points for this particular competition, and eventually get into the world ranking, and they will be eventually selected for the Olympics through that Olympic qualification and through that world ranking. So what is actually happening, that Olympic qualifying standards, for instance, is given here from FINA, International Swimming Association. There will be Olympic qualifying time, and then Olympic selection time, and then either 2 or 1 will be kind of selected. Almost every sport now is moving towards world ranking system. And that is a completely different ball game, if I may use the term. Why? I will explain at the end of this presentation. So apart from swimming, similar thing in golfing. All right, 60 players will be selected, all right, each in men and women, and then 15 world ranked players. Top will be qualified with a limit of 4 from a single country, like, okay, if there are 5 Americans, only 4 will be taken, and so on and so forth. So eventually the system goes into world rankings. This is the example from judo, when they are actually defining every single weight category, how many participants will be from every judo union, like from Africa, from Europe, Asia, Oceania, and Pan America. And this is exactly the number of participants which are going to take part in the competitions, not a single fella more, not a single fella left. And eventually, that brings an issue of Olympic participation. Of course, I have to congratulate India with the achievement, which is now like about 109 in 18 sports Indians have qualified for the Olympics. And the number of qualified athletes is now becoming actually one of the markers. Of course, we would like everyone to have more medals, but even if medals are not there, still we have to admit that the number of qualified athletes is also an achievement and a measurable one, which has to be praised. And India did a great job. I do hope they will go get more medals than previously with this number. And eventually, the impact of all those changes. It's not that, mechanically fine, we are getting from selection trials to the ranking, or we are going from becoming a national champion qualifying. No, cannot do that anymore, not good enough. But through the world ranking, what does it change? Trust me, it changes almost everything. The issue here, however, is that it will not change immediately. It will kind of go step by step. And I specifically put a few slides here to mark the short-term effects, mid-term effects, and long-term effects. Now, let's have a look what's going to happen when the world ranking will actually defeat the qualifying standard. The lengthy preparation phases will transform into the shorter and more specific ones, obviously. Now, periodization patterns will slide towards triple and multiple periodization. There will be no more single double. It becomes completely irrelevant because you will have to participate in more competitions. Why in more competitions? Because you have to earn your ranking. So that is how preparation will also become an earning time. And that, I'm sure, was one of the objectives. See, when athletes are earning money only when they perform, then how do they get that money when they are preparing? And if there is one major tournament in a year, how do they earn their living? Fine, we can say, all right, stipends are their scholarship. No more important. If they have to participate in ranking and commercial tournaments, they will earn living from the tournament and from preparation, and not only for competing. So they will have to participate in more ranking and commercial tournaments, meaning they will actually require more exposure, which itself is a bit dangerous. And we know that people who are playing more and training less are quite often exposed to more injuries. Midterm effect. So what's going to happen next? Right, a victory of commercial sports over the traditional professional training and competition approach. Why so? You may ask, Alex, why is it you're saying so? It's kind of becoming simple. The commercial and ranking tournaments soar in importance. For you have to qualify through those. Previously, you can say, fine, I can still earn some money, I have to do, but I have to qualify somewhere. No more. You just earn your money, you just pay professional tournaments, and you will get qualification through that. And sorry to do that, but I can give you a simple example when you compare Lee Chong-wei's kind of whereabouts in the past and, for instance, Lin Dan's whereabouts in the past. So never been world number one, Lin Dan was just kind of selectively playing certain competitions, whereas Chong-wei was more into, okay, my timer, sorry, I have to stop it and request for another 3 minutes. Not playing more than 2-3 major tournaments, including Olympics. Whereas, for instance, if we look at the participation of Lee Chong-wei, we would be surprised to see how many tournaments he had played, actually, ranking ones and commercial ones. Long-term effects. What's going to happen in the nearest future? Peaking towards the main competition of the microcycle becomes easier. Why is that? See, prior peaking for the selection competitions is no longer required. Why? Because no more selection competitions. If the importance of selection trials for the Olympics is no more, then you are not bound to a particular time limit. And that removes the timing and peaking or re-peaking issues between the selection competitions and the main competitions. We know how many people have been picked for selection competitions, and then actually drop their performance like significantly in the main competition. It happens every time. Now, you don't need to do that. If you maintain your scoring, if you maintain your points in the qualification tournaments, you don't need to be selected. Your ranking actually selects you through. And that is why I am ending this presentation, perhaps with a not very kind of positive, but that's a dialogue what is about. The world is changing. So do the Olympics. Is that change good? Is that change bad? We will have to see. What I need to say at the end, it took 25, brackets 24. Why 24? Because the games were supposed to be in 2020. So if they happened in 2020, it would be 24 years. They are now happening in 2021, meaning 25. To complete the transformation of the Olympics, please pay attention, from semi-amateurist major games for all, and this is what Olympism standards and education and values quite often is about, where participation was more important than winning. Is it the same way still? I don't think so. And I have a feeling that we are transforming into the top performers, commercialized, well-paid preparation and participation in the Olympic Games, when the best and the elite athletes will be earning through preparation, through qualification, through participation. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just focusing your attention that top performers are getting the upper hand. And the major concern, which I was promising you to voice out at the beginning, is that with current performance-oriented changes, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm a high-performance sports consultant. I may not say that I'm completely happy with what's going on, but I am kind of fine. But with that performance-oriented changes in the Olympic Games, such categories as Olympic values and Olympic education may eventually end up in the history of Olympism section of Olympic movement book. No one denies friendship, no one denies good understanding and friendship between the rivals, but with, I repeat, current situation in Olympic preparation, participation, and qualification, it may well change. Thank you so much for your attention. Sorry I took a little bit more time for the presentation, but I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. A very interesting talk on the reality of the Olympic movement, and actually how commercial rights actually play a big role in the Olympic Games and the selection of sports, and I presume there's a lot of challenges in actually making the ideal look so ideal within a realistic world. So thank you very much,
yes.
Prof. And for keeping time, I should have put a timer when I was giving mine. It seemed just well within 20 minutes. So thank you again. I think we'll move to the last talk for this session. Thank you so much again. The last talk, I'm very happy to invite Mrs. Anuma Ratnayake, Senior Lecturer of the Department of Sports Science and Physical Education, from the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. Mrs. Anuma?
Yeah, can you?
Yes, I can
Hi,
see
ma'am.
you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, very, very well. Thank you so much, Mrs. Anuma, for waiting patiently for your session. And I'd just like to give an introduction of your very lovely CV that I have with me. So Mrs. Anuma has a Master's of Sports Management from the Seoul National University of South Korea, Masters of Mass Communication from University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. That's a very nice combination of two masters.
Awesome.
Of sports management and mass communication. And a bachelor's degree in mass communication also from University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. She has won the Presidential Sports Award and runners-up of the Most Outstanding Sports Academic of the Year in the year 2015. And she has a very rich profile in leadership. These are the type of people we it's very nice to listen to because you have experience running the sports itself. She's the former resource person of the Olympic Education Program of the National Olympic Committee of Sri Lanka, former vice president of the National Basketball Federation, also deputy chef de mission, lady in person of the 2016 South Asian Games, and the chef de mission of the 2015 Commonwealth Youth Games Samoa, Australia. So with a lot of honor, Mrs. Anuma, the floor is yours, and we are all excited to listen to your talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much for nice introduction about myself. Before I move on to my presentation, I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, the Faculty of Elite Health Science, Manavaravna International Institute of Research and Study, Haryana. And also, I would like to thank Professor Rajesh Kumar, who recommended me on this platform. So I think it's, when I listening all the presentation, I fill up all the Olympics everywhere. So the last presentation is nicely concluded, and it is really connect to my presentation, I guess, because my topic is inseparable connectivity of the world through Olympics. So last presentation, the professor finished that transformation of Olympic. So I think this is how I feel. This is the right time for us to share how Olympic comes to change the world and connect the world in different type of forms. So I would like to give my brief introduction about I am Anuma Ratnayaka, senior lecturer from one of the leading university in Sri Lanka. It's called University of Kelaniya. Okay, I think this is, my topic is really vast topic, but we have to think about what is the Olympic? What is the immense connectivity of Olympic? So according to that, I would like to give my main objective of this presentation is to present how the Olympics have to build an inseparable connections around the world. So if you look at all the discussions, we have to think about why is it important, how we can connect the people through Olympics. So if we can find the answer, who, what, where, when, why, and how, yes, definitely we can get clear idea about why is it important, how we can connect through the Olympics. Now let's see, I think this is for me personally, I believe that this is one of the very unique and the very universal symbols in the world. I personally believe that because I really love Olympics. I think most of you also familiar with this. The world comes under one flag with IOC objectives. And this creates the collective humanity throughout the world. This is not just a flag. This is all about Olympics. Olympics Games as an international sport festival, as we know, held every 4 years. There are so many goals in this Olympic, but the ultimate goals are to cultivate human being through sport and contribute to the world peace. Let's move on to the next slide. So in very brief history, as you can see on the screen, there are two history we can see, but in the future, we also can add another history of this Olympic, like the transformation of the modern Olympic history, like that. So the Olympic Games, which originate in ancient Greece as many as 3,000 years ago, were revealed in the late 19th century and have become the world's preeminent sports competition. The ancient games were stages in Olympia, Greece from 1776 BC. If you look at the modern Olympics, it's called the first modern Olympic were held in Athens, Greece in 1896. Just think about why do we need Olympics? Why we can learn, or we can study, or we can familiar with this Olympic. there are so many things we can do if we are familiar with Olympics, if we are part of Olympics. Through Olympics, we can do many things. I believe, because there are so many philosophical and there are so many opportunities we can get through Olympics if we are using in proper way. So as you can see, we can use for this kind of, as you know, we all are having really difficult situation right now. It's a global pandemic situation. We are suffering. We are lost our people, right? Really sad to hear all the stories. So, but we have to wake up. We have to motivate themselves. So I believe this Olympic can have the more powerful essence or more powerful tool to build up international relationship, to overcome climatical issues, to inspire people. Especially, we can use Olympic as a tool to inspire people, inspire the world, to connect the people. This is one of the good example in this forum. So because of Olympic, we are trying to share our knowledge, our experience as a researcher. We are bringing up new ideas. This is because of Olympics. So I believe that we have to study, we have to learn about, and we have to think about why do we need Olympics. Yes. Does the Olympic build trust among the nation of the world? Just think about it. Right? Every 4 years we are watching Olympics. All the nation try to participate Olympics to share their talents or to share their friendship and to show their powers, etc. It's mean something special in this Olympic. Let's see the Olympic flag. What do the Olympic rings stand for? I think you already know about the background color, the rings, 5 rings, what it's called. For me, I would like to say that this is for us. This is not only one country or one people. This is all about. So it's been through this kind of symbols, we automatically try to connect, automatically try to engage with this concept, with the Olympics. If you look at, I think previous presenters also highlighted this, the base of Olympic. There are values, vision, mission, and what are the principles that the Olympic based on. So I would like to take the mission statement. There are 3 missions: ensure the uniqueness and regular celebration of the Olympics, put athletes at the heart of the Olympic movement, and last, promote sport and Olympic values in society with a focus on young people. We can see this mission contribute to represent all of us. It is not just athletes. It's all about all the human being we can engage through Olympics. If you look at the Olympic movement, they are not a one institute or one gathering. They already have number of stakeholders around there. Therefore, this is also a good example for us. If we need to make more connection, or if you need to make more things to do in the society, to do ourselves, we need good stakeholders, and we need more connection. This is, I think, good example how Olympic movement build their international relationship with other institutions, other organizations. And also another example I would like to say, National Olympic Committees. You can see there are a number of Olympic committees are joining with this Olympic movement. And then this is one of the another question that I have it: does the Olympic movement build partnership beyond sports? Yes, you can see the United Nations, the International Olympic Committee already signed a MOU with United Nations. Sport has a great power in bringing people together. This is a very wonderful concept, and this is how Olympic trying to show how they are going to connect with other organizations in internationally. The another example, the World Health Organizations. The IOC also had a memorable MOU and a memorable sign with World Health Organization as well. They are trying to promote health through sports. The Sustainable Development Goals. This is also a good example for us to see how Olympic try to connect with international organization to beyond sports concept. Yes, and also you already know about the Olympic symbols and rituals, how it's expressions, what are the communication methods that we can use. It shows about our culture, our nation, you know, our friendship. We are trying to exchange those things. Another one is, I would like to say, the number of participations and number of country in 1896 to 2016. You can see on the screen, it's very dramatically growing now. It's the very first time 14 countries up right now. We can see 207 in the year 2016. This is one of the best example how people, this is not only athletes, it's about the global TV audience you can see. This all, it's mean that something special to people, not only athletes, not only one or few countries. So it's mean Olympic has more powerful to connect with any type of people or any type of work if we really want to implement. And also I would like to say the gender, we always talk about gender balance. I think this is Olympic also. I mean, IOC always trying to encourage women athletes or women participation as well. I think this is good example how it's connect nicely and how it's grow up very dramatically in the women's participation in the Olympic. Yes, do the Olympics unite the world? I think the previous examples that I share with you will confirm that we can use Olympic to unite, together, to connect each other, to connect nations, right? Yeah, I think this is one of the main three values that International Olympic Committee shows us. So excellence, respect, friendship. I'm not going to explain one by one. I just want to say through this kind of concept, through this kind of Olympic values, yes, we also can connect to people, with the nation as well. Yes, this is my findings. Olympic vision is to unite the entire world through Olympic objectives and their profound values. And also the world comes under one flag with IOC objectives, and these create collective humanity throughout the world. And also I would like to say IOC is another ambassador to delegate and address to exist in the world. So yeah, I would like to conclude my presentation. So yes, we can connect immense connectivity through Olympics. Definitely we can do that if we have to familiar with the Olympic concept and we have to engage with Olympic philosophy. So I think if we are engaged, if we are allowed to study, or if we are allowed to grab these Olympic themes, I think yes, we can definitely connect with each other and we can build up our nation in a very peaceful way. So just think about when sport can change or connect to the world. Start from today. I think this is the good platform for us. Take the Olympic values. I think that's going to be a good and strong and powerful tool for us. Personally, in my personal life, I really engage with Olympics theme. So that's why I have a good network like this. So thank you so much, everyone, and stay safe. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mrs. Anoma. Very beautiful talk you gave about the Olympic values and how important it is in actually and reflecting its core.
Madam, any certificates are issuing or not, madam?
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Anuma. You've concluded everything very
Thank you,
beautifully.
ma'am. Thank you.
I think we're very lucky to have you as our last speaker for this session that I have had the honor of chairing because you have concluded it very well for me in fact. Thank you to all the speakers today for sharing your immense knowledge and experience with us. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to extend our thanks to all of you all again and to all the participants for staying online for so long. So with this, I would like to say thank you and I'm concluding my session and handing it back to the organizing committee. Yeah, thank you everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you, ma'am. I express my sincere appreciation to Dr. Shyamala Subramanian. Ma'am, you gave a wonderful presentation on leveraging the digital revolution in empowering the Olympic movement. And I also thank you for devoting your precious time and effort in chairing session 1 of the day. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, we are moving towards the next step, that is panel discussion. For this, I take the opportunity to invite Dr. Mohammad Arshad Subbu, Professor Henry C. Dowd, Dr. Lim Boon Hoi, and Dr. Sanjana Kiran to be a part of the panel discussion. Dr. Mohammad Arshad Subbu is an assistant professor in the University of Sharjah. He specializes in mental health nursing. His special research interests are psychiatric, mental health nursing, community public health nursing, stigma and mental illness, nursing education, qualitative research methods. He has numerous awards and accolades, international publications, and lifetime memberships of many organizations to his credit. I request him to chair the panel discussion. The first speaker for the panel discussion among us is Dr. Lim Boon Hoi. Dr. Lim is the Deputy Director Academic, Center for Sport and Exercise Sciences, University of Malaya. He was a team psychologist of Malaysian sailing team in CA Games 2005 and Doha Asian Games 2006. He is an expert of sports psychology intervention, mainly focusing on anxiety in sports and relaxation techniques. Currently, he is a member of various associations in Malaysia like Malaysian Sports Psychology Association and Life Saving Society of Malaysia. He will be speaking on psychological skills training, preparation in competition play. Sir, may we have your presentation, please?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the Professor Henry. Sorry for disturbing. Hopefully that if this change will be make it better because I need to rush for another webinar on the other side. Yeah. Sorry for I asked for the approval for no problem. Yeah. All right. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much and all this because I'll be a bit rushing for today because time given to us is so 20 minutes, so that I'll try to share my experiences, whatever you have, psychological skill training, preparation in the competition phase means like I have been appointed to work with the athlete for a couple of years, and then from there, and then I opt for academic, and then all these experiences, then I only focus on the competition phase. Because now I think all the Olympian, it should be in the competition, where regardless whether they are pre-com or com, it's still competition phase. Yeah. So that we are talking about this. The content is actually not much. Presentation plan. I'm going to share with you something like what we did in with the national sailing team, and then also the psychological skill training during the competition phase, what we do and all that, and then after match, and these are the three things that because I'm actually have to leave, have to go for another webinar. It's actually people waiting now. So okay, just in the introduction, the coaches and athletes often refer to the phenomenal athletes performing at the peak level as the being in the zone. And in psychology, we always say that it's in the flow state. Flow state means like they can perform, whatever they have during the competition, like flow, just a flow means like the freely. they are not thinking whether what should I do and all that. So that is actually a lot of people say is being in the zone or flow state. And also daily implementation of the consistent process in the both practice and competition may increase the likelihood that the athlete reaches the optimum focus, resulting in this state of flow. Means like they have to do it, practically have to do it implementation. Because for my two, gone through these few, all the big event, SEA Games and also Asian Games, sort of being with the athletes. So I know at the beginning what you should do in order in terms of sport psychological skill that you need to teach or need even have to rehearse again and again, and then with this athlete and all that. So the pre-decision plan is define the division, the annual plan that ensure optimum performance for the main competition. Means like everybody want to do that. Everybody is referred to BOMPA nowadays, and all talking about pre-decision. But most of the time when BOMPA started, they also focus on the pre-decision on the physical and also the technical. But not many people talk about psychology. So now I think we also need to embed the psychological into the PDRS plan as well. So PDRS in as an effective framework for physical training and often result better performance. I think everybody knows that. So many studies have been talking about that PDRS plan is actually better, instead of no plan at all. All right, so that these are the things. And then when you look at the monocycle that I'm talking about, this is only one major competition, so that is only mono. It's not multi. Yeah. So that in general preparation, in specific preparation, in the pre-com, and then now today's talk is actually I focus on basically on the main competition, maybe include a little bit of pre-competition, because nowadays sometimes it's very difficult to define that when is the pre-competition, so that the pre-com should be embedded into the competition phase. So this is what, so today's talk basically we focus on this, so that you can see that this is more on maybe we talk about physical aspect, but it's still we have to embed it into the psychological, even technical, even tactical as well. Yeah, and also they talk about that. Many researchers have been proposed that extending the concept of PDRS plan to psychological skill training, or we call it in sport psychology, we call it psychological skill training. Beneficial has been shown that in one study and help athletes improve their sport confidence and lower their sport anxiety. So this is very important because this study have been shows that actually when you embedded all this sport psychological skill training into the PDRS plan, actually you can reduce whatever sport anxiety, also you can actually improve their sport psychological confidence. So these are the things that we are talking about. So when you look further, go inside a little bit, psychological skill training, PDRS, they have a very comprehensive kind of things. And then what they have is always talking about psychological skills, psychological technique, and then whichever can be implemented into the PDRS plan. Yeah. So other than that, you can see that it has been reported that progress the PDRS psychological skills cycle begin with the education acquisition of the psychological skill training, extend to practice, and then automation, implementation, and also performance. So I think this one, when you study sport psychology, then people talk about the first stage is always education and acquisition to make sure that the athlete know what is the skill. When you talk about, goal setting, all this, how to use a self-talk in different situations, and all that is actually embedded into the earlier part. And then for progressively, they are into the competition phase. So that within each intermediate mesocycle, psychological skill training plan is first taught to be athlete during the recovery and also preparation. It's always off-season. Always people talk about it during the off-season, and then maybe you can actually, or maybe a lot of people now using the new items in called general preparation phase. So these are the things, because there are different terms in terms of PD realization plan, there are different way people using it. And also that you talk about PSD skill, then you practice until they become automated during both preparation and also competition. So that we need to tell the athlete to practice and practice and practice until they become automatically. That my athlete, I used to tell them to talk because they are sailing, they use a lot of self-talk. They talk to themselves, you know. So I use that practice and practice and practice during the practice session, and then after that during competition, I reminded them again all that. So finally, the PSD skill are integrated into the athlete game and then consistently performed during the competition phase in an effort to achieve the optimum performance and all that. I think you must be integrated into the PD realization plan. So that is very important so that they can actually perform at the optimum level. It's not only a psychological skill, but they include also technical, tactical, and physical during the optimum performance during the performance stage. Yeah. So that these are the things. So what we have when I was working with the ISN with the athlete, we actually have we call it as a sports science team, right? So sports science team means that actually include all these coaches, must be assistant coach, physical trainer, include the sports psychology, include the physiology, include the biomechanics, include the sport nutrition. And all these people, when we sit down, we talk about how to embed everything, and then we actually have this plan this year. And then of course the coach will come out with all the, you know, which are the competition they want to go, and the competition level is high or low or something like, so that we as a sports science support team, we have to make sure that all the athletes actually optimum at the, even though a small peak during small competition. So the high peak during the big competition. So that these are the things that we are doing it integrated PD realization plan. So I think nowadays monocycle just only physical, not many people doing now. Now everybody is actually doing on the integrated PD realization plan, no longer by one. So this is what we did previously. I think basic psychological skill acquisition and plan development must be the first priority when they designing PD, so that all the basic psychological skill that you need to train the athlete, you have to embed it into the earlier of the general preparation phase. Yeah? Or maybe some people say that off-season. Yeah? It depends on what you use. So the long-term development of the athlete through the preparation is the best understood as a dynamic of flexible process that must be a lot adjustment based on the individual athlete different and then the skill development. So that even though you already put it into this preparation, but you have to adjust according to individual need, because their need on the development of each athlete from the progress for yearly, they are actually different. So that we have to always put the athlete and adjust accordingly. So this is very important in terms of sports psychology as well. As such, the physical training program that is structured correctly ensure the superior physiological parameter readiness and then psychological readiness and stress management and also psychological training, and all that must be included. So these are the things very important. So that as such, a pediatrician training has and then that's why during the PSD, during the competition phase, because my talk is talking about competition phase. So the objective of this period is actually focused on the immediate preparation of the athlete competing in a specific event. So whatever event, because I've been sailing for years, so I'm actually focused on the sailing time during this competition phase. So therefore, the psychological preparation should be congruent to cope with the additional load and also stress. So I think most of the time people talking about is actually the stress, because when you are into this competition phase, the stress is actually very, very high. So that the person is able to overcome all the stress. I think there will be a better performance. Yeah. So athletes develop awareness and then have to try out with the best fit intervention individual to suit them and all that. As a sports psychology, we have been working then all the intervention, maybe relaxation technique and whatever, breathing technique and all that, to make sure that the athlete at least can use whichever the loved one or the psychological that they need it, and then to actually overcome this stress situation. So with that, I think during the competition phase also, if the athlete need to learn and develop arousal control, then the choice may be use the biofeedback, assistant regular, or even can use the music. Now there are a lot of people using music, and then other than that, psychological skill, whichever you can talk about it, there's a separate topic in terms of that. And it will be realistic to expect that some amount of disturbance in the psychological training program during this phase, and all that. If possible, you have to embed it maybe a situational kind of disturbance, so that I gone through that kind of phase, so that you actually when disturbance comes in and obstacle comes in, how the athlete actually overcome that. That's the beauty of that, to become a champion. Yeah. So with that, I just share my experience with a very quick run. Talk about applied sports psychology. I was appointed as a sports psychologist working with the Malaysian sailing team for the SEA Games 2005 and Asian Games 2006. So that these are all the photos. The team that in Institute Sukan, Malaysian National Sport Institute. All right, that time. So we are actually the biggest, the bigger peak is actually our aim is actually on the Asian Games 2006, so that we managed to get one bronze medal for this sailor, and also another one we got also a gold medal for this sailing team, and then these two girls actually obtained the medal. It is very, very tough to, even though don't talk about Olympic, today's talk is actually pre-Olympic, I know. Even Asian game is so tough, is don't talk about Olympic now. Okay? And then after match, actually, because of the years of working with this national sailing team, I published a paper on that because it's actually a comparison. After match, you have to do something on that because you are moving into the academic. So whatever you have into this apply, now you put it into the paper. And then also after I invented actually filed 3 intellectual property out of this sailing team services, psychological aqua relaxation, because I know that this is very, very important. And then so that I created this. And then also another one is actually, you can see that actually they are using water as a relaxation. So I started with this aqua relaxation, I write it, and then I actually publish it, and then also filed it as an intellectual property. And also tranquility your mind for execution, because of the due to that, I also actually published file another music that whichever compose a new music, so that into that kind of for athlete to use. And also after match also, the third one is talking about optimizing your cognitive arousal, means like before they want, if the athlete want the arousal level maybe is too low, so that actually listen to this music also can be arouse their arousal level, so that they are more ready to be competition. So these are the things like what I did and all that. This is some photos like when I was working with the sailing teams and then in the Asian Games. So I think with that, I conclude my talk about psychological skill training preparation in the competition. First, definitely, I cannot go a little bit in depth in terms of what kind of psychological skill training that I actually given to them. So with that, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and then thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful session, sir. Now, the next speaker for today in the panel discussion is Dr. Professor Henry C. Dant. He is a former National Deputy Director, Philippines Sport Commission, former Dean, Mindanao State University, Philippines. He is an excellent speaker and has
Wow. Any problem? What happened? Yeah. Hello.
Professor Henry.
Yes.
Hi. Oh,
Hi.
I think there's some issue with the Wi-Fi there.
Okay. Can I start?
I don't know. I'm sitting in Singapore. I'm one of the speakers too.
Yeah, there's problem. I'm waiting. Hello.
I think the host has lost the connections. You can continue, sir. Dr. Henry, sir, you can continue.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me, and I would like also to thank Dr. Rajesh Kumar. And I'm very happy to see in the profession, and looking forward to share something with regards to the theme of this webinar. And I would like to share my screen. Okay, so the topic that I'm going to share with you this afternoon is about youth Olympism and the indigenous peoples. Are we doing enough? As an individual who is working or whose advocacy is more into the indigenous peoples and through sports, I am very much interested on what sports is doing to our indigenous peoples, particularly in sports. So my presentation will have the following outline: description of the Olympic Games, Olympism, and the Olympic movement, the state of the indigenous peoples and their sports participation, and the challenges that they are facing in terms of sports participation and Olympism, and how to bridge the gap, and then I will make my conclusion. So to start with, in a few weeks' time, we will be watching the greatest show on earth, and that is the Olympic Games. And amidst the pandemic, I think there is no stopping for the Olympic Games that is excitedly watched by millions of people around the world. So we are excited, but at the same time apprehensive because of the challenges that this pandemic is posing not only to the athletes, but also to those who will be watching in the different venues in Tokyo, Japan. So the Olympic Games, as already discussed by the previous speakers, is the greatest sporting event in the world. It is the most anticipated sports competition held every 4 years, although we have to postpone it for another year at this time. It is a spectacle of sports performances from elite athletes around the world. And it is also a gathering of the best among the best in various sporting events, knowing that it is not easy to join an Olympic Games unless you qualified for certain criteria in various sporting events. It is also a test of excellence in pursuit of the Olympic motto, faster, higher, and stronger, and adhering to the values of excellence, friendship, and respect. So this makes the Olympic Games truly an exciting sporting event, not only for the participants, but also for those who are watching and are interested in seeing the best of the best perform in the biggest stage in sport. Now we go to what we call the Olympism that is being spread all over the world as a result of these Olympic Games. According to the Olympic Charter, Olympism is a philosophy of life, exalting and combining in a balanced whole the qualities of body, will, and mind. It is the blending of sport with culture and education. Olympism seeks to create a way of life based on the joy found in the effort, the educational value of good example, and respect for universal fundamental ethical principles. So from the Olympic Games, born the philosophy of spreading these qualities in life through body and mind combination, through performance, through education, and that is using sport as an instrument. So Olympism, according to PAR, is a universal philosophy that emphasizes the role of sport in world development, international understanding, peaceful coexistence, and social and moral education. And we have heard in some speakers that the relationship of the Olympic Games to the world, the relationship of peace building, of international understanding that is connected with the Olympic Games. Okay, it sees itself as relevant to everyone. That means for all, regardless of nation, regardless of race, gender, social class, religion, or ideology. And in this concept, I see the need for giving emphasis on providing opportunities for the indigenous peoples of our countries to share in the spirit of Olympism, regardless if they are an athlete or they are ordinary citizen. So the focus of interest of Olympic Games and Olympism is not just for the elite athlete, but for everyone. It means that Olympism is a spirit that should be imbibed, not only for somebody who is playing, somebody who is participating in an elite competition, but also for every ordinary person to gain benefits in terms of the values that it will provide. Furthermore, it is not just a short truce or period that is conducted every 4 years, but it should be for the whole life. So it should be imbibed not only for a certain period, but it should be practiced as a lifelong endeavor of every person, be it an athlete or an ordinary individual. Olympism is not just about competition and winning or medals and prizes, but also the values of participation and cooperation. And when we talk about Olympism, Olympic Games, there is that spirit of competition, there is that reward for winning, but the most important thing is the effort to participate and the ability to cooperate to bring out the best in every contest. Okay. Next, it is not just about a sport as an activity, but also as a formative and developmental influence, contributing to desirable characteristics and personality and social life. So when we talk about Olympic Games, Olympism, we are promoting here sport, not just a means to exercise, to enjoy, to celebrate and socialize, but it becomes a means of a values formation, influence, and development of character and personality for better world. Okay, so the Olympic movement and its goal is to contribute to building a peaceful and better world by educating youth through sports practiced without discrimination of any kind in a spirit of friendship, solidarity, and fair play. So this is very noble in terms of how Olympic Games is presented, how the movement is being distributed around the world so that we gain the benefit not only of educating the people, but especially the youth who will become the future of the world. And so in this kind of movement, we need to consider how far have we influenced? Are we only influencing the youth within the urban areas, within the access of the organization? Or have we gone beyond the comforts of our rooms, our places, to reach out to those located in the mountains, in the rural areas, so that they too can benefit from the spirit of Olympism and the values that it provides? Okay, so let's talk about the indigenous peoples. And when we talk about them, they are culturally distinct societies and communities. Before the coming of the invaders, as we call, they have been living in their own communities with their own rich cultural heritage, with their own sports and games. However, as modernization comes into existence, we see more and more indigenous people push to further away from development. And these are actually people now being discriminated in terms of many social services. And statistics show that there are between 370 to 500 million indigenous peoples worldwide in over 90 countries. And therefore, we can say how much of this population have we influenced in terms of promoting the Olympic movement, the spirit of Olympism, and the desire to be part of the world's greatest spectacle, the Olympic Games. So, as I had said, our indigenous peoples have suffered more than enough in terms of discrimination and other disadvantages in society. And when I was searching, trying to find out how many indigenous youth are participating in sports, very limited information is available. There are very few researches conducted and absence or lack of systematic data gathering that somehow limits the opportunity for us to develop programs so that we can reach out. And I found one article about a research in Australia. It is a 14-year sports participation research for 15 to 19 years old. And they found out that indigenous youth sports participant levels are lower than non-indigenous youth. Likewise, there is lower participation among female IPs. And this is true because most of IPs, they prefer female or the girls to be working at home rather than playing. Okay, so an example that I have found in terms of participation in sport, especially in the Olympic Games, Australia, we have the following. They have 12 participants from indigenous people in 2000 Olympics, 10 in Beijing and Rio, 9 in 8 Athens, 8 in London and Atlanta. And you see an increase, however, it is not much. So I think there is a similar statistics in terms of participation of IPs in the Olympics among other countries. So it just it goes to show that maybe there is a very limited opportunity for IPs to be included in terms of talent identification, talent development, and we need to address such disparity. So what are the barriers to sports participation? Mason and Quelly in 2012 identified several factors. Among them is resources, economic. As we know, participation in sports often requires fees, registration, and when we talk about IPs, they are less developed. They are economically disadvantaged, and therefore using facilities that require payment is a problem. Second, transportation. The accessibility of facilities to the communities where they live is a concern in terms of limiting their participation in sport. Next, we have equipment and of course facilities. You have programs. There are no programs in many IP communities or limited programs that are being introduced for them to participate. And of course, because of their constant movement for the need to find food and money, there is what we call a transient lifestyle where they go from one place to the other, and that limits their ability to participate in sport. And of course, excess responsibility, because in their community, they have to find work in order to provide food. And another, which is very crucial, is the existence of racism, gender roles and discrimination, exclusion, and finally, the unfriendly and unwelcoming environment that they are facing whenever they want to participate in sport. So these barriers somehow limits the opportunity of the indigenous peoples, particularly the youth, to engage in sport, thus limiting their opportunity to gain all those benefits provided. So the question is, how do we break these barriers so that we can provide them with equal opportunity, the opportunity to enjoy, celebrate sports with friends, and gain benefits for physical, logical, and social development? First, we need to develop an environment that is welcoming, that is inclusive, and free of discrimination. So when we develop an environment that it is open for all, it is free for all, and everyone is welcome, most likely the chances of having more and more IP youth or IP people joining a program will be increasing. Second, we need to provide accessibility to facilities, equipment, training, and opportunity for talent development and identification. So we need to provide, for example, in our country, we need to provide like basketball court or a gym, covered court, just to provide them with some form of facility that they can practice. They play their traditional, but when we want to include them in terms of opportunity to learn the modern sport so that they can also gain access to competition, they can gain access to development and become a way of their promoting their identity through sports, then we need to provide them the accessibility for facilities, equipment, training, among others. Second, we lack human resources that will reach out to these communities. We need more coaches, trainers, sports leaders who are committed to go out from the comforts of their urban area and go to the rural or the communities where the IPs are. And we need to have a program to develop and train from among these IPs so that they can themselves develop their people or their youth. Next, we need to provide opportunity for participation. We need to open opportunities for them to partake in sports activities, sports competition. We need to provide them opportunities for education through scholarships, provide them with training and coaching. So it is not just about promoting the Olympism for those who are accessible within the area. We need to reach out to those who are farthest from the urban so that they too can share in the benefits of the spirit of Olympism. And of course, we need support through funding and technical experts. We need provision of equipment facilities. We need to have programs. We need to have specific programs for IPs so that they will have the opportunity to be part with an activity that is solely for them or in combination with others for integration. And of course, if we want the Olympic Games to be a spectacle where everyone has the chance, then we need to give opportunity for talent identification. I know that there are many kids in the IPs possessing the potential to be identified in specific sports, but they are not given that opportunity. So we need to somehow design a program for talent identification among the IP kids or IP youth. And of course, talent development, wherein they can hone and improve their skills so that they too can represent not only their community, not only their culture, but take pride in representing the country where they belong. Okay, so these are just examples on how we can help enhance the opportunity of spreading the spirit of Olympism among the IPs. So how do we bridge the gap? Okay, because of the disparity, not many countries maybe are providing opportunities for IPs to engage in sport. I think Canada is doing great, Australia, but not much is heard from other countries. And even in my country, we lack the necessary programs to attract their participation. So how do we bridge the gap? First, we need to increase awareness on the benefits of sport participation and regular physical activity among the IPs. And we begin by promoting it in the family, in the school, and in the community. We need to encourage them to engage in sport so that they will understand the value of sports participation, the benefits that they can get out of it, and become regular practitioners of physical activity for a healthier, a stronger, and physically active members of society. Second, we need to encourage partnership between private and public sectors in developing programs and strategies. It is not going to be the sole responsibility of the government to create programs. We need to encourage private sectors to invest in programs that will help promote equal opportunity in sport. And that is very important in order to expand the support system for IP communities. Third, we need to develop a system of tracking and documenting sports participation among IPs. Not much is presented in terms of how many children are engaged in specific sports activities or in any physical activities, how long they participate, what are the progress they are doing, and we need to come up with a system that it's not only the people in the urban that we have to attend to on their participation and their activities, but we need also to include other members of society, and that includes our indigenous people. And finally, we need to develop and implement programs to promote Olympism among the IP communities. So maybe you will say, but it is already promoted. It is inclusive. But the question is, have we done enough? What specific programs are we doing for the IP communities? What is it in the program that will allow more and more IP communities to engage in sport and imbibe the spirit of Olympism? Okay, so next, I'd like to share with you an example of
I'm sorry for the interruption, sir, but
yes?
Can we just check the timings? We are running a little late.
Yeah, okay. So these are examples of how we can organize and address equity. We need to deal with individual or youth. We need to have interpersonal interaction, the organization, the community, and develop policy. So these are the things that we need to address. And of course, the UNDP promoted this system or the character that we need to develop as a strategy. We need to work with youth as beneficiaries. We need to engage them as partners, and we need to support the youth as leaders. Okay, so these are examples. And finally, beyond the games, the challenge is from exclusivity to inclusivity, from a specific period of time to a lifetime application, from competition focus to participation and cooperation emphasis, from a form of physical activity to transformative engagement. And the reality check is, are we doing enough to make it available? Are we providing enough support in terms of opportunity, accessibility, program, and talent identification? So finally, our IP people have long suffered from neglect and discrimination. It is time to give them opportunity to make significant difference in their lives and the world through sports. Let us spread the spirit of Olympism among the IPs to make the world a better place for all. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah.
The session was really informative and wonderful. Now the next speaker for the panel discussion is Dr. Sanjana Kiran. She's a high-performance sports psychologist based in Singapore with an expertise in facilitating best performance in elite athletes in preparation for Olympics, World Championships, and other major games since 2005. She is the founder and director of A-Game and currently works with 28 Olympians representing India, USA, UK, Australia, Singapore, New Zealand, and Germany, Canada, and Korea at Tokyo 2020. I invite Dr. Sanjana Kiran to start with her presentation. She will be speaking today on Olympic spirit and mental health.
Hi, Shubhra, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Sorry to have rushed you earlier.
That's
yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's safe and sound. And thank you so much to Manav Rachna University to have organized this, conference and webinar together. I'm sure it wasn't an easy job to put together the speakers in such short notice, but I think you've done a great job. And Prof. Henry, thank you for raising that very important conversation about whether...
Ma'am, your voice is very low.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but your voice is low. If in case you can increase the volume.
I have increased the volume.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was talking about Prof. Henry. Thank you so much for bringing up that conversation about inclusivity, because as much as Olympism is so many things, whether it's being followed or not is very different from the picture. So my conversation is somewhat similar, but mostly related to mental health, because I feel mental health is a largely ignored topic in the race to Olympics, if I were to put that. So in a minute, I'm going to share my screen and take it from there. Yeah. So when I was kind of like, thinking about what to talk about, what brought me to this topic of mental health is the fact that, I've been working with athletes for the last 2 decades nearly, particularly with Olympians for about 15 years now. This is my 4th Olympics with them. What I saw is, with my experiences from grassroots to developmental to Olympic athletes, not all of them are very happy. They were once very passionate individuals. They give so much to the sport, but after winning medals, or the journey of acquiring those medals is not pretty for most of them. And that got me thinking. And in the recent past, I've been involved in a lot of mental health work with athletes and coaches, and I thought I should share what are my thoughts on the most ignored topic of mental health in relation to sports. Now, the one big question is, are athletes humans? At least in my experience, I've worked with about 150 Olympians till now, from different countries, developed nations, the top 10 podium finishing countries in the world. What I've seen is athletes today have become mere medal making machines. The sports ecosystem kind of sees them more as a medal producer than as a human itself. And then it pains to see that, because when we look at the Olympic spirit, like Professor Henry was also suggesting and talking about, the Olympic spirit is all about, participating in sport with passion, not because of compulsion, fighting hard through competitions. And it's not just about winning, it's how hard you fought, irrespective of whether you lost or whether you won. It talks about the resolve and perseverance when an athlete is, kind of exposed with the face of failure, an imminent failure. Will you give up, or will you keep fighting? Because all these qualities come along, or rather come a long, long way in making you the strong person you become. Because as much as we talk about sports and Olympics, what it really shapes you is for the life after as well, correct? And certainly the Olympic spirit talks about gamesmanship, where the athlete draws motivation, but not envy an opponent's win, which is far from truth of what happens today. And then the Olympic spirit also celebrates Olympism. Olympism is about, how can we blend sport with culture, with education? How can we bring about international cooperation through Olympism, etc., etc. And then it also talks about the educational value of being a sportsman, of gamesmanship. So when you train with all the commitment and discipline, and when you compete, and when the going gets tough, how you fight, how you prepare for the competitions, and how you use that preparation. And a lot of what you learn from that, how does it become an education for you, for your life and for your future? And more importantly, it's about the responsibility and respect it has for the fundamental ethical principles of non-discrimination, correct? And it also talks about how practicing sport is a human right of every individual. So all this seems, very rosy and great, and this is how it's supposed to be, because when the Olympic spirit and Olympism started, this is what it started for. And this is how it used to be, perhaps long, long ago. But that doesn't seem to be the scene in the last 2 decades or so. It really has become more about, or rather the achievement orientation has become more outcome oriented. There's a lot of ego orientation to achieving anything. And that is causing a lot of impact on the mental health of athletes. which brings us to the question, does the sports ecosystem or do the several sports ecosystem in the world treat athletes as humans? So when I say sports ecosystem, I'm referring to the coaches, I'm referring to the sports leadership, the sports governance, the sports scientists, the parents, the sports media, and anyone and everyone who's associated with an athlete. Like they say, it takes a village to groom an Olympian. And it really, really is like that. But then the village or the sports ecosystem that groups a young athlete to an Olympian also has a massive impact on the athlete themselves, a massive impact on their mental health. So now the question is, are we doing enough? Or are we even aware of what can happen? So basically, what can happen? Ideally, athletes go through 3 stages through their career. The first stage is the initiation stage. It's at the grassroots level, where the young athlete is joyful, passionate, just playing around, and their talent spotted. It could be a parent, it could be a coach, it could be a club, it could be school, or the athletes themselves start liking something about the sport that they're very interested to pursue further. And once talent spotted, they move to this developmental stage or the intermediate stage before they become elites. Now, most of these athletes in the world fall in the age range of about 12 to about 18, 19, 20 years, the ones who are in the developmental stage. So when these athletes come into the developmental stage, they're still very excited, still very passionate. But soon they realize that this is not just about passion, this is not just about enjoyment, this is really about the outcome. And this is how success is defined for them. It's not that the athletes define success for themselves. Of course they want to win, who doesn't like to win? But it's mostly the sports ecosystem that defines success to them as a definition that is all about succeeding, all about winning. And before they know, these young children, they're very young, mind you, young adolescents, children of 12, 13, 14 years. So before they know, their self-worth kind of depends on the outcomes of competitions. And not just these children, the sports ecosystem, the self-worth of the sports ecosystem seems to depend on the outcomes of competitions. So intentionally or unintentionally, the sports ecosystem now starts, putting pressure, all in the name of love, support, and giving the athlete what they need, etc., etc. But quietly, perhaps unintentionally, not realizing that they're defining success for the athlete very wrongly, which is totally different from the Olympic spirit or Olympism or whatever you term that as. And for this young person, they don't realize when the fun, joy of playing has now become perhaps a pain. So the commitment that started with the enjoyment has quietly moved to entrapment. It's not that these athletes want to give up. Of course, they want to keep going, but just that gradually they do not enjoy doing what they do as much. They might enjoy training, but competitions become a very stressful situation. Now, competitions are meant to create anxiety, meant to put athletes in a tough situation. That's all right, as long as competition is about the task difficulty, the abilities. So if the task difficulty and abilities are putting stress on the athlete, that's all right, because that's why it's called competitive sports and not recreational. But if the stresses and anxieties come not from the sport itself, but from everywhere else, this is when it impacts mental health. So throughout the world, about 4 or 5 young persons out of every 10 young people anyways are predisposed to some mental ill health. This is a norm. This has been the norm for the past few decades. The athletes now become more prone to it because of the traumas they go through training and competitions, when what was fun once, what was enjoyment once, becomes serious business. And this doesn't stop here. Not forgetting that the athletes of this age group, the developmental age, they being adolescents, are already going through the wrath of physiological changes owing to puberty, the sensitive, the fragile egos they have, and they're also trying to find their own person in the world. So a lot gets messed up for them. There's a lot of confusion. And in most sports ecosystem, these athletes are encouraged to put their eggs in the same basket. Dual careers are not the focus as much. Athletes are not allowed, most of these athletes, especially those who show promise, are not allowed to pursue other sports during this period because you're not supposed to get interested in other things. They hardly have a personal life, which means that their friend circle starts diminishing. And they become lonely, and much lonelier. And with this, and most of these athletes enter the perfection stage, the elite stage, with this situation. And once they get to the elite stage, their positive perfectionism, where they wanted to be their best at any ability, any skill they do, quietly becomes negative. So they quietly get into the space where they're forever dissatisfied. Even an Olympic gold is something they question. They want to see what they could have done better. And it feels never enough. They might win an Olympic gold, but then post-Olympics, they feel very hollow. They feel very empty. They feel they have nothing else to do in life because their sole identity till this point is very likely to be that of an athletic one. So really, as a sports ecosystem, are we promoting Olympic spirit in the way we behave with these athletes? Are we following the true spirit of Olympism? So what I strongly feel is athletes are humans first. We need to treat athletes as humans first. It's very, very important. Having lived 150 plus journeys of Olympic athletes, and perhaps thousands of athletes at developmental and grassroots age, ages and developmental levels, I can tell you for sure that not all of them are happy. When a child starts becoming happy at the sight of a medal and very unhappy when they fail, something is not okay. We need to encourage and we need to reflect on the effort they put in, not the outcome. Now, is it wrong to want to have a podium finish? No, there's nothing wrong about it. You always want to be your best. You always want to outdo yourself. And as humans, we have so much potential in us. Some of the athletes I work with are already once, twice, or 3 times gold medalists. But they still have so much more to give. There's nothing wrong about it. Wanting to be the best and best and best and best and going further. But how it's done is very important. And in the how it's done, the sports ecosystem plays a major, major role. So as a sports ecosystem, we have a responsibility to keep our athletes psychologically safe from us. And this is very important for their mental health. So how do we keep them psychologically safe? Simple. We ensure that we respect them. We listen to them. We have great communication. We ensure that they feel accepted. We ensure that we don't treat them as medal-making machines only. And we also ensure that they feel safe for interpersonal risk-taking, that they feel safe to tell us anything and everything they want to share with us as a sports ecosystem. If they're not feeling like training that day, it's okay to miss a training. It is totally okay. But to make them feel guilty about it is not right. So much about athlete psychological safety. Then we can make them self-aware, their own responsibility towards their mental health. So we can help them figure some, self-care tricks and tools that allows them to realize that they're humans. Of course, to get to Olympics takes a lot out of a person in terms of time, etc., etc. But if done smartly, every athlete can make that little time for themselves every single day. They do have 24 hours. Even if they rested and slept for 12 hours, they still have the other 12. So if they manage it well, they can still have that 1 hour for themselves, where they don't think about anything else but themselves. We need to encourage athletes to have hobbies. We need to encourage athletes to have a social life. We need to encourage them to have a dual career. This is not because we doubt their ability. This is because, like I said, you don't want to encourage them to put all the eggs in the same basket. It takes an injury to get them to retire for good. Or when the curtains come down, they have a life after that. So we can give them some emotional intelligence skills, communication skills. The assumption is that because these athletes train and compete at such high level and they travel so much, they must know everything. Most athletes are not street smart. Even communication is very difficult for them. When athletes come across as aloof, we feel that because they've started, winning these medals, that's why they're behaving aloof, etc., etc. But the matter of fact could be that they don't know communication, or perhaps they would rather not communicate and get into issues. And that's why, they wear a wall. These are very simple, real people. I work with them. They're just like the other young people in the world. Just that they have these amazing abilities, just that they have the amazing ability to actually train, compete at the levels they do. They have the resolve, they have the extent of commitment and dedication they have for. And last but not the least, we need to teach these athletes mental resilience towards their training and performances. We need to help them with that too, as a sports ecosystem. And more than everything else, we need to remind them that they're humans first. So I'm working with about 28 Olympians for the edition of Tokyo 2020. About 17 of them are 20 years and below. So these young persons, when I ask them, request them to take a break, they say they want to take a break, but they feel guilty that when they're supposed to be training, they're taking a break and having fun for 2 or 3 days. It shouldn't be like that. They shouldn't be feeling guilty. Of course, their lives are extraordinary because their journeys are extraordinary. They might not be able to live full lives like normal young children do, young persons do, young adults do. But we must encourage them to live at least a part of that young life, a part of that childhood. Because athletes are humans first. So with these thoughts, I close my conversation here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate you stayed with us even though there was a time lag. Thank you for the session, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Mohammad Ashraf Sabu, the chairperson of this session, to speak on psychological aspects among athletes during Olympic competitions. Sir, thereafter, once you complete your session, you may please proceed on with the discussion and the question answer part. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Dr. Mohammad Ashraf Sabu, sir, if you're there,
Can you hear me?
can you please start with your session?
Who is talking? Are you talking?
Yeah,
Heidi Ertan is
I'm
here.
Dr. Mohammad Ashraf Sabu speaking.
Hello, Mohammed. Yes, I can easily.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much.
This is Heidi Ertan from Turkey, right? Is it correct? Yeah, I mean, do you want to talk with me or with anyone else?
No, sir, I am calling.
Let me present my PPTs first, my topics first, and then after that we will
okay.
talk Okay, sorry about that. All right, thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for Big Family, Manap Big Family, organizational committee, and steering committee of this event. Thank you so much for everyone. Basically, what I will present today have been covered by three speakers previously. Yeah, Professor Henry, Dr. Lim, and then the last speaker, Dr. Rachna. So maybe I will, to avoid redundancy, maybe I will go a little bit faster and then try to avoid this redundancy. Okay, let me share my presentation. This is based on what is called some literature review, and then my PowerPoint presentation that I have given to my students. Okay, so Olympic has been planned to be conducted in the near future. It is about two more months in July, August. But my personal opinion, if we talk about psychological aspect related to Olympics, my personal opinion, it is not what happened during or before or after the competition itself. We are now in what is called coronaphobia. My personal terminology, coronaphobia. Everywhere we appear on corona. I'm thinking that probably the most concern related to psychological aspect of Olympic competition, not competition itself, but coronavirus itself. And this we will not find in the literature, either sport psychology or sport sociology, I mean. Yeah. So now we have two twin issues related to psychological. The first is related to COVID-19, then another one is related to competition itself. Okay. Let me go a little bit faster. Yes. I have planned to cover two topics. Yeah. The first will be common psychosocial issue among athletes in Olympic competition. Why I say with Olympic competition, because psychological issues not only happens with during, but it also happened before and after competition itself. So psychosocial issues of competition happen before, during, and after. And then I will talk a little bit about psychological, especially stress management, because if we talk about comprehensive psychological management for sport competition, especially Olympic competition, will take a lot of time, and then we have time constraints, so will be difficult for us. Okay, as I mentioned before, as I have mentioned already before, that a previous speakers have indicated. So I will try to avoid the redundancy. Yes. Based on, as I know, that in sport it depends or situation, that physical problem are more concern or as a priorities among athletes is in all, I will say that in all kind of events, sport events, like Olympics, especially Olympics. Well, on the other hand, psychological problems are not considered as priority for athletes, yeah, especially before, during, and after that competitions. So this is just my introductions, and then the problems related to sport competition, Olympic competition. In this case, I hope that we focus on our attention on Olympic competitions. That psychological problems arise from personal factors. Yeah, can be type of personality, type A, type B, type C type of personality. Can be also interpersonal factors, communication between athletes and coach, for example, communication among team, or can be also communication among athletes, coach, and organization. And environmental factors, psychological related to environmental factors, can be fans, spectators, can be high, what is called, expectation. Yeah, so basically there are some factors, but I will focus on these three factors. And then let's focus on more detail about common psychological, psychosocial issue among athletes with Olympic competition. Okay. Dr. Sanjana, especially, and then Dr. Lim explained about stress during competition. I will say that any kind of competition, sport competition, educational competition, and other different type of competition will create stress. If someone doesn't have stress, especially in important competition, then personally I will say that it is not normal. So it is normal if someone feels stress, especially before or in facing a competition, more specifically Olympic competition, that is considered the highest level of competition in sport. And then anxiety and fears. Anxiety and fear. Yeah. Mostly anxiety and fear is related to stress. If we, in health, and psychology and mental health, I just want to remind you that there are basically, we have three types of level of psychological issue. The first is what is called psychological issues, that most common, normal among people, especially before the competition. It is normal. And then the next level is related to psychological problems. Yeah, psychological problems. Yeah. Sometimes these problems need attention, especially from professional profession that work with this area related to psychology or mental health issue. Similarly, another psychological problem is depression, post-traumatic stress, helplessness, hopelessness, sleep pattern and sleep quality, low self-esteem, body image, somatization, somatic problems, These are some, not all, yeah, and then can be happen in any athletes, every athletes who will compete in Olympic Games. Not only Olympic Games, but also in any kind of sport settings, sport events, situation and condition. This situation creates some psychological problem. Not always and not generally, but can be experience, can be also depend on type of personality, depend this personal experience. Okay, next, stress. Athletes in all sport events or settings, especially in Olympics events, have stress as a reaction of body to stimulation, which is considered as a threat or danger situation. Danger means not danger physically, but danger psychologically. Danger for dignity also can be. If I lose in this game, then what people will say? Yes. Stressor requires the body to make an adjustment to overcome the situation. Some sign of symptoms or some manifestation of the stress are low motivation. Yeah. Before I have talked before that stress can be stress that increase motivation, but can be also distress that create low motivation. Restlessness, poor diet, lack of appetite, diminished appetite, yeah, and disrupt sleep pattern. Can be sleep pattern, can be also sleep quality. Yeah, insomnia, for example, will affect in sleep quality, while what is called horror, yeah, when horror sleep horror can disrupt our sleep quality and pattern. Next, post-traumatic stress disorder. I just want to share that post-traumatic stress disorder is not similar to because of natural disaster, for example, or man-made disaster. No, this is because of personal experience that happened previously. For example, sportsman or an athlete loser lost parents, lost to the same people, the same not enemy, the same what is called, yeah, the same, yeah, let's say enemy, the enemy in sport, not enemy in war, then can create post-traumatic disorders. Yeah. These symptoms have been reported in studies to have increased among athletes. People who become loser many times, then he or she can experience what is called PTSD. Next, anxiety and fear. Yeah, I don't want to go in detail about this. Dr. Lim, and then Dr. Sorry, doctor, because I forget your name. Because of stress, then the next level of this stress become anxiety or fear. This is by concept. Yeah, and then mostly this will need a specific treatment by professionals. Okay. Then it is also the most frequently occurring as a manifestation of stress. It results in autonomic nervous system stimulation. If we bring this to the biochemical, yeah, biological, chemical, and physical issues related to anxiety and fear, it is related to autonomic nervous system stimulation. That create increasing in heart rate, increased respiration, increased visual acuity, diaphoresis, shortness of breath, and restlessness. Depression, similarly, athletes can typically demonstrate symptoms of depression related to disruption of their performance and functioning. Mostly this depression happen after the event, especially the Olympic events. Signs of depressed athletes include helplessness, hopelessness, blood affect, disrupted eating, sleeping pattern, lack of motivation and compliance, and decreased energy level. Helplessness, yeah. In Olympic Games, can also some athletes also can demonstrate feeling of helplessness, and it relates to feeling of powerlessness associated with being unable to change or to cope with sport situation and condition. Next. Hopelessness in sport. Athletes feel hopelessness that relates to feelings of dependency and loss of optimism. This reflects in feelings of loss of control, feeling that an event can be managed, and increased dependency on others, can be teammates, coach, etc. Yeah, I go a little bit faster. Yeah. Sleep pattern and sleep quality, as mentioned just earlier, that studies have reported the effects of altered sleep pattern and sleep quality among athletes and sport event and setting, especially who are young. Yeah, lack of coping mechanism, lack of adaptation to the stress, and then these athletes can experience what is called sleep pattern or sleeping problems. Low self-esteem. Yeah. A person with low self-esteem will feel unworthy, incapable, and incompetent. The person with low self-esteem feels so poorly or inability about him or herself. And this feeling may actually cause the person continue constant self-criticism. Many, especially, there are some, I have met with some Olympian that say, if we meet our foe, our, let's say, how to say that in sport terminology, enemy, let's say enemy, but in sport enemy, sometimes we see they are stronger than we have low self-esteem, something like that. Body image problems also can happen among athletes. Yeah.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Can we just wind up our session? Other speakers are also waiting.
Okay. So you want me to stop? You want me to stop now?
No. I don't want you to stop now. If in case you can wind up your session in 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. 3 more minutes. Okay. Somatization symptoms. Thank you so much for this reminding. Because of competition, these symptoms are common experienced by athletes in sport, especially in Olympic. Yeah, it's usually involved by pain, neurological symptoms. Yeah, the physical symptoms including digestive symptoms, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, constipation, and diarrhea. Okay, now but psychological, I focus on stress management because time constraint, yeah, for Olympic competition. Sport event like Olympic competition can be stressful among athletes, but this stressor can be managed. These stressors can be managed. Knowing the symptoms and signs and employing psychological management, especially in this case, stress management, can help athletes, coach in managing stress, providing support for them to creating a healthy sport culture. In addition to managing stress in a personal level, creating sport environments characterized by hard work balance with support and encouragement, clear expectation, good communication can help to minimize perception of psychological stress issues. To cope with stress, it is imperative to understand the broad range of stressors. The goal of effective stress management plan is to identify strategies that one will consistently use to decrease a feeling of distress. Yeah. Now, it is important for athletes, coach to know their stress so that they can know when they need make adjustment or coping mechanism. This knowledge or information can guide toward stress management techniques to specifically address their needs. Now, ABC stress management. This is well known, simple in sport psychology. It is well known as ABC stress management. Basically, this used in not only in sport, but it is well known in sport psychology. We are awareness about this issue, and then balance activities, balance. Then control can be by stress management. Unfortunately, we don't have plenty of time to discuss about this control, and then in the certain severe condition, then counseling, looking for counseling, including also here self-help support, or can be also like psychiatrist, psychologist. Okay, thank you so much. And then thank you for your attention. Sorry for inconvenience. And then have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye for now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the valuable informative session. It was really good, and we've got lots of comments and questions also, which we may be answering later on through a mail because we are already running short of time. But in case if there is a question among the panel members, we can have a few minutes for that.
Okay.
Sir, is there any question among the panel members? Okay, I think there is no question among the panel members too. So now we put an end to this session 1 of this day, and we move towards the session 2 of this day. I would like to thank you all the speakers and the participants and the dignitaries present who participated in this session. I would like to now hand over to Ms. Vandana Garg. She will be continuing with the session 2. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Shubhra ma'am. Thank you, everyone. In this session, we have 4 presentations. So first, we are starting with Professor Ertan. Professor Hayari Ertan, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. May I request you to please switch on to your video.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us in today's conference. Professor Hayari Ertan, he is head of the department, Coaching Education Department. It's in the Eskişehir Technical University, Faculty of Sports Science, Turkey. He has more than 46 publications to his credit. And today he will be speaking on decomposition of high-level supportive performance by using neuromechanical methods. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining.
I thank you to all of the organizers, especially the Vandana Garg, for your kind introduction. I will be sharing some findings from our former studies I will be just talking about our findings, but it will be not very highly scientific. I will share some videos and I will share some findings, very highlighted findings, and I think I will have good communication with Indian colleagues here. And then I hope also to come to your beautiful country. I couldn't do it before. We were trying to make our visit to India before the pandemic, but I had to cancel my flights and I had to change all the details. That's why please forgive me for not joining your beautiful conference and not visiting your country. And now I will directly start sharing with my screen and then tell about the things I want to tell. What does that mean? Decomposition of high-level sportive performance. Decomposition means we divide the movement patterns, specific movement patterns, into its parts, and then we try to define some critical points during the execution of a specific movement pattern with the high-level athletes. High-level athlete means athletes fighting for, combating for, playing for Olympic Games. So we're working with high-level athletes who is in the Olympic level, a very high level. And what do we mean by using neuromechanical methods? Neuromechanical aspect is some neural aspects. We add some neural aspects to our studies and some mechanical aspects, some data from video recordings, some other aspects. So you will see what I mean during my presentation. And where I am coming from, I have studied in Ankara actually. My background is from Ankara. And now we moved to city Eskişehir. The city is about 1 million population. It's not big city in Turkish scale, but it's really small city in Indian scale. I know this. And then we are living in a beautiful city here, city Eskişehir. And we are in between Ankara and Istanbul. It's easy to travel to Istanbul and easy to travel to Ankara. So I am really happy to be in this city. Come to our city and visit me and our facilities here. And the city involves 3 public universities. This is the university much related with public health sciences. And this university is Anadolu University. My former university is mostly related with social sciences and distance education. And this university I am involved in, Eskişehir Technical University, is mostly related with technical aspect of academic life. And we have our own aviation school and own airport. This is our university's airport, and we can travel from office to somewhere in the world. This is really big challenge for us. It's really very easy aspect of my travels, and I can park my car in front of my office and then travel to anywhere in the world. This is the Faculty of Sports Science here. I hope you can see my cursor here. And these are some indoor facilities, outdoor facility, and indoor facility again. These are the offices and classes that we teach here. So these are the technical aspects, the mechanical engineering faculty here, aviation faculty is somewhere here. So this is our university. And these are some pictures from my city Eskişehir. You can see very beautiful attractions here. I would all invite you to join one of our events in our city after relieving this pandemic. So what is high-level sports? Let's first see what is high-level sports. This is one of the high-level sports, what I mean. This is a volleyball player from Istanbul Galatasaray. He used to play for Galatasaray team at the time of recording. So you can see this is very high level sportsmen. So we are trying to work with these high level sportsmen. See the movement pattern, smashing, and the ball is coming somewhere from here now. We cannot see, it's not in the screen yet, and you will see the ball is coming down, and you can see the person, the sportsman, the volleyball player doing all these movement patterns. So this is high level sportsman. What I mean, high level sports. So you can see high level sports. And if you have the sound facility, I want you to listen the next slide here. And this is also a high level performance. It's not high level sports performance, but it's high level performance. You listen just, and you can see high level performance here. Look at back muscles here. So this is not from our measurements, I have to admit that. And I am for, let's say, 25 years or 30 years with archers, Olympic archers. And we have been publishing on Olympic athletes, Olympic archers. And I will show you a video before telling about some very attractive findings. She was Olympian athlete, Olympian archer in Atlanta Olympic Games. And I think before Atlanta, she was also in Sydney too. She was competing in Sydney too. And she has a really good archery technique. And we were conducting some neuromechanical aspects. Here are some EMG studies. We add some kinematic data here. And there are some force plates to make the analysis of Natalie's shooting technique. I will just summarize what we found with these measurements. This is the release pattern during archery shooting, forearm musculature, forearm extensor contract just after the clickers fall, and then flexor muscles relaxes gradually here. And then this is the typical release pattern in Turkish high-level athletes. So this is very typical release pattern for our athletes, for our archers. And we continue with this phenomenon. And then we try to correlate EMG activities of forearm musculatures with the score on the target. And we created some skill indexes, and we try to correlate. So these skill indexes tells us that, I will again summarize, there are too many details. The area under the curve decreases. When the area under the curve decreases, the score on the target increases. These are high-level athletes, middle-class athletes, and beginner athletes, beginner archers. So the area under the EMG curve decreases, the score on the target increases. This is the very rough summary of our findings. Still, when I was spending some time in German Sports University, during the time Heiko Struder was my lab head, but he's now the rector of the university. We have a publication with them, and we also did the same studies with German archers and compare them with Turkish archers. And this is an Olympian archer again, Olympic archer. And I have told about this. When the clicker snaps, extensor musculature contracts and flexor musculature gradually relaxes. But a high-level archer, this is a case report, a high-level archer has a totally different release strategy. Look at this extensor musculature here. Extensor musculature gradually relaxes, but flexor musculature, contrary to the group means, flexor musculature relaxes directly. So this helps to decrease the lateral deflection of the bowstring. I can tell about all these stories for 3 hours, 4 hours. We have 4 PhD dissertations published, finished with this title, but I will just try to summarize all the findings. So again, this is the Natalia Nasaridze. When we see what I mean with the flexor relaxation, you will see the difference now. And you will see here a light, which means the clicker snaps, clicker falls, and then look at the fingers here. Fingers are relaxing only, not opening the fingers. Look at this difference. So she was the high-level archer making a different release strategy. So what I worked with our national team is to teach these flexor relaxation strategy to high-level archers, so to compete in Olympic Games. He is one of the Olympians. He has qualified to join the Tokyo Olympic Games now, and he has one of the best in the world. He ranked, I think, in one or second place. I don't know the latest situation. And I can tell about him again. We have been working with him for a long time, and we changed some muscular activation strategies, and then we are still continuing with him. And then I hope he will have some good results in Olympic Games in Tokyo. And we try to model and simulate the archery release to be helpful to young athletes and the coaches who are working with young athletes, young archers. And you can see the force plates, and you can see high-speed cameras, and we just model or simulate the archery release during the shot. I can tell about, again, the story here. It's really detailed one. I need to impress on the specific musculature, but we do not have time for this. So you can see this here, and beginner archers mostly contracts the lower portion of trapezius muscle, but the elite archers contracts the middle portion and part of upper portion of the trapezius muscle. So this is the big challenge during archery shooting. And I will skip to soccer studies that we have been conducting for many years. And then one of my PhD students has been working with football players. And I will show you a kick from David de Souza, a Brazilian football player. And he was playing for Fenerbahce at that time. Look at his movement pattern, and we are very lucky. We had the measurement with this goal was made to Chelsea. It was from 30 meters, and it was really one of the best goals I have ever seen. Again, this is David de Souza. This is my PhD student. This is Fenerbahce, Galatasaray, Fenerbahce, Istanbul campus here. And then we were conducting the kicking technique analysis with this David de Souza, and we are really lucky to catch him as subject. And we made the measurements for most of the team members, and I will just share some. And again, it is a PhD dissertation, as I have told you, but I will again tell about some summary of the findings. This movement pattern or this contraction strategy is for vastus lateralis muscle. This is the backswing phase. And again, these findings are for high-level soccer players, football players. And this is the backswing phase. At that phase, you can see the contraction level of vastus lateralis muscle, and these are amateur players. And when we compare the difference in between these groups, muscular contraction strategy of vastus lateralis is significantly different from each other. So high-level football players contract mostly vastus lateralis muscle higher than amateur players. And this is the impact time with the ball. And when we look at the gastrocnemius muscle, this is vice versa. Amateur players contracting gastrocnemius muscle higher than professional players. So we can talk about all details again. I can tell about 4 or 5 hours. I can talk about this. And we have been collaborating with high jumpers, again, Olympic high jumpers, and they are visiting our laboratories, and we are trying to guide their training sessions and some technical aspects. This is the setup for our measurement. This is the photocells to measure the speed, approach run speed, and these are the cameras and some lighting. And we are preparing the athlete before the measurement. Look at these, and then she will make her jump. You can see her, and I can tell about her for a very long time. There are some reasonable, some meaningful findings related with her. So we can make the analysis, kinetical and kinematical aspects for high jumper. And I have some more examples of our researches from, let's say, gymnastics aspect. And we make the muscular activation, ground reaction forces, and some kinematical data. You can see her movement pattern. And this was from our trial measurements in our laboratory. And again, these are, and from our real measurement patterns, she was a national team member, and then they won world first place or something with this group of athletes, and this is called as releve and penché. This is penché part, and we make the analysis from different aspects: video recordings and EMG and the ground reaction forces. And I have some more related with canoeing, and you can see here the results are not the results, the setup from our canoer, and they are trying to go to Olympic Games again. I hope they will have the qualification for the Olympic Games. We try to come work with them. This is from our studies again. This is a PhD dissertation, and we have been working with the tennis players, and we are trying to analyze the ground techniques with high-level tennis players. You will see the setup here. These are the high-speed cameras again. We collect some kinematical data from the cameras, and then we collect some kinetical data from EMG aspect. And you can see here stick figures. The system creates the stick figures for us, and then we make the analysis later on. And this is the setup. I will again show one more tennis video here. You can see 6 or I don't know, 8 cameras, and this is the real-time camera to make the synchronization between the cameras. Look at this, and the ball is shot by the mechanical device and cannot catch any clue from the view of sportsman's shooting technique. And the things we are doing need to be done in the laboratory conditions. We need to work in the laboratory conditions. We need to make too many measurements with our subjects, with our group of researchers, and it's not easy to spend time with them. And so we need to go to the lab and make the measurements. I am not alone, of course. I am, of course, having my group of researchers. They are all helping me. They are all bringing the critical ideas. This is from one of our measurements. You can see this person is technical person controlling the cameras, and he's, let's say, controlling the EMG system. He's controlling some other stuff. He's controlling the again camera systems from software aspect, and she is controlling the photocell systems, and they are all focused on the measurements and very let's say focused, very attended to the measurement. But we are the managers of the projects, just pausing the photos. So we have the chance that we have a big group of researchers in our laboratory, and we have a big challenges. And I am really happy to join the conference, Pre-Olympic conference. I again want to thank to all organizers, and I hope to approach to you, to your country like this. I hope to see you in your beautiful country and make this kind of presentations face to face. Thank you very much again. If there's any questions, remarks, yeah, I'm ready to answer.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Hayai. Definitely, there are many questions, but due to paucity of time, we may not take one-on-one. So may I request if you, the participants, if you have any questions, just park those questions. We either send the answer through email or we can answer through the chat box. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Hayai. So the next speaker for this session is Dr. Iskender Zulkarnain. Sir, may I request you to please switch on to your video. Dr. Iskender Zulkarnain. Sir, are you there on the portal?
Hello. I cannot open my camera.
Oh, sir, may I request Shobha sir, please make this visible?
Okay.
For the...
It is on. It is on.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in today's conference. Dr. Iskender Zulkarnain, he is a medical doctor from Pajajaran University School of Medicine, Indonesia. He done his master's in sports science from US Sports Academy, USA, and he's formerly worked in the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Republic Indonesia for 15 years. For more than 20 years, he's also an initiator and active board member of Indonesia Sports for All Federation. He's also an active board member of Indonesia Sports Medicine Association and Board of Expert in Sports for All movement in Indonesia. As well as he is also a board member of Special Olympics of Indonesia for more than 20 years. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Today, he will be speaking on preparing athletes' immunity with energy medicine exercise method in the training center during COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody. Thank you for the organizing committee for the opportunity for me to join this conference, international conference. Some of the speakers, like Professor Henry Dowds, know me very much. So today I just want to present the practice exercise that we can use for the athletes before in their training center. So can I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you catch me? Can you get my my presentation?
Yes, sir. We can see the screen, but your presentation is still not visible. You have to double click on it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Just make it a slideshow, sir.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir. Very well. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, this is what. Okay. My presentation is about how to optimizing the power of energy medicine to increase physical fitness and immune system of athletes and coaches during COVID-19 pandemic by using Yama exercise medicine methods. This basically Yama exercise is we're from Indonesia cultural heritage Pencak Yeah, we use fighting usually using the technique of martial art for fighting people, but now we use it for fighting diseases. So that's we basically the movement is synchronize our human electromagnetic fields. So the power of energy medicine will be one of the best solution for us today in facing the pandemic situation for COVID-19, not only for the athletes, but also for the society, because we can develop or we can raise our potential, our power of energy medicine to protect ourselves from the COVID, or we can increase our physical fitness and human immunity to fight the exposure from the COVID-19. This is one of the solution that's this exercise is come from a traditional basic movement. So I think we use the combination of mind, body, and soul and spirit for this. So that's why I guess it will solve the problems with the athletes now. They have facing the stress during the games or before the games and after the games. So with this exercise, we can not also raising our immunity, but also can can fight the most stressful happen with the athletes. So it is nice if everybody can use it for preparing the athletes before the games or after the games, because we know that from the previous speaker that stress will be the one of the problems facing by the athletes or coaches in everywhere. Now they also have a problem with the stress to face the pandemic of COVID. So I think with these methods, we can, it's very simple, just an exercise, just a body movement, and vibrating our body to have an energy, and the energy can balance the power of our immunity, and also for the happiness hormone for endorphin to release. So that's why this is very interesting exercise if you introduce to your athletes or for everybody to face the pandemic of COVID today's or the next days. So this is the energy medicine that we can build, we can raise, and we can also use the combination from energy from the sun, from the sea wave, or from the waterfall, and also from the cosmos, and as well as we use energy from the God, from prayer. So this is what is about the energy medicine. Can I have time for a presentation, my films about this? Yeah, sorry, a minute.
So you need any help?
Yeah. I just want to show you the video.
All right.
You should stop your presentation first, sir.
Oh, okay. You get it? Okay. Stop sharing. That is the simple exercise. Everybody can do it. Not only for athletes or coaches. They can do it for the preparation in training center, or for everybody who wants to fight for COVID. Now we are introducing this and socialize this for Indonesian people, how to fight COVID with exercise. So that's why the benefit of exercise to fight COVID is really works. Then we have already some testimony result that who have the patient who have a PCR positive PCR test, and they are doing this exercise, they will release become to negative after 3 days. So we can use this for isolation, self-isolation for to prevent the COVID, or the others movement, the others type of movement. We can use it for healing the COVID. So that's why I really happy to introduce it to you for international community, that we have the solution to fight the COVID by exercise. Exercise is medicine. So that's why this is from the local wisdom we can get that we can fight COVID. This is my presentation. If everybody interesting with this, you can link to my to our YouTube channels, so you can see us, or you can find us in every program in the YouTube, or directly in Zoom meeting. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much, Professor. Very aptly said, by physical activity or by exercise, we can increase our immunity and can deal with COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much, sir, for the information and your presentation. May I invite our next speaker for this session, Professor Syed Ibrahim. Sir, may I request you to please switch on to your camera, or Professor Syed Ibrahim.
Madam is coming, sir is coming.
Okay, sir. Professor Rajesh, can we take the next speaker if sir is joining?
Madam, I'm asking sir 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
सर आपको बुला रहे हैं सर आ गया अब मैडम आई केम ऑलरेडी इंट्रोड्यूस करो मैडम एक बार बात करो फिर
Okay, it's my privilege to introduce Professor Syed Ibrahim. He from King Fahd University, Saudi Arabia. Professor Ibrahim.
Ibrahim sir, open the video. Ibrahim sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam, I'm over here.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Professor Ibrahim is doctorate in physical education from Uthmania University. He also done a diploma in sports coaching and football. He's a former principal, head director in Department of Physical Education, Osmania. He has published a lot of paper in international journals and participated in many international conferences held at London, China, Russia, Istanbul. He is also a life president of Indian Federation of Computer Science in Sports. I welcome you, sir. He is going to speak on ecosphere for underweight athletes. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Madam, are you able to hear see the video, please?
Sir, I can, yes, sir. I can see you and hear you well.
Okay. Am I audible, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well.
Can you see the video, please?
Sir, we can't see your presentation, but I can see your video. Yes, I can see you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Just make it a slideshow, full screen.
Is it fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. I think Vandana Garg. The authorities of the Manav Rachna International Institute of Research and Studies were the host for the pre-Olympic International E-Dialogue Series. And I'm really grateful to the Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Khanna, who has been an active researcher and a physical educationist. And at the outset, I would like to share the area of underweight, which is the most neglected in research. Why? Because, as a matter of fact, me and my colleagues here in Saudi Arabia have dealt with a few studies on the underweight subject. And when we wanted to see the literature, we could not find much studies for the underweight. That is the reason why I think I have chosen this at the topic for presentation here. And as you know, everybody knows it, that our body has got weight, and we call it as a mass of the body also, measured in the units of kilogram, pounds, and ton. And the National Institute of Health has reported with regard to the weight management that around 33% of adults around the globe are obese. 35% population are overweight and 12% are underweight. And that leaves only a 20% of the strata around the globe who are normal weight. That means you can consider them as healthy citizens. Now, the basic concept of weight management, this I'm just trying to give you certain introduction with regard to this. So the concept of weight management depends on the body composition. As you know, it's one of the concepts of the health-related fitness. And this body composition basically consists of two things, fat-free mass and body fat. And what do you call fat-free mass? The bone, water, muscle, connective tissue, the teeth, and the tissues which are basically connected. They are coming under the fat-free mass. That means they don't have any fat. And what is body fat? The essential fat which is required by the body to carry on different functions. It is 3 to 5% of total fat in men, 8 to 12% in women. And where the fat is stored, because totally the health of an individual depends on the muscle and the fat, the lean body mass and the adipose tissue. So fat is stored as adipose tissue, where in the connective tissue in which fat is stored. Subcutaneous tissue below the skin, under the skin. Visceral fat is intra-abdominal which is located around major organs in the body. And the factors which are affecting the body composition, they are genetically determined when we have the number of fat cells in our body. When the chromosomes are passed down from the parents to the offspring. And these cells can increase or decrease in size depending on various factors like age, sex, metabolism, diet, activity level. So these are a few areas, aspects which affect the size of the cells. Now, we call it as energy balance. Energy balance means is the key to keep your healthy ratio of the fat-free mass and the fat. You take in energy, that is, we eat food, they are the calories converted to calories. And you use up the calories as energy. So energy in and energy out, you maintain your current weight. If you're taking too much of food, naturally you will gain weight. If you're taking very less food, you will not gain weight, but still your organs will become weak because your body weight or your body requires the energy, sufficient energy, according to the body surface area. So it is very essential. So energy in, energy out. If it's energy in, if it is more than the energy out, you gain weight. But if energy in is less than the energy out, you lose weight. So this is energy balance. Now we come to the body composition. There are three interrelated aspects with regard to the human physique. What is it? Size, volume, mass, surface area. Then structure, skeletal, muscular, fat arrangement and distribution. And composition, amount of fat, muscle and bone. So body composition is one of the major components of physical fitness. Physical fitness divided into the health related and the skill related components. Now, body composition. The most common, basically, method used in body composition analysis is a two-component model of the body. What is that? This model includes lean body mass, the muscle, lean body, LBM, what we call it, and the fat mass. The fat body mass, which is there in the body, and the total body fat, we call it TBF. Now, lean body mass refers to the non-fat or fat-free component of the body. What it includes? It includes skeletal muscles, bone, water. It may represent a biological lower limit beyond which health is compromised. So you can see here the formula for knowing or calculating the lean body mass. LBM is calculated by total body mass minus the total body fat. And then the total body fat is calculated by dividing the total body mass into percent body fat divided by 100. Then, where is fat stored? Fat body mass is divided into two areas, storage fat and essential fat. So you can see here a few aspects which have been represented here. The storage fat that accumulates as adipose tissue below your skin, and it serves as an energy reserve, and also it cushions and protects external organs. Basically, if you look at the nutrients, you'll find that the macronutrients, the carbohydrates, protein, and the fat, these are the main components of the energy, which are called as macronutrients, which give energy. Like carbohydrates gives fuel, protein is a building material, then fat. What does the fat do? When you construct a building in your house, you don't leave the walls like that. You paint the walls, otherwise it looks ugly. So the fat does the painting of all the organs. It is like cushioning and protecting the organs, external organs. And it is mainly subcutaneous distribution. And in a male, the average fat is 12%. In a female, it is more than 15 to 20%. And excess fat is associated with numerous health problems. So this is with regard to the stored fat, or storage fat, what we call it. Then essential fat. It is required for numerous physiological functions. The body carries on various functions. Physiological means the working of the body. So this fat, which is the essential fat, is present in bone marrow, heart, lungs, liver, spleen, kidneys, intestine, muscles, and the central nervous system, CNS. So this is the essential fat, which is very, very important for carrying on the daily activities of life. It comprises about 3% of the body weight in males and around 12% in the women. So gender-specific essential fat is located, like the male and the female, in the mammary glands, pelvic region, and is involved in hormone-related functions and pregnancy. So this is with regard to the, what you can call it as the essential fat connected with the females. Now, measurement of fat, how you measure it? Basically, there are two methods of measuring the fat: the direct measurement and indirect measurement. So direct measurement involves grinding tissue. The tissues are grinded, and it is measured via chemical analysis. And of course, this chemical analysis is impractical for the living organisms. So it is not a conducive one for a living organism. But indirect methods are mostly used to measure the fat. So what are they? One is the skin fold caliper. You know, we have different parts of the body, and there are 5 areas in which you use a skin fold caliper. Know the circumference of those parts and then calculate the fat percentage. Then we have hydrostatic weighing in water. Then BODPAD, a new innovative equipment which measures your, what you can call it, the body fat. And then bioelectrical impedance, where electricity is passed on in the body and it gives you the correct body fat percentage. And then DEXA is also using X-rays to know the body fat. Now you can see here various modalities to which the fat is measured. Here you can see the skin fold calipers. Here it is the hydrostatic weighing. This is the BODPAD, which is an equipment with very expensive, basically cannot be used by ordinary person. Then we have what we call it the bioelectrical impedance. This is based on difference in electrical conductivity between fat-free mass and fat mass. Person body weight is calculated from measures of body density determined by passing an electrical current through the body. And then in this aspect, I have an important, what you call it, the modality, which we have also been using. We call it the Tanita DC 430. That I will tell you in the next slide. But we also have dual energy and X-ray absorption, that is DEXA, where the body composition is determined by bone density, where we have the bone mineral content is calculated, and then you try to find out the fat. Now, with regard to the bioelectrical impedance, this is the machine, we call it as the Tanita DC 430, which I've been using in our research also. You can find that this machine is attached to the electrical, appliance, and then you need to stand keeping your feet bare-feeted on this 4. You can see here these 4 downstairs. You will have to stand over these figures with keeping your feet, and then you need to enter your age, your sex, that's male or female, and your height. These are the 3 things which you need to enter in the machine, and after a few minutes, the machine will automatically calculate your weight, your BMI, the body mass index, the basic metabolic rate, the person body fat, fat-free mass, FFM, and fat mass and then fat-free mass also, apart from the total body water. So it will give you an indication very clearly and give you a printout which you can utilize in your research to know how much you have, the percent body fat, the fat mass, and the fat-free mass. Now, the basic thing which we want to know, or if we want to know the body fat, is very simple method of calculating the body mass index, which is very inexpensive and it can be utilized by anybody. And this considers your weight and height. Everybody knows it. I think I need not to divulge much on that, where your height in kgs is divided by height in meters square. And the resultant, there are 4 categories we have, what we call it as above 30, 30 plus if you get your answer, then it is obese, then 25 to 29.9 overweight, 18.5 to 25 or 24.9 is normal weight, 18.5 and below is underweight. So BMI is only intended, you need to remember this, for men and women aged between 20 and 65. But there are certain contraindications. It cannot be used for babies, for children, for teenagers, pregnant women, and very muscular people such as athletes, because athletes don't have the body fat percentage. It will give you a wrong, what you can call it, a measure for an athlete, because he doesn't have any body fat. Now, actually coming to the basic aspect of the presentation, being underweight is a problem. Your body mass index falling down between 18.5 and below. It needs to be stopped. Now, what is weight and underweight? Weight of an individual basically depends on various factors. What are these factors? I've already discussed about it: genetic, metabolic rate, body type of bone and muscular content. Some people have very heavy bones, hormonal imbalance, nature of food, what you take, timings of the food. Basically said that we need to take breakfast, lunch, and dinner in time, not to skip the meals, in time. Physical activity, the level of activity, what you have. Mental health and attitude. I think in the earlier presentation also people have talked about the psychological aspect of stress. Stress is the gift of this millennium, and stress is a slow poison. It kills everybody, every aspect in the body. So mental health is very important, and the attitude you have. Apart from your age, youngsters, of course, God has made, nature has made the body, a young person, he can sustain anything. But as you start aging, at the age of 40, everything starts. All the hypokinetic diseases come and shake hand with you. And they say your first wife. Why? Because they are staying in your body. Your wife is second outside. So age is very important. Plus the season. What type of season? Summer, winter, spring season, and the medication. Actually, allopathic medicines, they have side effects. No doubt, it takes care of the symptoms. It's symptomatic. You take a medicine for certain disease or for certain problem, sickness. That sickness maybe symptomatically it is cured, but it creates something else, a side effect. So these are the effects of the. So what are the reasons for being underweight? What reasons are there? There are many reasons for being underweight, like high metabolism. Your body, the metabolic activity of your body, the making and breaking of it, anabolism and catabolism, they're very high. So naturally, more energy is utilized, calories are spent off. Skipping meals. You don't take meals in time, or you don't eat at all. Eating on the run. In this millennium, people don't have time. They get up late and they are wanting in time. So what they do while moving, dressing up or doing something, they start eating. So that is eating on the run. Illness, injury. You need to remember, because I deal with the aspect of injuries also in here in K4PM. Remember, your body, if it doesn't get injured, it is safe. But the moment you get injured, there is no 100% recovery. Please remember, the most you recover is 80%, 20% you carry in your pocket throughout your life. So a body which is not having any injury will sustain your life. But any injury, you'll face it in your later life. Active lifestyle, your lifestyle, the daily, chorus, what you do, getting up from morning till you sleep. What are your activities? That also has an effect. Then stress, as I've been already told you, stress. Then eating food with insufficient or inefficient nutrition. Like, we have 5 components of nutrition. I already talked about the macronutrients, the carbohydrates, protein and fat, and then the micronutrients, the minerals. You require minerals in your body. They're very essential. In small traces, the vitamins. Now, here in K4PM, here we have temperatures going around 50 plus. And most of the people live indoors because of the sun. And 90% of people who visit our medical center, they are having insufficient vitamin D. Because our body, the skin and the bone, they need 20 minutes minimum of the sunlight. It is the food of the skin and the bone. We don't give it. So they lack. So it is what we call it as the insufficient nutrition. Then water. You need to take minimum amount of water per day. And in summer, you need to do more. So most of these reasons don't raise any concern, but illness, skipping meals, and insufficient nutrition are all the issues which affect the person for being underweight. And what are the risks for being underweight? So there are a few things which you will find in your life or you're affected if you're underweight. One is osteoporosis. Your bone, erosion of the bone slowly getting reduced, and then you start getting joint pains, pain everywhere. Skin, hair, and teeth problems. Getting sick frequently because you don't have any resistance capabilities. And feeling tired all the time, lack of energy. And also, another problem what we face here, I would just like to share with you, is that we all live indoors because of the sun. We all have air condition everywhere, in the house, in the office, in the car, everywhere you go, in the mall, everywhere you go, you have air condition. Now tell me, everybody present in the air condition or in the rooms, they breathe in and breathe out, take in oxygen, breathe out carbon dioxide. Now tell me how much oxygen you can give to your body in these conditions. Because the combustion of energy is through the presence of oxygen in the body. And we don't give oxygen to the body. So what happens? The calories are not burned. You get lazy. You get, the food is accumulated, not used up. The calories is not used up. Hence, we need to go outside, take free oxygen which is available. There is no charges for oxygen being taken. So this is one of the reasons why we feel tired quickly. We don't give oxygen to our body. Then anemia, low blood count, and which leads to dizziness, headaches, and fatigue. Then irregular periods, of course, this with regard to the women, premature births, and slow or impaired growth. As you lack everything in the body, there will be a very slow and the growth will be retarded. Now, how does being underweight affect your health? With regard to the fitness, if you're an anorexic means you don't have appetite to eat. You don't feel like eating. You usually are less fit. Then there is no body fat in your body. There are weak bones. And the heart is very, very worst. And also the cholesterol levels are very low. This is with regard to the fitness. Then to the muscle. There is no fat in your body. And you cannot turn it because there are two things in the body, fat and the muscle. If you are active, your fat is converted to muscle. If you're inactive, the muscle is converted to fat. So when these are lacking, then you will definitely have problem with the muscle. While you're anorexic, you will not be able to gain any muscle. And what is the physical features of that? We have already discussed about it. Little to no body fat in the body, dry and flaky skin. Hair, we talked about it. You will be losing hair, dullness, thinning, and loss of shine, weakness, fainting, and dizziness, low heart rate, low blood pressure, and low body temperature, depression, the psychological aspect, where you are very, very confined to yourself. You don't want to share anything. Socially, you will be out, discarded. Then organ malfunctioning. The organs which are present, they need to be supplied with the energy required for their function. But if you're not giving these organs the essential energy required, then you start getting malfunctioning, weakening, and failure. And then malnutrition, starvation, which can be very fatal. Now, what are the ways to overcome this? So we have a few things over here where we say adding snacks. To treat this, we take high protein and whole grain carbohydrate snacks, which can help a person gain weight. Of course, there are many examples, you know it pretty well, what nutrition you need to take about it. Then eating several meals a day. You need to eat 3 meals, but every 3 hours you can take small meals. And then incorporating additional food. In a person who's underweight need to have more calories added. Suppose how to calculate that you require that much of energy per day. You multiply your body weight with 24. What is 24? 24 hours are there in a day. So in your body weight, this is a rough calculation. I'm just talking about other formulas are there, but to a person who is not that much the general way to calculate your calories. If I'm 100 kgs, I multiply with 24, I get 2,400 calories. This requirement of my body per day. Now, if I am underweight, I need to add 500 calories. If I'm overweight, you subtract 500 calories from that. So you need to incorporate additional foods and avoiding empty calories. Foods that cause a person where if you're underweight, you take the foods which are high in calories. If you're overweight, cut down. Now, why I took this topic basically to present over here is me and my colleagues, we have done a lot of research on the underweight, around 5 to 4 projects we had. This is one of the projects which we have published it, where we have utilized the hormones and fitness elements, where we have utilized the plyometric exercises and the football training on the underweight students. And this is one study, and another study was effect of increased daily food intake. Apart from adding the resistance training on various aspects of body composition, body dimension, strength, metabolic variables. The second study, and the third study, effect of protein supplementation. Apart from the less hypercaloric intake and exercise and hypertrophy hormones and energy components among underweight males. This is another study we did. And then we had another study, anorexic impact of complement protein along with additional food consumption and exercise on ectomorphism and energy variables among males. This is underweight. So all these studies we tried to do with training. We did not find any change in the underweight. We added additional food intake with exercise, that is resistance training. We could increase only the muscle power, but the gain of muscle was not there. Then we thought to put another aspect like adding protein supplementation, food intake, high food intake plus exercise. And even then, very, very less percentage of body weight we could increase, body mass. The other things increase, of course, but body mass not much difference. So what it comes to the conclusion, because what we found in the underweight that they don't have appetite to eat because they have small stomach. They cannot. We say take more food. Say we cannot. Why? Because our stomach is so small that we don't have appetite to eat. We try to control, but even protein supplementation we gave them, but it doesn't, I mean, it increased little, but that was not significant enough. So this problem of underweight requires more research, and we need to concentrate more on this. Now, what are the diet for the underweight? Basically, I have prepared a chart which is, can be taken by the underweight, what you need to do, how much fat you should take, how much calcium, and how much sodium, carbohydrate, and protein and iron. These are the contents of food and the timings of food, what you need to take, and the total calories which we need to take for an underweight will be between 2,000 to 2,200. It is not specific. It cannot be generalized. I said the caloric intake of a person cannot be generalized. It all depends on the body of a person. You need to calculate on your body weight. This is only a recommendation, but it is not generalized, not specific. Then I have collaborated with the Olympics, because this platform is basically for the pre-Olympic. So I thought, why not I collaborate the underweight with the Olympics? You know, the calculation of the BMI on the 10 Olympic events in the 2012 Summer Olympics, you can find here the marathon, diving, volleyball, basketball, sprint, that is athletics, rowing, shooting, judo, then weightlifting and shooting. It's not shooting, it is the shot put. It is one of the field events. So you can find here the BMIs. The marathon runners, 18.6, the BMI. 18.5 and below is underweight, just above the underweight. Then all others you can find it is normal weight, all of them normal weight, except in the shot put where you require more strength. Also in weightlifting, you can find it is 28.4 and 35.7. So these are the two events which require more muscle mass. So you can consider them as obese, but they are not actually obese because they are athletes. They don't have that much of fat in them. But you can see here in this that the marathon runners, because they cover around 400, 500, 600 miles per week. So naturally they have the BMI going down 18.6, just above the normal range of the underweight.
Sorry,
it's a very interesting one. Yes, so 1 minute. I'll take 2 minutes only. 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Only 2 minutes. Last two slides I have, please, madam. Now, the BMI for Olympic runners, marathon runners, you can see from 1896 to 2000. You can see the graph. Starting from 21, ranging down, and then you can find in 56 and 68 below the underweight, below 18.5. Then going up, then coming down to 18 in 1992. And of course, it has gone up 2004, and 2060 is just 19. So very interesting one. And then here, the Special Olympics. You have 4 categories in the Special Olympics, and the age groups are there. You can find the underweight percentage. In category of 19 years, 13.5. 29 years, 7.5. 30 years, 2.9. 40, 2.7. 59, 1.4. And 60 plus 4.9. So that means to say, of course, in the Special Olympics, it's more than the less than in the underweight. Okay, gentlemen. So this is all I have. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I think time, I suppose, maybe I have taken 2 minutes more. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with all of you. And I hope and thank the authorities and also the host and also Vandana Garg for your
Thank you so much, sir.
beautiful
Thank you so
campaign.
much.
Thank you very much.
Sports nutrition is one of an important area in the sports. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and experience with us. May I invite the next speaker for this session, Dr. Tilaraso. Dr.
Yes.
Tilaraso?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. May I request you to please switch on to your video? Dr. Tilaraso, he's a MD Sports Medicine from Indonesia. He's also a fellow of American College of Sports Medicine and a master trainer in the University of Indonesia, Jakarta, various point of time. He is also having a mini professional membership to his credit. And today he's going to speak on sports nutrition for Olympic Games preparation. Over to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you. Start.
Hello. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, a minute. I'm arranging this.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sir, any problem? Can I help in any?
Yes, there is a little bit problem. Just wait.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, come on, ganti. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, viewers, friends, professors, doctors. Yes, for this session, I'm going to talk about the nutrition programs for the multi-event games, namely this for the Olympics, because we are facing the Olympic Games this July, that is in Tokyo. So there's preparation, and there's for my field, I'm going to speak about this program, nutrition program, which were made or developed by some countries, mostly advanced countries, because they are the mostly champions or being number 1, number 2, or number 3 in the Olympic Games. Yeah, this is the USA and United
Sorry, sir,
Kingdom.
It's not visible.
Pardon?
Sorry, sir.
Is
Your
it enough?
presentation- No, your presentation is not there. Your screen is visible, but your presentation is not there.
It's okay?
No, sir, we cannot see your presentation. We can see your screen, but not the presentation.
Oh, just a minute, just a minute. Is it clear now?
So there is no presentation on the screen.
Oh. Wait.
Share again, sir, please. Share again. Stop sharing and share again.
Yes, sir.
Di sana nggak ngomong ketemu. Di sana nggak ngomong. Yeah. It will be set now. Just a minute. I'm sorry for the delay.
Yes, sir. It's visible now. Thank you so much.
It is okay?
Yes, sir.
Please stream.
Okay. Okay. Yes, it is about, like I said, it's about the nutritional programs. Yeah. For multi-event games, that is the Olympics. Yes.
ಅಷ್ಟು ಮೆಜಾರಿಟಿ ತಂದು ಗೆಲ್ಸಾಡಪ್ಪ
Yes, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. You know, various countries have developed national approaches for sports nutrition targeting the preparation for the Olympic Games. Namely, all the countries, for instance, New Zealand, Japan, the United States, and the United Kingdom also, and Australia. Here I will have to get some of the examples from the program for those 3 countries going to the Olympics for the 2012, that is the Olympic Games in London, in the UK. Of course, every nutritional program is different in every country, but because mostly they are depending of the situation of the countries, yes. But most of all, the programs are as follows. One, it is the engagement, yes, of an appropriate, qualified, and experienced sport nutritionist for this, yes. Second one is the development of specialized sports nutrition expertise that is sport specific, whether it's an endurance sport or just a combat sport or everything that is different for the treatment for the sport from the sport nutritionist. And also we have the systematic programs for evidence-based best practice and quality control also. They also made some program that is supportive links with multidisciplinary team. See? So they have many teams to help this contingents or the team for this country to be able to have a high performance in the Olympics. And also strong ties with big professional bodies for the training and promotion of the sports dietitian or the sports nutritionist. Yes. The last one is the collegiality with international counterparts and engagement with global networks. They have to be partnering with other institutions. In the screen, you will see this is the national sport nutrition team. We have there from the country of Australia. Yeah, we have here this Olympic preparations that is 4 years from, and it is done by the AIS, Australian Institute of Sports Nutrition. Yes, what is helping them? Others collaborating or Australian Olympic team appointment for this. And also we have this, the sports dietitian in private practice. So they have the individuals with in private practice, but they get the expertise from this individual to help this kind of sports nutrition program. Yeah, they have also state academies, yeah, or state institute of sport, helping also this national sports nutrition system from the Australia. Yeah. The next one, I want to point out this is the performance nutrition support to Team Great Britain for London 2012. The main topic here is the British Olympic Association, the BOA, and what is helping them in this nutritional program. We have this Wales, Sport Wales, it is from the Wales, Kingdom of the Wales is helping them. Also the Sports Institute. And then we have the sport dietitian and independent sport nutrition practitioners. It is just like from the Australian that have set up this. They have the individual experts to help them for this making this program. Also, this national governing sporting bodies. This means that we know that there's other sports bodies from the football, or for cycling, or for athletics from Great Britain is helping them maintaining this kind of nutritional program. And also this is English Institute of Sport, who has the main task of doing this program, and it is giving it to the British Olympic Association, so to make the program can go on, and the athletes can have the benefit reaching the goal in the Olympics. This is from the last one. This is the model from the USA. That is, you see here, sports nutrition at the US Olympic Committee, USOC training center. It is in the Colorado Springs, yeah, in Colorado. We have the portfolios here. We see this, the NGB is national governing bodies of the sports here. Yes, we say wrestling, fencing, diving, etc. So they make classification of the kind of sports. We have this SD. We see this SD, the sport dietitian, who works there with all of the athletes from this kind of the group. The other one is the team sports. Yes, we have the SD, also sport dietitian, and it is by NGB is from the volleyball here, water polo, and basketball, etc. Mostly the ball sports, or the game sport from this. Yes. The next sports is the strength and power sports. It is classified here, and the NGB is from, it is a USATF Triathlon Federation. We have from BMX, we have from swimming, and we have the SD sport dietitian who works here also. Yes. The last one they classified this is the endurance contracted sport, the sport dietitian who works for the cycling, rowing, triathlon, duathlon, etc. So you see that is the classification they have, and every sport group of sport, they have this kind of sport dietitian who works with the athletes to make it much better. From the national governing bodies, yes, it is the university graduate extremes also, and also US Army fellows who is on to have the contribution of going to there. Yeah. Well, the next one is from the model of the three. We have the reflection on experience, yeah, at the London Olympic Games of every these three countries that I gave for the examples. The first one is from Australia. They have 7 gold, 16 silver and 12 bronze, yeah, total 35, and they placed in the 10th. What is that? It is below expectation and goals. The goals maybe better, maybe big 3, where they ended up under the 10th position. What is the reflection on most successful nutrition activities and positive experience? It is here. Easy Olympic schedules due to lack of environment challenges. Yeah. Trendy sport timetable able to operate more effectively and cover more issues. Yes. They experience excellent Olympic Games organization and facilities. Few episodes of illness for them. Yes, not much we're going to see. Minimal impact of Ramadan to fast and no fasting athletes to learn. We remember that during the Olympic in London, that is in the Ramadan months, but they have a very minimal impact of Ramadan for this. Yeah. Nearby access to shopping center, yeah, facilitated ability to obtain missing food supplies. Yes. And also we have to enhance engagement in national network nutrition leads, yeah, clearinghouse communication. Successful implementation of halfway house at Eton Downing for rowing, sprint canoe kayak, yeah, recovery center conveniently located, yeah, to offer specialized recovery modalities. So they move the center of nutrition for the sport dietitian and sport nutritionists to the site for the competition. So they are near the athletes to give some advice and so on to help the athletes so they can perform better for this. But unlike the successful activities or characteristic, we have also the reflection of challenges or difficulties they have during the games. One is the distraction due to publicity of specialty times released in British Medical Journal. Yeah, articles criticizing sport food and supplement industry and sport nutrition research. Also, the athletes have difficulty in assessing special food needs in dining hall. That is means they're looking through gluten-free staples, yes, combined allergen dairy, yeah, or eggs, yeah, and gluten-free also. Also, lack of some everyday staples in dining room, yeah, for instance, low-fat dairy and bread, yeah. They experience moral maintenance in light of below par performance and result negative press from home and local. Yes. Weight making athletes, yeah, last minute requirements to lose large amount of body mass. For instance, 4 kilograms in one day. It still happens in this kind of, it should not be like this because as we know, Olympic athletes, they are all very experienced and know how to make weight. But in this kind of situation, it seems to me that this Australian team has the problem of this. The last one is poor engagement of some sports on research project with high level, at least research protocol, yeah, diluted. That is for country of Australia. Nggak bisa jalan. Yeah. Okay. The second one, yeah, we have the United States. The gold have 46 gold, 29 silver, and 29 bronze. Total 104. Placed the first. They are the champions there. Then Commons, they met their targets as number 1 in the Olympic in London. Reflection of most successful nutrition activities, yeah, positive experiences from the Team USA, preparation and planning within USOC, US Olympic Committee time, consuming but effective. This means sports dietitian as part of the Olympic team. Yeah, sports dietitian work effectively with the team, with the sport. HPTC, High Performance Training Center, so the center that makes the training, met expected needs of athletes training, competing at nearby Venus. So they get the Venus is nearby. They have this kind of training center to help the athletes perform well. Team USA recovery station successfully implemented. So it's very good for them. They have a very good network for this. Contingency plans available and utilized. Food provision in main field optimized. However, issues remaining despite all this feedback to catering company by multiple NOC, National Olympic Committee sport dietitians. Food service companies website and kiosk effective for identification of foods for athletes and dietitian restriction. We know that some athletes have some restriction. So they see that in the village, the food can be clearly shows what must be they pick for eating. But this is for the challenges and difficulties. We have this logistics, transportation, traffic created difficulties for delivering boxed meals. Packed recovery food and flutes also. They have difficulties for having this. Main village dining hall appeared overwhelmed to athletes. Difficulties navigating for it. They say this is too big. It is difficult to navigate in the dining hall. Unresolved issues in village dining hall regarding nutrition cards, consistent labeling of allergens, procedures to avoid cross-contamination of allergens, exposure of foods without appropriate serving utensil or sneeze guards. It is the staff that work here there that they have the problem. Lack of food at Venus within Olympic Park. London organizer considered proximity of village main dining hall is sufficient for this. Field-based trials with performance-enhancing supplement always problematic with elite athletes. Sometimes we know that elite athletes that have their own preference for eating, so they cannot meet with this. The next one in the screen you see that the summary of challenges and benefit of researching and implementing new nutrition strategies. In the left side, you have the positive aspect and the challenges on the right side. What in the left side, we have the research from the research aspect, collecting information on elite, or at least highly trained athletes, adds crucial information on the general and event based underpinning use of nutrition strategy in sport. Athletes and coaches who participate in research studies gain direct evidence in their event-specific and individual response to a nutrition strategy. Other benefits to athletes and coaches arise from the involvement in research, enhanced relationship with sports scientists, appreciation to research process. But we have the challenges here. Research is resource and time intensive and may not be included in standard sport budgets and timetables. It is difficult to gain adequate access to the highest caliber of athletes to undertake optimally designed research programs. These are limited opportunities to alter existing training or nutrition program or collect invasively derived data. By definition, elite athletes are few in numbers. Studies may be underpowered for this. Many athletes and coaches do not appreciate the research process. Even when they engage in a project, they may insist on changes that dilute the research design. For instance, poor standardization of diet or background training, allocation of treatment to the best athlete or rather than random allocation, preference for observational research without placebo group or treatment. Athletes also may develop career-ending injuries and drop out of the research protocol. So they are no more going along with the process of this research. The second one is implementation of new knowledge. We know that new knowledge is of course very good, because the athletes or the coach can know what kind of maybe the food stuff or maybe materials that are very new and then very helping them to gain some more ergogenic effect for the athletes. Athletics benefits can benefits from evidence-based nutrition strategy, which directly enhance performance or allows them to achieve better training outcomes. Addresses different athlete learning styles, which dictate willingness to engage in new knowledge. Athletes can receive a placebo effect, which also enhance performance due to the extra confidence association with having new or special strategies to implement. Yeah. While we have the challenges here, research is resource and time intense, may not be included in standard sports. Yes. It is unlikely that research will be able to definitely identify ergogenic strategies for every specific event or individual athlete. Some practices will need to be determined by institution rather than direct evidence-based. Yes.
May I request you to please wind up?
Okay.
As we are running short of time.
Yes. Only one more. Need 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yes. It can be difficult to arrange supplies of new supplement, yeah, or food products to the Olympic environment due to the issues with the international delivery system, yeah, custom requirement of everything like that, because the regulation of the country is different maybe. Village delivery or security requirements also make some issues or clashes with official sponsors. Yeah, we have sponsor, for instance, this kind of food, this kind of product, but this is any other product they want to ship to the Olympic Village. Maybe it is contravenes with each other. Yes. I think that is what I've been going to say for this paper. The 3 countries with the kind of the Olympic not nutritional programs, yeah, and the implementing, yeah, what we have the positive and also the negative or challenges they find during the Olympics time. Thank you for this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dell'Orso. Thank you all the speakers for this session, for such an excellent presentation and informative session. Now we are moving forward to another session, which is a panel discussion. This panel discussion will be chaired by Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Sir, may I request you to please switch on to your camera? Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for joining us for this panel discussion and chairing the session. Professor Rajesh Kumar has obtained his doctoral degree in physical education from Osmania University, Hyderabad. He also done a diploma in sports coaching in athlete from Sports Authority of India. He is presently working as chairman and principal Department of Physical Education, Osmania University, Hyderabad. He is visiting professor in Faculty of Sports Science, University, Nigeria, Indonesia in year 2020. He holds previously many administrative positions also, head in the Department of Physical Education, Osmania University. He is also having more than 100 papers to his credit and presented in many national and international organizations, conferences at various countries. He has published and edited 7 books on sports physiology. He received many awards as IFPEFSS Award in 2018, as Best Professor in Physical Education Studies by Devang Mehta National Education Award 2019. He is also a chief editor of International Journal of Health Education and Computer Science and Sports and Asian Journal of Physical Education and Computer Science and Sports. He is an editorial board member and reviewer of many international and national journals, and his area of research is sports training, test measurement, sports technology, and athletics training. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. The session is yours. So you can start with the panel discussion.
Good evening, madam. Thanks, organizers Manav Ratna University, for giving me chance to act as a chairperson. As per my idea that the session is delayed, now the final discussion 2, we are having a number of speakers. First, we will call Dr. Igor Cruz from Brazil. He is going to tell about aerobic presentation in intermittent Olympic sports. He is a sports scientist from Brazil. I request Sir Dr. Igor Cruz to please give your talk and please conclude as early as possible in 20 minutes. Thanks. Dr. Igor Cruz. Madam, please make Dr. Igor Cruz co-host.
Hi, Professor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. You're welcome.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. So I'll be sharing my screen. No. Okay, here we go. So thank you all for the invitation, and I would like to say hi to all attendees to this session. And then I'll be talking about aerobic preparation for intermittent Olympic sports. And our agenda for today is I will be talking about the historical context of aerobic preparation. I expect to make history a bit more engaging because I created the interactive timeline. So I will share this material after the session. Then we'll be heading to testing for prescription, how we can gather data to prescribe training. And if I really make it, I expect that everyone after the session will be able to test their athletes. And if I really make it, after testing the attendees, they will be ready to also prescribe training. That is interesting. I don't want you to feed your database with your testing data. I want you to use your data to prescribe training for your athletes. That's the main point. And then talking about prescription at a glance, to be really quickly, I will not dive into really much on it. I will also give some hints on how to prescribe sport-specific drills for aerobic improvement. So I hope you can achieve this goal by the end of this talk. So as aerobic training is such a very big topic, I will focus on meaningfulness statements and not precise information, because we'll be talking about many intermittent sports. So I want everyone to have a broader view over aerobic training instead of understanding the nitty-gritty details about preparation. So if you want to know more, you can contact me after the presentation. So starting with the timeline that I created, I know there is a lot of information, but there are two main points in which we have to focus in this timeline. The first one is we have the 60s. The 60s is like a period where the articles, the paper started to be published about aerobic preparation, mainly about interval training. And aerobic preparation nowadays really boils down to interval training. That is a specific way to develop the aerobic performance of the athletes. And here, I will quote two main methods during my talk. That is, here in Christensen, there is a yellow star because I highlighted this publication because it's very important for aerobic preparation in intermittent sports. It is a very short kind of interval training, right? And we will be using it to prescribe. After talking about this kind of preparation, about this methodology, I will be also talking about this work here from Martin Boucher. It's a fitness test, aerobic fitness test called 3015, and it's a really good tool for assessment. I know a lot of you guys might know this kind of test from Bangsbo, the yo-yo test. They are the most spread nowadays tests for aerobic prescription, but I hope to give you good knowledge and good hints to replace this kind of assessment for the 3015 test, and I will provide you with more information as we go through this talk. Okay, so I've seen an increasing number of sports recently adopting aerobic prescription and aerobic assessment. One example here is the Indian cricket team adopted in 2017 the yo-yo test, for instance, and now it's required that they perform this test and they have to attain a certain level of performance in order to be selected. Quite interesting. Also, 2018, 3 years ago only, the Indian women's hockey team players acing in the yo-yo test. They also are being tested, and perhaps this data is providing practitioners with fruitful information for training prescription. But not only in India, we also have the case of Australian football, included the yo-yo test in their combined test protocols. There is written yo-yo intermittent recovery test 1. There are 4 types of this test, but let's stay with the concept of the yo-yo tests in mind. And last but not least, we have the Singapore's Professional Football League replacing a node continuous running test, 2.4K running test, with the yo-yo intermittent recovery test in 2018 too. So, but what do these sports have in common that they are sharing the same test? What do they want to test aerobic performance? So first, they want to increase the anaerobic threshold. So in order to prescribe training, they do this kind of assessment for better prescription and increase anaerobic threshold. And by increasing anaerobic threshold, you have a decrease of overall fatigue over your session when you compare the same absolute workload. It's very interesting. You're improving your resistance. And by improving your resistance, your coach is allowed to increase the training load. So we have a cascade of positive effects by improving your aerobic performance. And also, when you increase the training load in a wiser way, you mitigate injury. So you have an improvement in performance and you have a lower in risk of injury, right? So, moreover, what do these sports also share? We have seen that they share the same goal for aerobic preparation, but what are the bases, the physiological basis that can lead us to prescribe more or less the same type of training based in the same type of testing? So I picked some examples in combat sports, team sports, racket sports. Those are all intermittent sports, and I've worked with all of them, and I've applied this knowledge to all of them. So in the graph, you can see many other sports like basketball, boxing, handball, and we have the metabolic ergogenesis. So it means that these sports, they produce energy from all 3 metabolisms, like aerobic metabolism, anaerobic, lactic, and alactic. Of course, they are in different degrees. They are in different degrees, but we can see that all of them share some peculiarities, but they are also targeting these 3 metabolic pathways. And pay really attention to the color code that I use. I use a yellow to distinguish aerobic metabolism, and more reddish to depict more elatic, like when you are, for instance, when you are sprinting, jumping, doing cutting maneuvers, you are close to the 100% there. You are close to using like anaerobic elatic metabolism. And when you are recovering from this type of actions, you are mainly using aerobic metabolisms. Of course, the data there is discretized during a session, during a game, or during a training session. Everything happens in a varying way. Okay, there is a lot of variability. And the question now is how to prescribe training using this information for aerobic prescription. Okay, so here we go. There are two main ways to prescribe training for this population of intermittent sports, right? For just to give an example, for continuous sports or cyclic sports like running, swimming, rowing, the main sports, the sports itself is the main method to develop aerobic fitness. Like if you want to improve your running performance, you have to run. But in the other side, in intermittent sports, you have two ways. You can do high intensity interval training. That is a more generic way, like the players, they run back and forth in their playing field. It can be in the soccer court, in the football court, basketball, volleyball court. It doesn't matter. They can do it. And you have also sport-specific drills and games, right? And what's the difference between like one and another? I depicted there sport-specific drills and games. There are two players. Also, actually, there are four. They are playing 2 against 2, while the others are waiting to play. It's a different way to configure the session. But the main difference here is that high-intensity interval training is more predictable. You have control over the parameters. For instance, movement pattern. The movement pattern will be almost the same from the end, from the start to the end of the session. They will be running back and forth in the playing field. The pace will be given by a physical assessment, by a test. Do you remember that 30-15 that I mentioned before? So I'll be teaching you how to use it. And change of direction. Since they are running back and forth, they will be changing direction in a 180 degrees fashion from the start to the end. The work duration, recovery duration, and the work to rest ratio, it will be predetermined. So you know how the athletes are performing. But on the other hand, when you talk about sport-specific drills, it's more unpredictable. It's closer to the actual sport, to their specificity. Movement pattern, you cannot predict, because they will be playing like 2 against 2, 1 against 1. They will be doing games, so you cannot know precisely how they will move. The pace, you can have an idea. You can constrain the task so they move and they have an intensity in a certain way, but for sure it's not predictable. Change of direction, they will be moving in many directions, so also not predictable. Work duration, recovery duration, and work to rest ratio, you have a certain idea. You can constrain these parameters to achieve your goal, to improve performance, but they are not fixed parameters. Okay, moving on with the test. So, okay, I said for high intensity interval training, we need to perform a physical assessment, a physical test. And people are using a lot yo-yo tests. Like I said, the Indian cricket team, the Indian women's hockey team, Australian football, Singapore's football also. But I want to give you another very good option to test your athletes, and that's the 30-15 intermittent fitness test. How do these tests work? Okay, let's say we have here a playing field, right? And it can be a soccer field or any other sports, doesn't matter. You need to have maximum 40 meters long playing field, right? 40 meters. And you will divide this playing field into halves, 20-20. And let's position one athlete here in the starting line. he will be running many stages, doing 30 seconds running by 15 seconds rest till the end of the test. That's why the test is called 30-15. And as soon as he runs, the speed will increase gradually. So let's look at this blue athlete. He will run to the end of the court and come back for 30 seconds. After this 30 seconds, he will rest for 15 seconds. The start begins at a velocity of 8 kilometers per hour, as is written here in the court. And for the next stage, the speed will increase 0.5 kilometers per hour. So it will keep increasing every stage, 0.5 kilometers per hour till exhaustion, or till the athlete cannot keep the pace of the test that will be given by a recorded tape, by a beep, by a sound. And down here, I have another example, faster speed, 10 kilometers per hour. The athlete will run 2 full courts and almost half court, 30 seconds, and then rest for 15 seconds. Okay, there is a manual for this test in the mobile app that will be showing you at the end of the presentation. Okay, and I'll be showing you now in practice how this test works. This is a data collection that I did in my master's in performance analysis in Europe, using a gas analyzer to measure oxygen consumption. You can see these areas, they are the markers. Like here, another marker in which the athlete can synchronize his pace with the beep, with the sound. Okay, moving. Let's say that now we have tested our athlete. What is the outcome of the test? I know this graph looks intimidating, but don't be intimidated. The gray bars, they show every stage that was accomplished by the athlete during the 30-15 test, right? So you see that the intensity is increasing, right? And the white line represents the oxygen consumption. So we can see that it's not continuous, not a straight line. It goes up and down due to the work and rest ratio that there is in the test. And in the end, at the end of the test, there is the final speed. The final speed for this athlete in the test was 16.5 kilometers per hour. And this is extremely important, this intensity, right? Because we'll be using it for prescription. We also have here the velocity associated with maximum oxygen consumption, but we're not gonna use it. I'm just showing it because I was using gas analyzer. You don't need to use gas analyzer. You need to do the test. This intensity is not important. And do you remember that I said to bear in mind, to pin in the back of your mind, the color code that we used for metabolic ergogenesis when we were talking about the types of intermittent sports? Okay, so here it is, the color code. Let's think that close to 0 kilometers per hour is more aerobic, it's pure aerobic. And as you go up close to a maximum athletic task, that is sprinting for 40 meters sprint, let's say, is when the athlete show his maximum anaerobic athletic capacity. So we have all this range of intensities, and the intensity of the 30-15 test, the final velocity, will be right here more or less in this mixture of aerobic and anaerobic pathways, right? We also have the difference between the final velocity of the 30-15 test compared with this sprinting test. This is a reserve of velocity that by aerobic means the athlete cannot achieve. But if in a separate test, we can see this anaerobic speed reserve, right? in this case was around 10K, 10 kilometers per hour. Okay, so let's write down this data. Let's write down this data and pick the most important data that I told you is the final velocity of the test. And now we can play a bit with prescription. Remember also that I said that very short interval training, like playing with 10 seconds work, 10 seconds rest, is very interesting for intermittent sports. Now I will be picking a slightly bigger example, longer duration is 15 seconds duration for a running exercise, for instance. Now let's pick our athlete and put him to run back and forth, like we have seen in the high intensity interval training, the example of the athletes running back and forth, 15 seconds and resting a lot. Let's put 3 minutes rest for those athletes. What is going to happen with oxygen consumption? This white line depicts the maximum oxygen consumption of this athlete, okay? And here we have the maximum sprint speed, just to show how far he is from his maximum sprint speed, right? And here it is the oxygen consumption. We see there is a peak of oxygen consumption after the bout, after 15 seconds, but then it goes down almost to recovery state. But if we make the recovery shorter, what's going on? Oh, the oxygen consumption is increasing. Very good, because we want it to increase. Because the main goal of our session here is aerobic improvement, right? So we have now a ratio of 1:4 work to rest ratio, because we are doing 15 seconds running by 1 minute rest. But what happens if we make it shorter, even shorter? 15 seconds running by 30 seconds rest. Oh, it's still interesting because the oxygen consumption is still increasing, but we want it to increase even more. So if we make it 15 by 15, 15 seconds running by 15 seconds rest, it achieves its maximum of consumption, oxygen consumption. Cool. So now we have a work to rest ratio of 1:1. The athlete will perform a 15 seconds task, can be a running task, running back and forth in the field in a 16.5 kilometers per hour, resting 15 seconds also. Okay, and we did only 8 bouts. If you count the number of gray bars, you see 8. But we want to extend this session for a greater volume. We can. In average, a standard protocol is more or less 3 sets of around 8 bouts. If you do 8 bouts with this ratio 1:1, you will end up doing 3 sets of 4 minutes of exercise, resting 2 minutes, 50% of the set duration. It's a good balance, right? But as I told you, we want also to use not only high intensity interval training that is generic for no matter sports, intermittent sports you are training, but we also want to use some sort of sport specific drills. Okay, so now let's change a bit this configuration to attend specific combat sports, to attend specific team sports, and to attend specific racket sports. If you really paid attention to the slides before, I told you that in sport-specific drills, the pace is unpredictable. We can constrain the pace by configuring the task, the exercise, but you cannot be really precise about it. So, and what's going on here? We have the gray bars that represent now the intensity. It's actually hard to measure the velocity in a sport-specific drill unless you have a GPS, but you don't need it. And you can see the bars now going up and down, but in average, they will be really, really close to allowing the athlete to elevate the oxygen consumption to its maximum. So that's really, really cool about it. And moving on, so how can we design a training session to attend this purpose? I know there are many sports, but I picked only one sort of sports that is team sports for this demonstration. Let's say that we have 12 athletes, 12, and we are doing one type of exercise, like in pairs, like, we are doing one type of exercise in pairs. So in the bluish guys, they are playing one against one. They are doing the exercise in pairs, while the remainder athletes, they are resting. So we have 2 playing and 10 players resting. It gives us a 1-to-5 ratio, 1-to-5. And you have seen previously, that is a lot, 1-to-5. We want them to work in a 1-to-1, more or less, ratio to improve aerobic capacity. So what do we do with these athletes? We split the team in both ends of the court. And by doing that, we can reduce this ratio to 1-to-2, because we have now 2 players playing and 4 waiting. It means that this 1-to-2 ratio will be respected. Okay, but if we keep splitting the team in different fashions, we can now do a 1-to-1 ratio. For instance, we can, if you have 12 players, you can put 6 at each side of the court, of the playing field, and while 6 are playing, for instance, the other 6 are resting. And when the team that is playing go to rest period, the one that is out of the court comes in, and you keep changing between teams that are practicing. And then we'll finally be working in a 1-to-1 work to rest ratio, right? There is a lot to understand and to go deep about interval training, but I try to give an overview and why it is very, very, very important. Of course, if you don't have any fancy tool like GPS or heart rate sensors, you can just sit close to the training field and try to pay attention how long each test takes. Sorry, not each test, each task takes. Because if it takes more or less 15 seconds, or you want to use even longer tasks to build interval training using sport-specific drills, you can do it. You just have to be patient and do some notations to get to know how your sports works, right? And if you want to know more, just please email me, that I'll be answering and happy and guiding you through your main specific sport, right? And as I told you, I want you to, by the end of this talk, or the next day or the next week, apply the fitness test. And hopefully there is a mobile application that you can use for it. It's available for iOS or Android. You can download. You can go through the manual to get a better understanding. Do the test, write down the final velocities, and then create your first interval training prescription, working 15 seconds, resting 15 seconds, running back and forth in the playing field. And you just have to pick the velocity of the test that will be in kilometers per hour, transform to meters per second, multiply by 15 seconds, and then we'll get to know what is the distance that athlete will be running in 15 seconds, right? So I know that is a lot, but as I mentioned before, I wanted to be meaningful in my statements, in my words, instead of precise. And if you want to more precise information about your specific sports, just contact me in my email, and I'm really, really thankful for your attention.
Wonderful talk by Dr. Igor Cruz from Brazil. Now, we are having short period for the question and answers. I hope many people has gained knowledge to talk of the Dr. Igor Cruz. Now, we are going to call another speaker from Indonesia, because Kanna sir will talk later. Dr. Imam Walio, a professor from Indonesia. I request the organizer to make him co-host. He's going to speak on the role of physiotherapist in enhancing athletes' abilities during a sports competition. It is a wonderful topic. How the role of the physiotherapist in enhancing the athletic ability during a sports event. Nowadays, the importance has gained for the supporting staff. Dr. Igor Cruz, I'm very much thankful to you for a wonderful talk. We invite another speaker, Dr. Imam Walio, for the next talk. Thank you, Igor.
Thank you, Hashesh. My pleasure. I'm glad to be participating in this talk. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Madam, please make a co-host to Dr. Imam Walio. Please, sir.
He's actually using two IDs. I don't know which one to make.
You make both. We'll see. Dr. Imam, you're online?
He's delaying the thing.
Dr. Imam Walio is from Indonesia. Imam.
Hello. I'll find out.
Then we will see one another speaker is there. No. Professor Lodino is there. No. Professor Lodino is there. Professor Lodino is from Philippines. I think so. Lodino, we will invite Lodino, sir. Lodino is yes,
I'll be the one now.
Yes, Lodino.
Thank you, my friend.
I'm going to invite Professor Lodino A. Vergara. He is from Philippines. He is a vice president for university relations, and he is one of the big professor in Philippines. I invite him for the talk. After that, we will inform Dr. Imam Walio after this. Okay, sir. Madam, can we go? You please make the VP University Relations as the co-host. Madam?
Dr. Rajesh?
Yes.
I will be now. It's my time. It's my time.
Yes. We are inviting. Please wait. You are co-host or not? I'm asking. Can you make co-host?
Which ID he is joined from?
VP for University Relations. VP.
Okay.
VP University Relations. VP University Relations. Okay, Lodino, you can go. You can talk.
Yeah. Kindly, my presentation will be seen on my video, so I request that I may be pinned on the screen or given the Zoom spotlight.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see me now?
No. Co-host, you open your video also.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you can see. No problem. Good.
Can you see me now?
Yes. Nice.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'd like to commend the organizer, the Manab Rakna, for organizing this prestigious Pre-Olympic International e-Dialogue Series 2021. And of course, to my dearest friend, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, for the invitation, and to all the participants around the world. Good afternoon. Actually, it's good evening here in the Philippines. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. You can see in my background, this is my university, the Philippine Normal University, the National Center for Teacher Education, and it's 120 years university. So for this afternoon, for this evening, let me share with you my experience in doing some aspects of Olympic education in the country. So I titled my presentation as Humanizing Physical Education and Sports Through Olympism, and these are practices in the Philippine context. Let me provide you quickly three major important points for my discussion. I'll start with my personal interest in Olympic education, and the context of Olympism and Olympic education, which most of our previous speakers tackled this already. And I will zoom into the practices on pedagogical approaches in the basic and higher education in the Philippines, grounded in Olympism, and some final thoughts. So I started taking interest in Olympic education, and the enthusiasm that I developed for this, for Olympic education, is on my professional role as physical education teacher and educator and the director of the Center for Sports Development for 11 years at the Philippine Normal University. It just so happened that I also graduated in this institution in 1997. I took my bachelor's degree in Bachelor of Science in Education, major in physical education. And the first lessons that I experienced understanding Olympic education is during my pre-service training in courses in Foundations of Physical Education and Sports, our Philippine Traditional Games and Sports, and other sports courses. In 2004, I finished my master's degree in Sports and Recreation Management in the same university. And my area of concentration during that time is a research on leisure studies focusing on the integration of teaching teams focused on Olympic education. So I analyzed the college students' leisure experiences and then identified teams that can provide opportunity for our students to engage in their leisure or recreational activities. And one of the output of my study is on the development of teams and lessons for Olympic education. And just 2 years ago, I was given a scholarship program to study my doctorate degree in Pendidikan Olahraga in Universitas Negri Jakarta in Indonesia. And I had a very fruitful and meaningful lessons in the analysis of physical education and sports system, which includes the understanding of Olympic education. And that prompted me to do more on some aspects of understanding Olympic education. It was our group who proposed an integration model of integrating Olympism in the teaching of physical education sports in the country. So that prompted one of my you can see there, one of my classmates who developed a model, a pedagogical model, which I'm going to share with you this evening. So we discussed a while ago about some context of Olympism and Olympic education. That Coubertin Olympism philosophy is regarded by advocates around the world as one of which encompasses valuable life principles and beliefs that can be learned in and through sport and physical education. So in this concept, the definition of Olympism as defined in the Olympic Charter is a philosophy of life exalting and combining in a balanced whole the qualities of body and mind. Blending sport with culture and education, Olympism seeks to create a way of life based on the joy found in effort, educational value, good example, and respect for universal fundamental ethical principles. And this will provide a working definition on how we use Olympism in this concept. So there are many definitions in the literatures provided by Olympic education. One that I really love about this concept is the one by Angelica Pelpisha in 2010 on his study and thesis about Olympic education in the 21st century. So he defined Olympic education as with various features, a harmonious development of body and mind, the development and determination of arriving for human perfection in sport, Olympic values, opportunities for people, cultural background, the desire of being elite and role model for sports, and so on and so forth. And of course, basic is on the knowledge about Olympic Games. So based on these two major constructs, I actually provided a working framework on how we better understand the role of Olympism in humanizing physical education and sports. So you will see, grounded on the philosophy of Olympism, such as a philosophy of life, which primarily places sport at the service of humanity, and provided this concept with interaction of the qualities of the body, will, and mind, as presented here, and how we work Olympism in linking sport to culture and education. And based on that, the valuable life principles as the working and blending, because PN sport is the blend, okay, to achieve this Olympism philosophy. And based on that, the Olympic education provided in the Philippine context, it is embedded in the K-12 curriculum, which I'm going to discuss, and practice in school sports and competition. So this framework will provide more opportunity for us to better understand on how, in particularly in the context of the Philippines, because we don't have a concrete and curriculum for Olympic education. It is just integrated, embedded in our curriculum pertaining to the determination of competencies. No, so we usually have this broader understanding of looking on the role of Olympism in relation to education and in sports. So, grounded in the values of Olympic ideals and principles, the values of excellence, friendship, and respect will also help provide better understanding on this. So, Thorne in 2010 provided key themes for in her study about the literature on the role of Olympic education and Olympism in the curriculum. Knowledge of Olympism and Olympic education, Olympism and pedagogical approaches, and Olympism and student learning. I will not tackle about the two, knowledge of Olympism and Olympic education, and the concept of Olympism and student learning. But what I am going to share with you is my personal experience as part of the one who developed lessons and exemplars based on the framework and the model developed by one of my classmates in Indonesia, Dr. Salbe Fabila, which this model is named after her based on the given framework in aspects of development of a model. So I will focus more on Olympism and pedagogical approaches because as I have mentioned, we don't have a concrete curriculum for Olympic education in the country, but we use and develop this because it's very important and it's embedded in our curriculum to develop values among our students. So the development of the pedagogical model grounded on Olympism for K-12 students, which is the Salbe model, was developed by Dr. Salbe Fabila in 2019. So to develop this process, he went through the process of looking at SWOT analysis, the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities of our K-12 curriculum, highlighting the weaknesses identified in terms of time, element, pedagogy, manpower, human resources, and material resources. And we look into the contextualized Olympic values. How do we contextualize the Olympic values provided by the philosophy of Olympism in the context of Philippine K-12 curriculum? So in doing that, we identified Olympic values and themes emerging from our physical fitness, games, and sports competencies and learning activities in the curriculum. And also, we look into the details of the competency in the various key stages of the curriculum from kinder to grade 12 in our current basic education curriculum. So with that, we were able to contextualize Olympic values and themes emerging from the physical fitness, games, and sports competencies and learning activities. As you can see here in the matrix, we have various key stages from kinder to grade 3, which is key stage 1. Our grades 4 to 6 is key stage 2. Our grade 7 to 10 is key stage 3. And grade 11 and 12 for the senior high school is our key stage 4. So these are the suggested learning activities embedded in various key stages. And we identified based on the values provided by the Olympic values, we were able to look into the Filipino values in the competencies. We identified in the competencies Filipino values. So there are values that emerge in our language. We call it paggalang or respect, friendship, non-discrimination, or in our language is walang diskriminasyon. Friendship is called pagkaibigan. Fair play is called patas ng paglalaro. We have also the values of excellence, which is galing. Respect is paggalang. Tolerance is pagbibigayan. And also the alliance between sports, education, and culture, which called kasunduan or alyansa or alliance. So based on that Filipino values, we were able to determine parallel Olympic values that are contextualized in the various key stages. You have trust and friendship, you have fair play, you have respect, you have cooperation, solidarity, unity, love for culture and tradition. And then from there, we were able to determine themes that emerged via vis-a-vis with the physical activity. And these are mutual understanding, unity in diversity, sports excellence, and sports for all. So this is the framework after looking into the contextualized values and themes. So these are the framework on how we marry the values of the Olympic values and the Filipino values and specified in our curriculum. So you will see this ladder, grades 1. So meaning to say we're providing 12 years an opportunity to develop values in the curriculum, particularly on the aspect of these Olympic values to develop Olympism among our students. So this framework of the Olympic themes per grade level will help us in determining how we can integrate this in the teaching and as pedagogy. My presentation is more on the pedagogy. We don't have yet researches on how the impact of this. We are working on that. But for now, we're just looking into the framework and provided opportunities for the development of learning materials, which I'm going to present to you this evening. So in that aspect, these pedagogical approaches are being practiced in the case in the basic case in the tertiary education, and case in the after-school sports program. So the application of the SALBO model. The SALBO model is an acronym. It stands for Sports and Games Activities for Lifelong Value-Based Education Through the Physical. So that's the acronym. And as a process, this pedagogical approach is used and primarily following 5 steps, following the acronym as the guide. So you start with the fun activities as your motivation or energizer, assist to teach the skills for learning the skills, learn and lead the game for transfer of skills, and for valuing the level of participation, and of course, looking into the assessment to evaluate one's effort for fitness and goals. So this is sport and games activities for lifelong value-based education through the physical, or the so-called SALBE model, is a pedagogical model found to be effective in teaching Olympism by way of looking into the PE curriculum through physical fitness, sports, and games. So each step, as you can see there, addresses the identified weaknesses of the present pedagogical model based on the SWOT analysis that we identified in terms of the students' engagement time, poor skill development, integration of contextual Olympic values, lack of teaching materials, and assessment for effective domain. Because this provided a lesser use of facilities and resources, especially those in the sub-rural areas in the country who doesn't have a facilities for this. So this responded for that. So in the case of the basic education, we developed lesson exemplar, focusing on the integration of values in the lesson. So this is one example of the lesson that we developed and used by the teacher in teaching the basic education. In this lesson, I don't know if you have parallel games. This is what we call tumbang preso. There's a can, a tin can, where you hit with the slipper, and there's a circle zero, and then this involves on tagging, running, and the development of movement skills. But aside from the development of the movement skills, we incorporated the values that we are trying to develop with our students. That's why the values, the Olympic values as contextualized in the curriculum are being stressed. So this is what the practice in the basic education. In the context of tertiary, particularly at the Philippine Normal University, which I had for 12 years, the Institute of Physical Education, we developed our framework on the teaching of physical education for college students. So you can see in this matrix, the blue one, that pertains to the learning standards that focus on the values inherent in the development of the values among our students. So we integrate this in one of our course that pertains to the use of the Salvi model. So we're still using and trying to determine the impact on how this integration and pedagogical model is being used by our teachers and our students. And in the context of out-of-school sports program by the Department of Education, this is coming school year, the Department of Education will launch an after-school sports program for all our students. No, we have regions 1 to 13. So the whole country will have this model of after-school sports. So the framework of the framework of the after-school sports program by the Department of Education is focused on the core values as fundamental beliefs of the department. And these shall serve as guiding principles on the manner on how teachers and learners should behave and act as they participate in the sports club. So the core values of Maka-Diyos, being faith, our faith to our Almighty, the makatao, the makabansa or nationalism, the makakalikasan for environmental concern. These are the core values, vis-a-vis with the Olympic values that we are developing. So the focus and the values by this is anchored on the 4 Olympic values of the Olympic values. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, more than ever, we should put human face to physical education and sports. This means that we should promote the field in the context of pragmatic tasks that are relatable to both athletes and lay people alike. We should be able to deconstruct PE and sports as something that are not monopolized by trained practitioners, not only those who are good in sports, but also the lay people. In the Philippines, we have been humanizing PE and sports by involving various sectors in our attempts to bring forth a strong stand on the greatest and grandest stage of sports, and that is the Olympics. The Filipino people have been imbibing the aspect of being situs, altus, and portus, stronger, higher, and faster, in various campaigns, and we take pride with our efforts. It is no secret that the gold medal is still elusive to Filipino athletes, but we take every Olympics as a chance to prove the worth of our sports people in the international area. I thank the organizer, the Manab Rakna, and for this pre-Olympic International e-Dialogue series for a very wonderful opportunity in this virtual platform and share our visions for the Olympics. I thank Dr. Rajesh for always giving me the opportunity to share our practices or even best practices in the country to develop sports and particularly Olympic education. In our language, maraming salamat po at mabuhay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Salamat, for a wonderful lecture by Dr. Laudino Vergara from Philippines. He is one of the elite professors in the field of education from Philippines. And we are having short period for the question and answers. And due to short time, we are going for another speaker, Dr. Imam Waluyo from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you.
Please,
hello.
Yes, organizers can please co-host, and he will start giving the presentation. Now he also giving very good talk on role of physiotherapists in supporting the athletes and sports events. Thank you, Rodino.
Okay. Hello. Yeah, hello. Can hear me? Hello.
Sir, you have to mute one ID. You have to mute one ID. You are logged in from 2 IDs. You have to mute one ID, then we can hear you clearly.
Okay.
You made one idea.
Okay, we'll leave one. Okay. No, only one.
Yes, but your sound is resounding.
Okay. Hello, no? Hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we are hearing you. No problem. Okay, Imam, you can give. Dr. Imam Waluyo. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, you can give, no problem.
Yes, Professor Imam, you start your lecture now. Now it is okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, Imam. Yes, it is okay.
Okay,
Everybody
I
can
will
hear
use
you.
one.
Start from number one. Number one, you know, who is controlling his slides? Dr. Shobit. Start from the beginning.
I'm not controlling, sir. He's presenting himself.
You have not uploaded his slides.
I can change the slide. Dr. Imam can speak.
Dr. Imam, you start your lecture.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
yeah. Thank
Yes.
you. Good evening, everybody. I will, the role of the physiotherapist in enhancing athlete ability is my topic. So please, slide, next slide, please. Okay, next. Yes. Hello. Yeah. My topic is the role of physiotherapists in enhancing athlete ability during sport competition. So the next slide, please. May I help to the sport may starting here to talk regarding the physical therapy, especially sport physical therapy. Physical therapy, not only injuries and illness have differences, but also physiotherapy service for athlete improving during Olympic Games or other important in the protect athlete in health. Sport competition, individual sport or dual sport and other sport competition like football and so on. The sport physiotherapist is a new recognized as a specialist in many countries since 2000. The International Federation Sport Physiotherapy was established, and now was recognized as a group of World Confederation for Physical Therapists. In this slide, you see the intention of the International Federation of Sport Physiotherapy is to join, to promote, and the Olympic Committee, International Sport Federation as an organization. So we go to the next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, there are 7 element competencies. There are as a leader, as an innovator, a professional, and manager of the patient, a client, and every element we put in the process. Foundation knowledge is important, and the second is how to collect the information by the critical synthesis and information processing to get action, intervention, and evaluation. But every country have a standard, a specific national standard. This is means sport physical therapy in the world. So we go to the next slide. That physical therapy, sport physical therapy is recognized as a promotion to safe physical activity participation, provision of advice, adaptation and rehabilitation, training intervention for the purpose preventing injury, restoring optimal function, and contributing enhance of sport performance in athlete of all age and ability. For the training, analyze the risk of injury for individual participation in a specific sport. Let's say for football, futsal, and badminton is a specific analyze a risk injury. And the sport physical therapists are interested in helping individuals to maximum their potential and safely enjoy sport, athletic exercise, and healthy physical activity. In depth, this area, so we need to understand different medical condition and previous injuries. So that's why every physiotherapist have to know the condition before coming to the physiotherapy. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes. Sport physiotherapists are involved in the day-to-day management of their client, involving the continuum of behavior like injury prevention, acute intervention, sport, exercise. Physiotherapists have the skill to respond appropriate to an acute injury or illness various contexts, such as training and competition. And the second is rehabilitation. But every country, some role of physiotherapist performance enhancement is very rare, because only the physiotherapists who work in the developed country that are a team, the sport exercise physiotherapy can use to enhance the athlete performance. Strokes performance evaluation first, and after the get data, so they collect to make a plan and implement. So when we go to performance enhancement, the physiotherapists need a contextual. The next slide, please. Yes. To profile and optimize condition for maximal performance in the specific sport within the multidisciplinary team approach. It means context with the profession athletes who request assistance to enhance their performance rather than requiring rehabilitation following the injury. Supplementary this expertise of the other members of the multidisciplinary team is needed. That they need a special multidisciplinary context. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There's behavior collecting of information using questioning, observation, measurement regarding the severance influences on performance, for example, nutrition and hydration, equipment, environment, and athletic efficiency of movement, and other physical function in relation to the demand to the sport or physical activity, artificial evaluation, critical evaluation, and synthesis information to form a profile the athlete current and potential perform. From that, we develop the evidence-based influence factor potential to safety ethically performance, including therapeutic intervention where appropriate. Sensitive communication of evidence recommendation to the athlete and our multidisciplinary team, including the athlete right, privacy, and confidentiality. Use outcome measure to evaluate the degree to which objectives have been achieved. And next slide, please. So we go to the implementation for physiotherapy that performance in sport and assess athletically active individuals to improve their performance in variety of ways. Many ways to getting the performance. So we can, in the principle, we can know the foundation of the performance is enhancement is provided through evaluation of neuromusculoskeletal, cardiovascular, pulmonary system. The result of this evaluation are compiled to outline strength and weakness and individual physical profile. This profile can then be matched to the individual specific athletic activity. Area differentiation of inflexibility, muscular strength, endurance, and anaerobic system can be outlined in specific training regime. Follow-up evaluation can determine further training program changes. The principle of the training for this is, next slide, please. We go to the principle of training. The psychology already discussed by the speaker before, and juga Paddy Google already state. So we focus in the physiological. That mean there are the law overload, individualization, multilateral development, law specificity, and law of variability. So I focus because the first is already for the aerobic, is already mentioned before, and increasing the demand in already discussed before. Now I go to the individualist law of overload, law of specificity. So please next slide, please. Yes, here is, I think, we already know that the load of the training is appropriate, not very light or to overload. This the line black line is normal, is appropriate load. So in the training is exercise duration. There are length time use the exercise to do total time minus rest time, training intensity. It is regarding the load, and exercise frequency is repetition. How many times the athlete must be perform a movement in each set or turn. Frequency can be interpreted as the number of exercise in the week. So we go to the next slide, please. For a focus, law specificity. This principle train is capacity and technique needed for special activity or special numbers. I get some literature research that is agility in futsal player. Using circuit training can improving agility. From the data discussion, it can conducted that Tabata circuit training has a significant effect in increasing agility in the player would doing physical activity. The following are the result of the study that use as a study and input for trainer, coach, athlete can use Tabata circuit training as an alternative improve agility. Tabata is a circuit training. There are 8 posts. Every post there are many activity for the agility. And the example second is half squat jump and track jump training for the training for vertical jump, like for the volleyball, basketball, and so on. This study, there are differences result. The group intervention is different result in the vertical jump due to the result of the significancy failure. Also, the knee trap jump exercise also had an influence on increasing vertical jump ability due to result significant also, and can conclude it that half squat jump and knee track jump exercise is important for the special vertical jump training. And the last is law of reversibility. The law states that the level of fitness will decrease if the training load is not continued. There is a saying that if you don't use it, you lose it. That's why the continuing program training, all our training for the agility, for the vertical jump and other fitness program is doing frequent and continuing. And the last is the conclusion. The essential role of sport physiotherapist is to provide treatment and rehabilitation of injury, and also to provide support of performance through reducing risk of injury prevention, maintenance, and recovery intervention. Research, treatment, and rehabilitation are constantly changing in response to our interpretation and the basic and clinical science. The sport physical therapist is part of team that is researching and implementing research finding to assess the athletically active individual and his or her pursuit. This is my presentation. I hope is useful, and thank you for your attention, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imam Walia, for wonderful presentation. The importance of physiotherapists for enhancing the performance among the athletes. This is the need of the today in sports and games. Thank you, Dr. Imam Walia. I hope we cannot go for the question and answer in short of time. Now, Professor Arnold Baka is not there. He is from Austria. He is busy. I request Professor G.L. Khanna sir to have a short talk. Then I will also talk. Then we will go for a valedictory function. Khanna sir, please, you can share your screen. Organizers, please. Khanna sir.
Dr. Rajesh, I will only talk about certain basic thing only now. And within 5 minutes, because we are running short of time, I will just
I will also do 5 minutes.
Discussion without my presentation in this. Actually, I prepared slides, PowerPoints on various issues which higher educations are facing in the development of the sports, basically, and what we can do here. And particularly from the point of Olympics now, during the Olympic, a lot of people have, of course, given the ideas now to everyone that how this Olympic education has to play a role, how this Olympic education has to come to the various sectors, schools, and of course in the various university higher education system also. We also got a lot of ideas from them, and a lot of research is also going on that area. But in my point of view, we have another some of the other issues, that how do we really develop this various education other program other than the education program, that the sports performance also should increase in the university system. That is what is more concerning us now, that if we are developing the sports university. Okay, video I'll start. Where is video? If we are developing various sports university, that what kind of education it should be provided to the sports person. One is from the point of view of that how do you really create a system of talent development here in this university system, because once they are coming from various schools level, they have to take up the higher level of training now. But that system is not available in most of the universities, which is how do we really go about that? And that once we say now the things are changing, things are going more on the scientific line. Are we really giving them the support of the science, or we are just giving them the kind of training? And in this earlier Igor's presentation, it was really very impressive that how they have developed this software, how they have really gone into the depth of that. The exercise prescription can be given on the scientific basis. It is in normal universities also, that kind of system that we must develop that, and through our innovation part also. What are the research area we should take up in this? One is to promote Olympism, that what are the values of the Olympism, and how do you promote those Olympic values, which are really more concerned now in this year of Olympics now, 2021. What are the things which we need to really develop for the Olympic development? We must critically analyze the issues which have come up after this mega event or during this mega event. What are the impact on social, cultural, economic, political, media, urban development, environment impact also, which is very, very important now for us. And what all the interdisciplinary approach of this research, which has really taken up into this Olympic to the other level. Whenever we see the Olympic, the next Olympics becomes at different level, and that is through the interdisciplinary approach. But do we really now take up certain issues of research in the university system, in the higher education, or with the connecting with the industrial connect? Are we really going into those systems? We have to pick up the key areas where we should try to take up those research area in this university system. And another important area of research is that the globalization. We now are really connected we are more closely, which we feel now. We were not able to interact so frequently, but through after this COVID, the platforms have come up, the Zoom, other platforms also have come up. Now this opportunity we must utilize for making better collaboration, and the globalization. Through globalization process, we should also have somehow interactive projects also, and various issues which are multicultural nature of Olympics phenomena. We have to see that how do we really find out those issues and take more research on the sociological, economical aspect also, and even other areas also. And how do you build up friendship in this? Maybe some psychosocial issues are there. Those issues we have to find out, and then we take up the opportunity. These are the opportunity which we should be able to incorporate in the higher educational institution. How do you really manage this kind of mega event? This is the world's mega, the biggest event which is being organized, particularly in these conditions of COVID, because that will give us this legacy, how they have handled this kind of event when there was big problem of COVID and the world was moving to Japan also. And it's not easy thing, as discussed earlier in our discussion also. And how the people, the society is now adapting to this kind of new environment. These are very good areas of research which universities should take up, and maybe through the collaboration. and we can, so that our this legacy can be transferred to the next generation also. If we don't take up those issues in the higher education system, possibly we will be lagging behind again. And this major now another part of this our Olympic education is that from here, where do we go? The technology is going so fast here, that the artificial intelligence is coming, the data analytics, and the concept of the intelligent sports is coming up very soon. It is that with the incorporation of this big data, cloud computing, various other communication, artificial intelligence, a new concept in the field of sports, which have been put forward nowadays. This concept will change the shape of the sports also, and it will become more of the intelligent sports, with these all inputs from various angles. Even the coaches also have to become more intelligent to handle the issues also. Even the other supporting people also have to have those tools development also, and the knowledge of those tools also have to be incorporated into even in the education system, not only about the research, the education also has to be changed. And how this industry is going parallelly in a faster rate, and education system are somewhere we feel is lagging behind also. And the education system has to go parallel in hand. Rather, it should have one more upper hand, because the intellectuals are in the education system, in the higher education system. If we don't connect it with those leading industries, we will be missing that part, and the sports will convert into the intelligent sports people. They say even China has taken up that lead also, and later on they say that this intelligent sports will be again converted into somehow another kind of wisdom sports, that through your wisdom improvement in that wisdom, or wisdom will play a bigger role in that. So that kind of researches are going on. We have to take up not only the development of the technology, as well as incorporating this technological development into the system of sports through the higher education system. And the concept, which is now the high performance sports system, we were discussing in our Prime Minister Olympic Task Force various issues which are emerging, which may emerge also in future, that we have to think about now, not only 24, 28, and 32, that what will happen in those time period 32, where the sports will go. When we look back from the last 20, 30 years, the system is very fast changing. What are the things which are being incorporated and which are changing the whole scenario also, and what will happen in 28? How do we start it now, preparing our athlete for 28 now, so that they are also linked with these developmental changes also, and they can compete at par with the other international experts. Although there were some concept that various issues, various 9 pillars, somebody has done some research also on which this high performance system stands. And they have developed in that system through research in the very educational universities only, that we have to have very strong policy. We have to have sports participation at different level of the athlete. We have to have the proper talent identification and development system. And how will we support in case somebody succeed also? The athlete support system has to be very strong. Training facility, all this we all know, that the coaches, the level of the scientific support system, even somebody was telling now, Imam was telling physiotherapy support, what they can give, nutrition support, somebody was telling. So all these systems have to be integrated, and these become the pillar. But what is the next pillar also? Which one we have to again find out that. And of course, not only the research, but kind of education system also has to come, that this application of those system into the sports, into the performance, or into the health development, or in the national development of our country, that we have to find out in the higher education system. So the basic aim is that we must have that kind of talent nurturing aligned with the long-term athletic development framework in the university system. Anyway, maybe again some more issues are there, where we have to have these various issues of sports science development. sports courses development, the future education system development. We are also having new education policy also, how it has to be incorporated in those our system of that, and the Olympic values ultimately. The another challenge which has come because of COVID, how do we improve the fitness of the individual when they are sitting at home, when their activity is going down, what kind of education system we should have, the various other factors which were really connected with the Olympic issues, your youth camps, youth development, some teamwork, tourism, volunteering, the physical literacy program, all these things have to be changed now. And we have to just see that how do we change it and what are the impact of those through this education system. Thank you very much. And I'm thankful to all the participants as well as our speakers. Really, they were excellent, and the latest they have given to all our participants as well as to the knowledge to everyone here, which will prevail. And I think we can frame up some new agendas, new issues have come up, and maybe this will be useful in the future and also help creating the Olympic culture in the whole ecosystem of this global ecosystem. And thank you very much. Thanks to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh, for giving me time also.
Thank you, Kanna sir. Now also I will also talk only 5 minutes, sir. Then you will go from the.
Yeah, we are running short of time. That's why. But your ideas are more important. Yes, Dr. Rajesh.
My today talk is actually physical education is the basic foundation to. First of all, I want to thankful to my teacher, my guru, Professor Kanna sir, for inviting me for today talk in the pre-Olympic direct series. I'm also grateful to the Manav Rachna University for conducting a wonderful webinar on pre-Olympic direct series before the Olympic Games. As I about to notice that my topic today is physical education is the basic foundation to build the Olympic athlete. This I want to tell just outline. You know, all the sports persons from childhood, the first they are not the sports person. First, the physical education plays an important role to make him a sportsman, also to bring in the sporting field. The goal of the physical education is to prepare the student for a lifetime healthy well-being, and also physically training a child for all-round development. The main aim of the physical education to make a student for healthy living and also all-round development of a child. The first person, the sportsman will be identified by physical education teacher only, and parent also. Parent and physical education first identify a child to become a high performance athlete. High performance athlete. You know, the important thing is the performance. Get the basic right for the high performance. So correct time you have to give correct coaching. Then only you can become a high performance athlete. That we can lead to a Olympic level. You see, to make a high performance athlete, what is required? You require goal setting. You require self-confidence. You require learning from mistake. You require perfectionism. You require appreciation, belongingness, leadership, longevity, humility. All these is the mental qualities the sportsman require to become a Olympic athlete. Succeed at life like a high-level athlete. You have to be obsessed. You have to be committed to do. You have to be fearless. You have to no regrets. You have to learn from losing. You have to be always hustle. These are some few points I'm giving at the. Then physical education teacher. The role of a physical education teacher at the school level, you see. The PE teacher is at the school. That is the main thing. Physical education start at home. Physical education start at home. Physical education during school. Physical education after school. So like this, physical education in the family and physical education involves everywhere. Everybody knows that physical activity is a part of the physical education. Children do physical activity at home, like cycling, climbing, jumping, and throwing. Even they do at school. This type of activity is helpful to become a champion athlete. Champion cannot be made by only doing training at the later stage. You know, the high performance athlete, physical capacity, emotional capacity, and mental capacity. That is important for the. To become a top level athlete, you have to do practice minimum 15 years to 20 years. As you are aware that the athletes, those who are participating in the Olympic Games, I know Sindhu practicing this since last 22 years to 23 years. Sai Pranit, all the sports person, those who are participating in this. Last time I asked Duti Chand, since how many years you are doing training? 2 years back, it was 17 years she is doing training. Now 19 years is over. Duti is doing training since last 19 years. So that is why the performance of the child start where at the age of when they born. The movement is fundamental movement skill. Then the sports skill start from 6 to 9 years of age. Then 9 to 12. Then building physical and mental capability is up to the 23 years of. Then high performance is train to win. Active start, fundamental to learn to train, training to train, training to compete, training to win. This is our talented infant training in the sports field. This is very much important. So physical education is very much important role to make a high performance athlete. I done some role. This Sumit Reddy, he is a badminton player. He's identified the PE teacher. He became a participated in the Olympic year. Shankar athlete. He also identified a PE teacher. He is in the athletics, international Asian Games participation. Jay Shivaji Yadav, he is a cricketer. He has done the practice at school level only. He became an international cricketer. Falguna football player, international football player, Indian team captain. Same thing. Venkatarana volleyball, Hari Krishna basketball. These people, they have identified by the PE teacher. Sumit started training in badminton in school. Shankar started training in athletics at school. And Shivaji started in the cricket at the school level. So like this, the physical education programs which are held in the school is the basic for the making Janta. All the international sports person I've interviewed did that the physical education teacher and the physical education program in the school helped her to become a champion. Like this, now India team is participating in the Olympic Games. We wish them good luck. And also, I think that the physical education makes a more important for them to making him a champion. I once again thankful Kanna sir and full organizing committee team for giving me chance in this talk. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Madam, you can conduct the function.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajesh. Thank you, everyone. Now, may I invite our head of the department, Dr. Divya Sanghi.
Some of the speakers and some other participants, those who will like to give some comment. Dr. Gurmeet Singh is there with us.
Okay, may I invite some of the participants?
It is there, Rakesh is there, sir.
Rakesh is there with us.
And Rosaline is there from World Athletics Lecturer from Philippines.
Yeah, so Rosaline is there. They can give the feedback to us on this. Yeah.
Rosaline, you can talk, Rosaline. Rosaline Amaro. Sudhir Sharad Kumar Sharma sir is there.
Anyone? Gurmeet Singh?
Srinivas is there. You can talk. Anybody online can talk, no problem. Open your audio and talk. Rajkumar Karve is there.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
हाँ जी सर गुरमीत बोल रहे हैं जी डॉक्टर साहब डॉक्टर खन्ना
Gurmeet Singh ji, we are waiting for your
sir actually your from your side it is muted now, so that's why I'm not able.
Okay, please your feedback is very important for us. Professor Gurmeet Singh
is a wonderful delegate and conference, and I must congratulate for you that you have invited such a wonderful speakers on online for this special for this Olympic conference. So it's a really knowledgeable and a lot of latest knowledge they have delivered to the students. My students also joined this conference, one day Olympic conference. So anyway, so congratulations to your whole team, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gurmeet. Really, you were very cooperative in nominating few of your students also for this conference, and hope they have been benefited. Dr. Srinivas, he wants to say something.
Yeah, sir. Good evening, very good evening, sir. It
Yeah.
was a wonderful session, sir. All session I have been there, and especially I have thanks to Rajesh Kumar, sir, Professor Rajesh Kumar, sir. He has given an excellent presentation on PET, where the role is important at school level for a sports person. That was a wonderful. Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful event from whole day. Thank you for all speakers who have presented well, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas.
Dipen Bosu from West Bengal. Excellent, informative webinar. Thank you, all of you. Sir, if possible, please share the PPT and YouTube link.
Yeah, YouTube, we will try to link it up with this.
Rosaline, can you talk, Rosaline?
Yes, sir. Yes, Prof.
You can show your video and tell about you.
Actually, I cannot open my video.
Okay. You tell about. Sir, he's a World Athletics lecturer.
Thank you, Professor Rajesh. Thank you for the organizer this comprehensive webinar. Actually, it is very, very relevant right now. Not only for the not only because of the Olympics, but also very timely because it is pandemic. So it is really relevant in sports, which is what's happening right now, and you open. Or you share everything what really happened right now to the athletes, to all the